That is from the ADC to Tinubu. Refineries meltdown. Reps demand answers on 111.3 trillion naira spent with little to show. And away from that, Kanu's release, a betrayal to lives lost. Buhari's aid, as former VP article, Falana speaks otherwise. Well, those are the major topics of discussion for this morning. Thank God today is Friday, like I said. I'm always happy on Friday mornings. I'm not alone in the studio. I've been joined by the delectable Fina Okechukwu.
Good morning, Chukuma. I love your jalabia.
Thank you.
It suits you very well.
Thank you. I'm
already for
I'm
the
blushing now.
You shouldn't blush.
I'm already blushing.
What color do you have to turn? Is it pink or purple? All right, to be welcome to today's edition of TM. That's this morning on Voice of the People Television. I'm Fina. Okay, we're talking about other trending stories that made it to our table today. You know, in a move to avoid the unusual controversy, Nigeria's National Council of State has unanimously approved Professor Joash Ojo Amopitan, who happens to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, as the new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, following the end of Mahmood Yakubu's tenure. The endorsement clears a major political hurdle and signals strong institutional backing for Tinubu's nominee. President Tinubu defended his choice, telling the council that Amopitan was selected for being apolitical with a sterling record of service, and noted that he is the first person from Kogi State to ever be nominated for the role. The president's spokesman also highlighted that Amopitan's integrity and commitment to fairness were key to the decision. The first thing, why I emphasize on that particular line, first person from Kogi State to ever to be nominated for this particular role. And one will ask, what happened? Why are we getting such? Are we going to use this now to, you know, more like, is it going to be more like a factor, a determinant to show whether this person is competent for this job or not? Are we playing this whole card now, political card, ethnic card, will I say religious bigotry card again, and every other thing? Initially, some people were saying, why must you put this man here? He's this, he's that. The same thing happened when Ojulari's name was also mentioned. But the fact, or rather, what actually interests me the more is the fact that we have just one name. The president nominated just one person. And you could recall that when Mahmoud Yakubu's tenure elapsed, when he handed over to the acting national chairman of INEC then, I'm talking about May Abamuche Mbo, people were like, okay, I know already we have a particular man's name already on the lips of the presidency. I'm hoping to be the one that will go in for this and all that. And some person will say, why will you say that? This Yakubu Mahmoud tenure just ended. So how come you say that the president have already, you know, decided on who is going to go there? But when you check all that is happening, I don't really think, you know, it's being that fair for us to have just one person, one man's name, not two, one man's name being sent to the National Council of State for their approval. And also the president is defending this individual instead of letting the National Council of State do their job judiciously. And some people were saying that the man in question, who happens to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, you know, he is someone who, I think yesterday, I read up a part when they say that I think he measured on evidence law and all that. So some persons were happy that, okay, this is kind of person we're getting at this point in time. At least it's going to help us and push Nigeria forward. But Nigerians are still talking about the fact that the power to appoint the INEC chairman still lies solely on the hands of the president, who also have interest in the election. And how free, how credible, how fair will the outcome of this election be when we're yet to legalize the usage of IREV and beavers that we believe will help us to, you know, bring the result electronically to people or to Nigerians or to the knowledge of people without human, encroachment or intervention. But I believe before the 2027 election, we'll be able to handle the electoral reform that we have already on the table of National Assembly.
Well, I think a lot of people saw this coming. And Fifi, when you said that, look, how come just after 2 days after Mahmoud Yakubu handed over to Abamuche Umbo, that president quickly appointed Amopitan as the new chairman designate of INEC. I think the president has been shopping. You know, the president has been shopping for who will be a suitable replacement for Yakubu Mohammed. You know, it just didn't happen. It just didn't happen because apparently he knew that Yakubu's tenure will expire by November.
Yeah.
There are a lot of questions, you know. surrounding this appointment. I don't have a problem with the person of George Omupiton. First of all, he's Nigerian, and the president has given us a reason why he chose him. He said he's apolitical and he's a man of integrity, as confirmed by his governor, Usman Ododo himself. So when somebody that has a question of integrity, surrounding him, now recommends someone as a man of integrity, I think we should understand the level of integrity. Yeah, but I've looked up Omupiton a bit, extensively, and I can't see any scandal, any controversy around him, Exactly. And until he gets into the screening, the confirmation process proper, when the DSS will do their own investigations and due diligence, you never can tell what went down for the years that has been in the University of Jos and all of that. The Nigerians are reacting. Our leaders have a way of using our diversity, which should be our strength, to divide us further. Now, this Ojo Amupiton technically is a Yoruba man. Whether he comes from Kogi State or from Kwara State or from any other part of the North Central, he is a Yoruba man. Now, Nigerians are asking, is it proper that a Yoruba president appoints a Yoruba man as the umpire in an election
that he is interested,
that he is a party? Big question. Nigerians are reacting. It's like when who appointed Emefiele as CBN president? Who appointed him as CBN president? The contention then was that, look, Igbo people were like, outsiders were like, they have given you an Igbo man as CBN governor. Igbo people said, well, he might be Igbo, but he's from the South, because he's Delta. He answers Ifeanyi, but he is from South. Now, that speaks to how our leaders use our diversity to divide us instead of to strengthen the bonds, that put us together. It's quite unfortunate. It is very difficult to explain away why the president and the president even went ahead, to rub it in our faces to say that, look, this is the first person ever from Kogi State to be appointed to that position. What is that supposed to mean? The first person ever from Kogi State. I mean, we have statistics of the federation. Okay, so we now take it turn by turn. So it has gone back to Enyilokon, so I know there's someone here that understands Yoruba. So when you say it is your turn, what's that? Is it Enyilokon or Emilokon? I know Emilokon is my turn. When you say it is your turn, Enyilokon. So Kogi people, it is your turn to produce the INEC chairman. I mean, that is quite, to be very, without insulting the personality of the president, I think I disagree with him on that. He just simply said, look, this man is a man of integrity. He's a Nigerian. He's apolitical, according to him. But like I said, during the confirmation process, the Senate should ask him. We should know his political leanings, because we have seen some people, national INEC commissioners being card-carrying members of some political parties.
Exactly.
And it doesn't speak well for the independence of that agency. Nigerians are still asking. Nigerians still have a problem with the fact that, look, it is the president that solely. National Council of States, when have you ever heard the National Council of States disagree with the president? Even in the midst of all the suffering, they went sometime in February and gave the president a vote of confidence when Nigerians were being killed in their numbers in different parts of the country. So you don't expect the National Council of State to reject the nominee of the president. It doesn't speak well, for even the National Council of State itself. Well, all said, Mr. Professor Amupiton, the call is, before you get confirmed, I think the call is for the Senate to do a very thorough job to ensure that we know this man thoroughly, and not in the middle of his service we begin to hear this and that and all of that. The
same thorough investigation that was done by the Senate and DSS. We're talking about thorough investigation. Right? Yes, thorough investigation.
I thought as much. I read your mind there. Well, it's like Chukwuma said, the Senate will just approve. He's been chosen, all right, and he'll just be approved. But in my opinion, I think that we have a lot of, we have about 4 or 5 off-cycle elections between now and 2026 that he would have to pretend over.
Supervise. Yes.
So I hope he makes the right choices. It's not just about the individual. The institution itself seems to be an issue. Because there are people, there are staffers of INEC who might have political leanings.
Not just political leanings, who are card-carrying members of some political parties.
And you cannot stop them because they are Nigerians.
No.
Should they be prevented from...
As public officers,
Yes.
public officers,
You should be apolitical.
They should be apolitical.
Yeah, it should be
the current chairman of the APC at some point served as INEC commissioner. Are you aware of that? Nigerians are aware of that. So can he be partial?
Can he be...
And independent.
Can he be independent and impartial?
Can he be impartial? Well, we'll wait to see. All of that. But his job is definitely cut out for him. So it's up to... And the decisions he will make in the coming days will show where he leans towards. If it's going to be fair and just, we will wait to see. And it will start from those he selects as commissioners. INEC commissioners and the rest of them. That's where it will start from. We wish him the very best. I know Nigerians are concerned about the words of the president, where he's from, and all of that. But we wish him the very best. That's what I mean. That's my take. I wish him the very best. I hope that he will uphold the trust that Nigerians have placed on him at this time. That's
that the president
placed
placed on him at this time.
It's Nigerians. It's by extension. He was chosen. We don't have a choice but to support him. Mahmoud Yakubu was there. To be honest, to be fair with Mahmoud Yakubu, some policies he brought out, some innovations, things he introduced are good. The Iron of Beavers.
If you ask me, I would say it's just like telling somebody to go and get salt for you, and then you go to meet the rainmakers to say allow rain to fall on the person who already sent to buy salt. He knew that those things actually benefit Nigeria. So why didn't he legalize it?
Moses, I'm happy that you talked about off-cycle elections. Mahmoud Yakubu's tenure expires effectively in November 9th.
I wonder why he left so soon.
So soon, November 9th. By the way, November 9th, and Anambra elections, global elections, is supposed to happen on November 8th. So why didn't he conduct the election?
Why did he conduct that election?
And leave. So, and a lot of people are saying...
Even if he's on his terminal leave, the acting chair could have conducted that election before we now see the introduction of a new INEC chairman. So it's a little bit...
Nigerians are asking, what is cooking? What is cooking? Let's leave that and get into another very serious and interesting story too. Nigeria's power sector faces a significant financial shortfall as the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, reveals that companies from Benin, Niger, and Togo owe the country a staggering $8.5 million for electricity supply, raising serious concerns about the viability of cross-border energy trade and the potential implications for local consumers. In its latest quarterly report, the Commission said the companies made a payment of $9.015 million from an invoice of $17.54 million issued to them in the second quarter, that is quarter 2 of 2025. This is not the first time. We have always known that countries, neighboring countries, sister countries, that we supply electricity are owing us. And at the point, Nigerians are asking, if they are owing this much, why don't you just cut them off? But I understand too that there was an agreement with them that you supply them energy. And by the way, we even understand that some of these countries have steady power supply. Why we don't? Well, some of them do have, like on the average, 20 hours power supply per day. But on our own, I think we are trailing like between 4 and 5 on the average in some parts. So then if you are lucky to be in band A, you might just have 20 hours and all of that.
On a good day.
On a very good day. I like that, on a very good day. Now, if they are owing us and we cannot cut them off. But by the way, what about the other time Ikeja was owing 4 billion? They tried to disconnect them. 4 billion naira, they tried to disconnect them. The people that went to do the job were bloodied.
They were asked to kneel down.
They were manhandled.
They were asked to kneel down.
It speaks to the problem in the power sector. We are yet to get it right. We are yet to get it right. And government establishments also owe electricity companies huge amounts of money. And in the midst of all of that, it's good. I think we are getting how much? $175 million from China, to build a new transmission. Superpower grid. Yes. Now that is technical language. What they are saying is just new transmission. What do they call it? New transmission lines. This one that has partial disturbance from time to time, you know. So, but what is the place of diplomacy in all of this? If we are being owed $3.3 billion, you know, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and I think the authorities concerned should just find a way, you know, to get back the money. And within the conduct of diplomacy, make sure that it doesn't rupture our relationship with our neighbors, because as neighbors, we shouldn't have problems with them.
Anybody that is owing is expected to pay off the debts the person is owing. You're owing me, pay me my money. Whether you wanted to rupture the relationship I have with you or not, you're the one that breached the agreement.
No, in international relations, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you know within yourself that when you want to broker peace, or maybe you're going for the 3 ways for conflict resolution, you have to get ready and keep yourself abreast with anything that will happen. If tomorrow, because I'm asking for the money you're owing me, and you're telling me you're rupturing the relationship I have with you, then that shows you don't even want the relationship with them.
You know what is happening between Ethiopia, those 9 countries.
Fina is being emotional. She's being...
yes, those 9 countries.
There's something like
Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt. You know, if any of these countries, you know, decide to dam the River Niger, you have problems. So it's something that you handle with care, because that's part of the agreement that you will not dam the River Niger, then we'll supply you electricity and all of that from your end. So it's a very complex. It's a very complex situation that we need to handle carefully.
But at this point in time, but the only thing there is this: I've not really heard that Niger and Togo and what's it called, Benin said they are not going to pay. They are going to pay. But when I was talking about them, if I ask for the money you're owing me, if you think it's going to rupture the relationship, then you don't want the relationship to be there initially. It's the fact that when a country or a sovereign nation wake up to say, I want to enter this agreement with you, a certain agreement with you, you have to know how to cross the T's and dot the I's. They know they are owing, and I believe they are going to pay. But now the question I want to ask is, even if they are to pay this money that they are owing us, Nigerians, are they going to see this money now working in favor of Nigerians? We're not going to see the money. We're not going to see the value or even the importance of it coming.
No, we will see that.
We will not see it.
No, we'll see it. The governors are getting more money.
Governors are getting much more money. The FAC allocation doesn't. Where in the life of an average Nigerian can you see the money working? Where is it? Everything is all over.
Building bridges, building flyovers and markets.
I hope you know that even Asoro Rock,
Itamba is doing well. Shey Makinde is doing well.
Even Asoro Rock is owing money. I hope you know that.
No, you asked the question.
To the point, we're not going to see the money. We're not going to see this money work for Nigeria. I have not seen it. Even with the FAC allocation increment, I haven't seen it.
You've lost hope in Nigeria.
No, I have hope in Nigeria. I want Nigeria to work. But it's that I'm having hope in Nigeria does not mean I'll continue to be dreaming it. Like, I have dreamt a lot. I want to see the whole thing come into reality. I'm not seeing it.
Like you said, everybody's owing. I mean, they are owing. We are owing too. We are owing too. Our missions abroad. We are owing. So, but the interesting thing is that we supply our neighboring countries, our neighbors, electricity, and Nigerians are not having enough of it. Nigerians are not having it, let alone having enough of it. For the past few days in my neighborhood, it's been quite epileptic. It's been what they call low voltage. You know, you see it, and then there's this fear on the platform. People on the the community platform, people have been complaining that, look, my appliances are going bad. My refrigerator just blew up because exactly 1 minute it comes up, the next minute it goes down, and then it's doing what in local parlance we call dakudaji. Don't worry, somebody will explain that to you. Okay. So it just keeps going off and on, and it's pathetic. And we're supposed to be on band B or C that we're on, and then somebody also said something.
So if you're in band B or C, then it's normal. So don't expect better
somebody
than
said
that.
something. Somebody complained on the platform that, look, that this power has not been steady, yet I've been checking my meter and it's reading normally. So basically, the meter just keeps reading, and you don't even have the power. You think you have the power because a few bulbs come on, but you can't use it for anything really, because it's not enough to power major things
a refrigerator, washing machine, or whatever
in your home. So I think government should look at that. But all of this is towards the construction of a solar power grid, and I can't wait for the solar power grid to be constructed.
And I hope it gets constructed within the life of this administration.
Oh yes. Hopefully, it can't be within the first 4 years. So maybe if the administration makes a comeback.
I think I was very careful when I said within the life of this administration.
Okay, all right then. Oh well, let our neighbors that are owing pay. Let us also pay those we are owing, and let everybody be happy and well. Diplomacy will work for all of us, right,
Exactly.
Fina?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Something came to mind when Fina said that. Well, I chose not to go that path because she will come for my neck if I do. Anyway, in what's been called a devastating revelation, Nigeria's oil industry faces an alarming loss of approximately $3.3 billion. And this is due to rampant oil theft and sabotage, straining the nation's economy. Now, this crisis has compelled major oil companies to withhold an astounding 1.5 trillion naira in revenue, signaling a deepening mistrust in the security measures designed to protect vital national assets. With threats escalating, the situation has not only intensified concerns for the economic stability of Nigeria, but also poses serious challenges for energy supply and international partnerships. You know, we talked the other day about protecting national assets, and someone did say, what is the role of the civil defense, NSCDC? And yes, I did posit that we need more people. You know, Chukuma also said, you know, more people might be, there might be a need to employ more people to protect our national assets. But I think government has been taking the glory. Government has said, look, the reason Nigeria is able to meet its OPEC quota is because we've stemmed oil theft, vandalism, and the rest. Are we seeing an upsurge in oil theft now? That's the question on my mind. But I do hope those that have been contracted, like the Tantita and the rest of them, who've been contracted to protect our refineries and pipelines and the rest. Did I say refineries? Okay, I take that one back. Our pipelines and the rest are doing their job. If they are not, then they should be held accountable. I mean, if you have been contracted, and I do hope that, you know, all of this can be fixed, and then we will see a stop in the destruction of our facilities, because I mean, it will further hamper. Nigerians are the ones that will suffer it at the end of the day, because we seem to take more from our people and give away, and you know, ask the people, don't worry, more will come, just endure this one. So let's not continue to harm ourselves like this by depriving ourselves what ordinarily should benefit us.
Yeah, you see, I think, Moses, you took it from my mouth, because I was surprised when I heard that, look, we are losing $3.3 billion, you know, to oil theft. Because at a point, this administration credited itself, you know, with the fact that, look, we have stopped oil theft.
12th of September 2025 was when that particular report came out.
And we even had stakeholders from the Niger Delta say, hooray, you know, oil theft is over and all of that. So where is this report coming from? You know, because, and what I thought in my mind was, does it look like someone is trying to play pranks with us by saying, oh, we were unable to meet our budget benchmark, you know, the threshold and all of that because of the surge? I mean, our benchmark is 2.01 million barrels per day, and the last time I checked, we had even done more than that, meeting our OPEC quota and all of that, and everybody was very happy. We said, look, in fact, as a result of that, we said we were not going to borrow again internally, because we have some of the agencies had even surpassed their revenue target. So where is this report coming from? I think the intelligence community, you know, they need to go back and check what is happening. And by the way, this oil theft, you know, it's not for little criminals. It's for the big boys.
Exactly.
You know how much it takes to hire a badge, you know, to get into all of that, you know, to pay off the Navy, naval officers, to pay off, you know, people that are even watching the pipelines and all of that. It's big business for the powerful people. So if we are going back to a situation where we are grappling with our production quota and all of that, it doesn't speak well to the economy that we are expecting. I mean, we have turned the corner, you know, and the worst is over. So why are we going back to that corner that we just left?
I don't know why. Because I think it was Tony Odumelu in 2024, I think within August or thereabouts, say something about the military telling Nigerians what is really happening. with this whole oil theft and all that, when he said something about, I think, 90 or 80% of the oil that we drill being lost to thieves and all that. But it's interesting to also know that just last month, NUPRC also come up to tell Nigerians that they've been able to suppress oil theft below what it used to be as of 2009 and all that. But boom, today again, we're getting another information that $3.3 billion is what we lost to oil theft. Now, the question I want to ask is this. We have so many measures that some people who actually are doing well in the oil and gas sector have projected to be a way for Nigeria to stop, losing the oil, and for us to also be able to be within the production quota that OPEC has given us. And the question is, are we doing the metering and measurement of oil and gas the way it should be? I don't think we are doing it the way it should be, because we have so many things that we're yet to get. The LACT units, I don't think Nigeria government decided to buy that, because there was a time when people were talking about equipment that we can use to curb all this. We have first one, the real-time flow meters and automated metering system. Till today, it is not working in Nigeria, because they know if that actually is to come up, we'll be able to catch the big boys who are diverting this and giving us a wrong figure of what we drill in a day, what to have in a day, and what we transport to where it should be in a day. We also have so many other things, drones also with thermal and high resolution, yet we're not doing the fiber optics and AI measurement or monitoring of all these things. And every day we'll keep on hearing oil theft is increasing. And anyway, I believe within myself that this administration that believes they have everything under control will also look into this and also help us to reduce the oil theft, because Nigeria should be enjoying the benefit of being one of the biggest oil producers in the world.
Well, thank you very much.
Emotion is running up.
Yes.
I'm not benefiting anything from this oil that we have.
You are.
What am I benefiting?
The roads you ply, the bridges you use. Well, let's quickly run to the papers now. From the Punch newspaper, these are the headlines. Amukpito faces tough test as new INEC chair. Opposition warns against partisanship, demands urgent reforms. Tinubu APC defend appointment, urge fairness, credibility. And Tinubu pardons Herbert Macaulay, Vatsa, Farouk Lawan, 172 others. National Assembly, National Assembly probes NNPCL over $18 billion refinery spending. Tinubu clears 959 for national honors. FG moves to audit varsities over TET fund grants. And also, we have these headlines from the Punch as well. Customs sees 1.9 billion naira hat drugs, expired flour at Seme border. Police back down on tainted glass enforcement. Policeman forgets cap in Ogu student's car after extortion. Tinubu Oshu mourn as Christopher Kolade dies. Our heart goes out to Dr. Christopher Kolade. He passed on yesterday.
All right, up next is the First Daily newspaper, and beside the masthead of the First Daily newspaper, 2027, PDP Northern Group endorses Jonathan for president. Beneath the masthead, Showore announces October 20 date for #Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest. Right after that, Atiku backs campaign, calls detention assault on justice. Peter Obi calls for certificate verification of 2027 elections. All right, to have the banner headline, President Tinubu names Professor Joash Amopitan as new INEC chairman. Writers, why I picked Amopitan as INEC chair, says Tinubu. He already told us that it's because he's from Kogi State, the only man from Kogi. Then we have other ones. 10 things Nigerians should know about new INEC chairman. ADC urges new INEC chair to serve Nigerians, not AP. Then beneath the pictorial, police snap killers of Arise TV staff, 12 robbers in Abuja. Interesting. Ex-FCTA director sentenced to 24 years in prison for 318 million naira fraud. ADC to Tinubu, World Bank right, your policies worsen poverty. Court adjourns Yaya Bello's money laundering trial to November 12. And the bottom strip headline, that happens to be the last but not the least of the headlines on the page of the First Daily today. IGP suspends tinted glass permit enforcement.
Up next is the Nigerian Tribune. With the window headlines, insecurity in Nigeria not driven by religion, Senate clarifies. We'll continue to prioritize citizens' needs in Oyo budget. That's coming from State Governor Makinde, Sheyi Makinde. UNICEF don't commission NLC commend government. Now the big story, why I picked Amupiton as INEC chair, Tinubu. Council of State approves his choice. Bill Gates, 958 orders to get national honors. New police trust fund appeal, reenactment coming. Ekiti governorship primary, APC disqualifies Kayode Ojo. Sacks Enugu State Working Committee to conduct public hearing for amendment of party constitution. Osun LG's withheld fund case adjourned. Court extends order freezing bank accounts. Osun LG's council opposes PDP, APC joinder applications. APC chieftain Oralusi joins Osun governorship race. Tinubu leads tributes as Christopher Kolade dies at 92. His life and times. That's page 22 of the Tribune. Tinubu pardons Herbert Macaulay. Vatsa Lawan grants amnesty to 82 inmates. I'll take the story again for clarity. Tinubu pardons Herbert Macaulay. Vatsa Lawan grants amnesty to 82 inmates. That's it from the Nigerian Tribune. And that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines this morning. Moses and I will return at 10 o'clock for extensive review of newspaper headlines. Now we'll go for a short break. When we return, 139 million Nigerians still poor. Stop the denial and propaganda. Face reality. That's from ADC to the president. Join us again. We'll be right back.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. That is This Morning on Voice of the People Television. And we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Mr. Dele Fadimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Fadimo. Good to have you on the show.
Everybody.
We also have beside him Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a constitutional lawyer and also an analyst. He was the spokesperson to Beatrice Utubo/Peter Obi campaign organization 2023 in Rivers State in the last general election. Barrister Asim Adams, good to have you.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Now, a scattering World Bank report has declared that 139 million Nigerians continue to live in poverty despite sweeping reforms, prompting sharp backlash from the presidency and political rivals alike. While the federal government dismissed the findings as disconnected from local realities, arguing that the study fails to account for gains in social welfare, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has reacted critically to the dismissal, calling it a flat denial of the people's sufferings. Well, in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi, the ADC described the report as an undeniable verdict on failed economic policies of President Tinubu's administration. The opposition party said the report exposes the widening gap between the government's propaganda of progress and the harsh realities faced by millions of citizens whose lives and livelihoods have allegedly been devastated under the All Progressives Congress-led government. While the party demanded President Tinubu accept the undeniable verdict and take bold steps to reverse the rising human misery. Barrister Adams, 130 million Nigerians gone below poverty line. Before, by February, the prediction was that 133 million Nigerians will face acute poverty, acute hunger in June. We are in October. Now the report from World Bank says that, look, 139 million Nigerians live below poverty line. Curiously, this same World Bank is telling us that the reform policies of this administration is making progress. How are we able to reconcile all of this? Can you help us unpack and unravel, untie this complex situation that we are faced with?
You see, thank you very much. What the World Bank is saying here, from my own observation, is that the monies or loans or the recommendations that they gave to the administration, the present administration, to alleviate poverty is not working. And that maybe the loans they have taken from the World Bank or any other institution, financial institution, or any of the Bretton Woods institution has not been properly utilized. It means that poverty is growing at a geometric rate, while the so-called policies and reforms are going on arithmetic, progression. That is a very sad one. But I don't know why we are able profiling this morning. Is it because the ADC said so? No. We know that there's palpable poverty in Nigeria right now. In fact, I think there was this man, Umaru Diko, under Shagari, who said that the only time he will know that there is poverty in Nigeria is when he sees Nigeria feeding from the dustbin. And I think that prophecy, which I thought was a prophecy of doom, has come to pass. Because right now, a lot of Nigerians are feeding from the dustbin. You might not really agree or understand what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Now, if you go to some of these restaurants, street corners, you see people who just laze around and asking for crumbs, the leftovers, for them to take home and reboil and eat. It's gotten to that level. Nigerians have never experienced this kind of situation where you walk on the street, you see people well dressed. We tell you, throwing decency to the wind. and ask you and say, if you can help me with 100 naira or 500 for me to eat.
Okay, all right. From your position, Nigerians are actually suffering. Now, but there's a bigger question. And the bigger question will be this. World Bank says that the reforms are making progress. Now, can we project into the future and say, look, this suffering might just be temporary? Is there any guarantee that if we continue in this direction, that the poverty could walk back? Because, like you said, poverty is moving geometrically while the progress is arithmetic. And do you expect, with the policies put in place, do you think that at a point there will be a reversal where poverty will slow down and progress will move faster? Do you see that coming based on the policies on ground?
You know, futuristic policies of government in Nigeria, they've been mirages, or what we call devil's lake. When you are traveling on the highway, you'll be seeing something like water in front of you, or maybe a river in front of you. But when you get there, there's nothing there. Can I tell you, or shall I tell you, that why I'm saying this is because of the fact that when I was in the secondary school, there was a vision for the future that is said Vision 2010. I thought that year will never come. Honestly speaking, I thought Vision 2010 or that 2010 will never come. And I thought that by that 2010, that in fact, many Nigerians will be living like as if you are in Saudi Arabia. And all of us will own houses. Education for all by the year 2000. These are policies of governments that were never fulfilled. Now you come to this particular present, government. This is a government that said we are removing fuel subsidy. Okay, we agree, even though it depends as case may be. And they have told us that they are going to channel, the what they got from that fuel source that were waste before, channel it into the economy and tinker it to the happiness of Nigerians. Today, those policies have not been met. So many economic policies, they have not been met by government. So I do not have any.
Okay, you don't see a silver lining.
I don't see any silver lining.
Okay, all right.
Because these are voodoo economists that come around and just do whatever they like.
All right,
I don't see anything.
That's the opinion. A lot of Nigerians believe that, look, that we are making progress somehow. Let's bring Mr. Fanimo into the conversation. Dele, what is your thought on all of this? Are we making progress despite the poverty, that we have been enveloped by?
You see, if there's going to be change, it would bring some pains.
Okay.
And this is the pains we are experiencing now in the economic sphere of our national life. The little succor we had during the last administration was stage managed, like postponing the evil day.
Sorry, which administration? The last APC administration?
Yes.
Okay.
Rather than make progress, we were borrowing money to feed individuals. Individuals that never had any role to play in the subsidy regime. That because of their connections, they were being paid for doing nothing, for importing nothing.
When you talk about individuals, please, can you be more explicit? Or who are the individuals?
I am not going to mention anybody here.
All right.
But you and I know. We have had conviction. The former chairman of PDP's son was convicted.
That's just one out of
many. No, I'm just telling you, at least that is to tell you. Now, at that time, I was in Abuja, and because of my vantage position, I saw many people that were paying for rooms, suites in top brands, hotels, year in, year out. What they do is they stay at the balcony and
so basically what you are saying is that the subsidy removal is a good policy.
Yes.
Okay.
Even the harmonization of our foreign exchange, it was grossly abused in the last administration, to the point that all you need to do is to be connected to CBN. You get $400 to 400 naira, and at the doorstep of CBN, you can sell for 700 naira
and make a
huge profit
sharing.
You know,
but apparently you said something, and if I didn't misunderstand you, we borrowed money to sponsor all those that lifestyle.
Yes, and the new administration decided to say no. Okay. It has to stop.
Okay, talking about borrowing money, the last administration stayed for 8 years, and by the time they left government, our debt exposure was 40 trillion naira. This present administration came, removed fuel subsidy. There's more money in the economy. Our debt exposure rose in 2 years to 141 trillion naira. How do we explain that?
It's very simple.
Okay.
As at the time, our debt profile was in dollars. Dollar was between 600 and 750.
Okay.
But as soon as subsidies was removed and FX was harmonized, dollar jumped to close to 2,000 naira.
Okay.
Now it's just receding back to 1,400 and something. I'm just explaining economic ways of doing these things. And
but the naira component didn't change. Okay.
As at the time we were talking about our debt profile, what was our foreign reserve? For our foreign reserve was less than $7 billion. Today, our foreign reserve is about $43 billion.
But the CBN governor says that the foreign reserve that we see is as a result of borrowing.
You don't borrow to service foreign.
No, but that was what he said. He slipped somehow.
He was misquoted.
No, he has not denied that.
Now, how then can the average Nigerian benefit, or rather enjoy this foreign reserve you're pointing at as a way of the policy of this administration?
As far as the economic outlook is today, and steps that would be taken by the government that would reduce this poverty level. Now, there is no way you can't make an omelette without breaking egg. And so, this government decided that, look, the best way to achieve some of these things is to close our eyes, face the temporary pain, so that we can get succor at the end of the day. But one thing again, where I differ is what should be the gains are being eroded by players in the economy, in the public sector.
Okay.
And I'll give you one example. There is no denying the fact that whatever the gain of subsidy removal is not solely spent by the federal government. It's shared. Constitutionally, it's shared among the three tiers of government. But unfortunately, our focus is federal government all the time. Even in road infrastructure, education, there is a kind of concurrent
approach. But Nigerians are also beginning to hold their state governors accountable. So our focus is not just the federal government.
Before now, nobody was talking. Somebody like Fayoshe's sibling, this Isaac Fayoshe, had taken it upon himself to throw Ondo and Ekiti state governors.
All right.
To the extent that now they are on their toes.
Okay. All right. Let's take this to Benin, where we have Dr. Bright Onyevo-Kuko. Good morning to you, Doctor. Good to have you join the conversation. Now, let's establish contact with you first. Can you hear me?
I hear you very well, loud and clear.
Great. Just wanted to establish communication before proceeding with the question there. Now, these reports have come out. Some Nigerians are wondering how often these data is worked on. How often do we have that? But government yesterday, the federal government did say that they will restart the wage awards, the 35,000 naira wage award, and some other intervention. Even though some say that feels like a knee-jerk approach, because World Bank has said poverty is increasing. You want to restart wage award that was stopped without any notice in the first instance. But Now, with some of the measures, the interventions that government have put in place, to work on the safety nets, the wage award, the subsidy removal, food subsidy, import reduction, waivers for importation, and the rest, all of these things that were put in place. What can government do to ensure that it goes round? Because it doesn't seem to be touching the nooks and cranny of the country.
Well, first and foremost, the same source where this information came out from, at the time came out with a report that was in favor of the federal government, and they were happy, they were clapping for it. Now this one is not in their favor. They are kind of challenging it. So if they want to talk about the reality of what is on ground, then they should actually come out to do a spot check. Because when you talk about poverty in a country, different indices that are being used, food, health, education, security, as the case may be. So when you look at Nigeria as a country, you realize that in all of this, there is still a very high level of deprivation in it. And this is what is being used to measure the poverty index. So if the government of the day is saying that whatever figure that has come out is what they are not okay with it, then they should put all the various structures into work, right from the world level up to the federal government. Then they begin to carry out, pick up data from the streets, because whatever thing they are doing, if it does not speak to the common man, then it's of no relevance. Why are people kicking? Why are people talking about it? Because talking about facing reality, the truth is, what is the reality? The report, is it the reality? Yes. Federal government is saying no. Then how much of this federal government doing? We've talked about these things in this studio before. The policies are there. Until the policy begins to affect the common man positively, there is no progress.
Now, when you say there's no positive gain, in defense, the federal government said something about, how this particular report does not carry out the reality of what they've done, especially when it gets to social welfare. And then some Nigerians were of the opinion that even the social welfare, we're not getting it. Recall, I think last month or thereabouts, there was another information saying that the price of food stuff in the market have declined. More like people can now go and buy a bag of rice for like 16,000. But that was not sustainable, because the next week after that report came out, we heard a different thing also from people who go to the market and reporters that cover market, an event that happened there. Now, how then do you think this particular administration can exonerate themselves from all the fingers being pointed to them from opposition party when it gets to the people of Nigeria benefiting from all the policies that they are bringing out? Because in one breath, social welfare is there. In another breath, so many things, like Moses rightly pointed out, the issue of opening the window, importation of rice, which some persons also kicked against. How are we going to work on this? And for how long do you think the government will keep on defending themselves, even when we know that insecurity have made farmers, local farmers that would have helped in producing food for people to consume, not to be able to get to the farm?
See, it's not about them defending themselves. There's what you have on paper. There's what you have on media. There's what you have in reality. So what is facing the people? So it is not every time that the federal government will come defend. When you speak in their favor, they come and they applaud. What they need to do is to put action into to put action in to ensure that these issues are addressed. If, for example, obviously in Nigeria as it is today, there's a high level of inequality. If you say, okay, a set of people are okay, they are comfortable, they are doing well, what about this other side? There has to be a balance in all spheres. You cannot use one statistics or one area to judge everybody. You say, the other day talk about food being available, they talk about rice. In the market, on the average, you will not get rice less than 65 70,000 naira. So what is the reality of what they're talking about? They should not come and start defending, go on camera, defend. No, they should come down. I remember some time ago, somebody actually asked the president, you should come down to the street and see what the reality of Nigerians are facing. There was a time ago, I was talking to somebody, and I said, some Nigerians have 001 or 100, which means the one is the number of meals they can get in a day. Some is 001. Probably they just wait, okay, so that they won't die in the night. Let them reserve whatever they have. They can eat it in the night. They have to keep them to the next morning. These are the realities of what is going on ground. Somebody mentioned just now, the barrister did mention just now that you can see some persons well dressed, looking good, but they are out begging. For a man to come out to start begging you for something, it means he has thrown away his faith. He has kept his pride somewhere. He has kept his dignity somewhere.
Are you saying that the present administration or the president is not aware of the reality that Nigerians are having? Is that what you're saying at this point? Because you can recall that during the media panic, which was organized, the president said something about his friend who enjoys life more like, cruising town and all that. But because of his own policy at this point, the man had to abandon the fleet of cars he has for a Toyota product. So are you saying he's not aware of what Nigerians are suffering at this point? Because he said something when he went for the coronation of Olubadan, when he said that the pains Nigerians are having at this point in time is more like that of the pain of a surgery is going to heal. So when you say he should come down to the street to hear, is it that he's not aware, or maybe there's no political way for him to listen to the cry of the people and do what the people need at this point?
Let me borrow the words of former President Goodluck Jonathan. Let me just paraphrase it in this way. Even I may not use the exact term in use. He said, it is easier to wake somebody who is sleeping than to wake somebody who is pretending to sleep. The reality of what Nigerians are passing through, until the president does something about it, until this administration do something about it, then it's as good as if they are pretending not to be what is happening. And these things we are talking about, they are not things that maybe you start trying to look for how to describe it. There are indices that are being used. We talk about food. There are indices that will be used. Health, education, security. So sort of maybe fabricating figures of coming to defend. If you want to defend whatever thing that has been said, there is need to use action to defend it. So much has gone into security. How is the security system today?
All right.
So much has gone into education. How is our education today?
The educational
those are things that they should use.
Indeed.
Yes, those are things that they should use to measure it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Not for me to defend what, just for me to use words to defend. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright. Let's bring you back to the studio now. Coming back to Dele Fanimo. Now, you did say something about these policies working, and it will take time for Nigerians to start to see the impact of the policies. But how much longer do you think Nigerians would have to wait? Because Barrister did say something about Nigerians eating from the beans. Yes, a lot of Nigerians are eating from the beans. I have seen someone, walking down the street, picked up a plate from the bean with some residue of stew in it, and he just licked that, put that in his mouth in Nigeria. I have seen people, we've seen things. Nigerians are suffering. How much longer would you say Nigerians would have to wait? Yesterday, I did say here about a radio station I was listening to on my way to work, and how a teacher called in and was complaining that students come to school hungry. And when you tell them to do activities, they say they are hungry because the parents said, wait until you get back home before you eat. So how then will they assimilate? So how much longer do you think Nigerians will have to wait before we start to see the benefits of the policies of this administration?
The picture you have painted is not lost on anybody. It is quite true. And I've also seen at close quarters some of this. You see, one thing is clear. Even the rich is also crying as we speak today.
Because some would disagree with you.
I'll tell you why the rich
a lot of
also
Nigerians
cry.
would disagree with you on that one.
No, I'll tell you. Do you know that if your community notices that you have more than you used to have, your house will become a mecca of sorts.
Well, if the rich is crying, then the poor is wailing because there's a big difference.
You understand? Yes, I understand what you are saying. You know, you are not even independent. You are not even safe. It's no longer fashionable to display
So how much longer do you think Nigerians will have to wait before we start to enjoy the benefits of
let me tell you, there's no way anybody, even those in government, can predict how soon.
So it might be unending.
No, you know, I'll tell you this. In social science, you leave error margin 0.5 when you are carrying out research because of the dynamic nature of human beings.
Okay.
So since Nigerians are suffering, why is it then that the government is increasing or widening the tax net, even when they know that Nigerians actually, they don't have much and the purchasing power has been reduced drastically?
You see, let's be realistic about that tax reform. It's not targeted at the poor. And it is very clear. The poor are forced to pay tax. But the rich, they evade tax. So if anybody is complaining, it shouldn't be the poor about the new tax regime. The poor have been exempted. Microeconomic businesses have been excluded in the new tax reform. So don't let us go that route. Tax reform is meant to capture the rich.
Okay. All right then. Now, Barrister, let me come to you now. If you were to advise, I know you want to react to a few things. Please do go ahead, react. But then after reacting, I would like you to respond to this question. If you were to advise the government on where they should reallocate resources, what might be, your advice, especially in the short term, so people can have food on their table and can be able to go to the hospital and get treatment as well?
The first advice I will give to government is for them to send out people outside, move around. Let me tell you, during the Buhari administration, you go to a restaurant, you see toothpick, toothpick. They leave it freely for you. You pick, that is, after eating, you can even take about 10 sticks home. Nobody will query you. But today, they hide toothpick. After eating, you say, bring toothpick, they bring one stick for you to, you understand the point now? That will tell you that when you ask them, they say, this pack of toothpick used to be 10 naira during that time, but it's now 1,000 naira. That is why they're hiding it. I bought a white handkerchief this morning when I was coming to your studios. This handkerchief used to be 50 naira. I think two was but I said, okay, let me take 2 for 50 naira. Then I remember on the traffic, they give to me. Now it's still 100 naira. Is it Indomie? I mean, I'm sorry, noodles. Is it tin tomatoes women use in cooking? Even cars. Let me tell you, in the year, I think that was 2022, I bought a Toyota, Camry for about 2-point-something million. But now that car is 11.5 million naira. So what are you talking about? Most of us cannot even go and buy and change shirts for our children or clothes for our children. The school fees, as I speak to you, during the Buhari era, I knew how much I was paying.
Don't you think Nigerians will need to wait, like Mr. Fafani
that is what I'm saying.
to see the benefits of this?
Let me tell you why we don't need to wait.
Okay.
The reason why we don't need to wait is because of the fact that I've said that being a politician, you are a trouble, solver, problem solver. That is the essence of when they say you're a politician. Now, if you knew that the Buhari administration was bad and inept, even with the low prices and how we're enjoying things as case may be, and you are coming to bring a policy that will not work within 6 months, then you are a failure. You know why? Because you learn from others' mistakes. You do not need to make the mistakes that the past administration made. That is why we are saying, okay, you come and redo things and make things happen. Let me tell you one thing. Are you aware that Nigeria's situation economically could be changed by a government that is purposeful and people-oriented within 6 months in power? I speak to you from experience, from studies. A genuine government that wants to tackle, this particular malaise, poverty, etc., can bring a change within 6 months in power. You don't need the whole of 4 or 5 years. Let me tell you now, you have done about 3 years, now going to 4 years. In 3 years, there's your scorecard. The scorecard you are bringing to us is that a bag of rice, which was even 18,000 naira, not even about 10 years ago, about 2-3 years ago, 18,000 naira, a bag of rice, is now you are calling about 60-something thousand, and you even say the price has come down. See, if for instance, if I have a father who inherited a yam barn from his own father, my grandfather, and you had 100 pieces of tubers of yams there, when my grandfather died and gave power to my father, and my father now depletes that yam barn to about 30, I will never be happy with that kind of man. It's the same thing happening here.
Barrister, what if he planted the yam?
For it to grow in the next if he planted the yam, I should be seeing the yam planted, not imaginations.
That's if he takes you to the farm.
Yes, if you take me to the farm, I need to see the farm, the yam you're planted. You see, Senator said that we more to dwell on imaginations than reality. The government is dwelling on imagination, not reality. The realistic, situation. We don't hate the government. I am not a prophet of doom. I'm not Didi Musan. I'm not atavistic to the government. But this is reality on display. My brother, there is no Nigerian working today that will come out and tell me that he's not feeling what is going on here.
All right, then.
But there's a class, and the oligarchs, the microscopic few. Let me tell you what Tinubu is practicing. Oligopolistic, economy. Oligopolistic. Is worse than monopoly. Oligopolistic is government for the few economically who are gaining. And the cronies who run around this power center of power are those who are gaining. That is why the man can decide to buy a Maybach of about 1.something billion naira and buy a yacht. And you cannot question why a senator who I saw the visual picture having Rolls Royce in his compound. Why people are suffering and gnashing of teeth. You see, the Bible even said it that when the righteous are in power, there will be joy and happiness.
Okay.
But when the wicked leaders are in power, there will be gnashing of teeth.
Okay,
it has never happened. Many times they will take him out.
I understand the passion, that you have delivered your thoughts on this. But away from all the lamentation, I was hoping to get measures that government can put in place in the now to curb the poverty that Nigerians are facing. Government is saying wage award, but wage award doesn't cover everybody. Basically, it's for civil servants.
Absolutely.
Government is saying waivers on importation on some goods, but importers are still complaining that they need to pay a whole lot.
Even the taxes they're talking. If you tax a big man, certainly it's going to reduce because the big people or the rich are those who provide, employment. Yeah. Is it not so? So if I have a company and you begin to, tax me because my whatever is on a large thing, you begin to overtax me. What will happen? I will do what? Reduce the number of people I employ.
Or reduce how much.
So there's a spiraling effect. So the first thing the government has to do is to forget about taxing Nigerians.
Okay.
Forget about taxing companies. Even if you want to tax companies, for instance, let it be at the barest for them to be able to employ Nigerians. Because the civil servants we have in Nigeria today, how much are they receiving? The highest, whatever as guess maybe 170,000.
Okay.
Can that even in a month, you save 170,000 in a year, that's about 1 point something. A one-room apartment anywhere in Lagos, you know how much it is. So that will not take care. So leave these people, leave taxes for now. It's overtaxing us.
Okay.
That is number one. Number two is this. There must be a conscious effort, to open up a situation where a government can, use the Singapore example, Malaysian example. How did that happen? It may be another narrative for another day, but what the government need to do, you need to build up, small scale banks where people can go and take loans to open up industries and, what they call entrepreneurial, whatever, as guess maybe. As a barber, I do not need for me to begin to look for money to open a shop. I have the skills. I run to that place, take about 50,000 or thereabout, then I pay very low interest and I work.
Okay.
I employ 2 or 3 people in my shops.
All right.
These are things that must be done. 3, the people in power must reduce whatever. It can happen. They said, look, the poverty is too much. We have our salaries. Even though you are not doing it, but we are saying that, you are truly, the president is doing whatever as guess may be, then we'll be able to look at him and say, okay, tomorrow will be better.
All right then.
So this is the situation. We don't hate the government, but we have to tell them as it is.
Speak truth to power. Thank you very much, Barrister C. Madams. Dr. Bright, we have run out of time for this conversation, but it should only be fair if you're also given an opportunity to profess solution to the problem. So in 1 minute, please, if you can, let's have your solution to the poverty problem that Nigerians are facing.
Well, in 1 minute, I would just say, let the government create an enabling environment that will help production, most especially production of food. And we know how much security has affected production of food. So if the government can step up that and be true to addressing this security issue. I want to talk about system, but I don't want to talk about individuals. But again, the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been so much in the struggle that it does not need 4 years to proffer solution to Nigeria's problem.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright Ndubukuka. Now, let's dive into another conversation, gentlemen. We'd like you to stay with us as we get into another conversation. Now, refineries meltdown, reps demand answers to 11.3 trillion naira spent with little to show for it. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. The House of Representatives says it will launch a thorough investigation into the alleged 11.3 trillion naira spent on the rehabilitation and maintenance of Nigeria's refineries between 2010 and 2020. Money that critics say has yielded little output or no result. According to an ad hoc committee report, the astronomical amount includes operating costs, subsidy payments, and repairs. Yet, the Warri, Port Harcourt, and Kaduna refineries remain largely moribund, performing at less than 30% capacity in many years. Lawmakers have expressed outrage over what they describe as waste and mismanagement of public funds, especially as Nigerians continue to feel the pain at the pump with the soaring fuel prices. The probe will include a forensic audit of contracts, examination of guarantees and warranties tied to the work, and demands for accountability from the NNPC and other relevant agencies. The goal will find out who gets paid, for what, and why there has been so little return on such huge investment. We also have Mr. Dele Fanim, who is a reporter and public affairs analyst with us in the studio, and also Barrister Asim Adams, who happens to be a civil rights activist, a former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Utubo, and Peter Obi campaign organization under the Labour Party platform in Rivers State in 2023. And we have Dr. Wright Onivekuko, a medical doctor and a public and political affairs commentator. He's joined us from our Benin studios. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Let me start off with you, Dr. Wright Onivekuko. House of Rep is set, according to them, to go for forensic audit of how 11.3 trillion naira is spent on our 3 refineries, and yet we have no result or little result to show for this. What do you have to say about this, given the fact that the House Committee also established, I think, 11 or 19 queries also on how 210 trillion naira cannot be accounted still from NNPC?
Well, it's a very good move, but my only concern is that hope it does not become another white rose chase. There was a time, was it during President Olusegun Obasanjo, I can't remember his name, where they wanted to have a probe into the electricity, this thing, and at the end of the day, those who were going for the probe became the one that were being probed. So if because our refineries have dropped so much from Nigerians, with hope that good things will come out of it, but then nothing has actually come out. I know we've had a series of turnaround maintenance that has not turned into anything. And if you check the money, the time, and the expectation that has been into our refinery, it's actually the need for there to be a forensic audit. How long has Dangote refinery come into operation? And it's already changing the petroleum other access to fuel and so many things, already dictating the market, let alone our refineries that we spend so much for. So I want to join my voice with the House of Representatives. Let them go very well and be objective in their doing. They have to be careful not to allow nepotism or some other things derail them, coupled with the fact that they have just a few more years in office to.
Now, looking at the time frame that
this can do it. Yeah, because they have in 2027 they will be going for election again, and I hope that one does not become a bargain tool for them to come in. So I just hope they do it expediently. It shouldn't take forever for them to do that audit and come out with a report and get the backing of the federal government or every other institution to sanction those who we found wanting.
All right, now, but let's extract also the time frame, the time they want to do this forensic audit. We're looking at 2010 and 2020. Now, some Nigerians are asking what really happened. Why is it that it's at this point in time that they want to wake up to say want to do or conduct a forensic audit on how 11.3 trillion naira was spent? Why is it that the House have not started this audits before now? What is really happening? Are we seeing more like someone now being witch hunted? And also, if the House have also thought about this audit and also question and all that they presented that they're going to do, why is it that we're not getting the likes of former GMD of NNPC come answer some question at this point? He's still moving around freely, and we've not really heard of his maybe invitation to talk and also answer some questions.
Well, the House of Rep could be the House, but the constituent may be different. Somebody who may have who may be spearheading this particular, who may have made the call, could have been privy to some information, but may not be in the position to even do anything about it. But now that the person is there, he will definitely say, okay, well, guys, this is what we can do, or this is what will help Nigerians. And they go in. The time they are starting does not actually start from 2020 to 2020. A lot of things happen within that particular time. Remember that 2010 is just even kind of close. It's a long period. It's a decade, and a lot they have. They have, so if they start from a particular point to now, and let's not come with the issue of witch hunting. If they go objectively in what they are doing, witch hunting may not come in. But if they now come out open to say this is what they want to do and go behind and start discussing not something that's a different ballgame.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright Onovia Kuku. Now, let's come back to the studio. Mr. Dele Fanimo, permit me to put you on the spot. You were a business reporter for so many years, for several years. And I understand that at some point you reported energy. Now, I want to put you on the spot. Let's say we make you the GMD, the Group Managing Director of the NNPCL. We have talked so much about spending. If we make you the GMD of NNPCL, what would you do with the refineries? Recommendations that you give to the government, to the FCE, FEC?
There's an agency of government that is saddled with oversight functions, apart from the National Assembly, which is NEITI, Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. For this period that we are talking about, they were shouting that we never had any audit, not to talk of forensic audit. Nobody listened.
Then we are going back to the issue of 11.3 trillion naira. I want us to keep it aside. If we make you the GMD of NNPC, what would you do with it?
The proper thing to do is to look into the books. And the first thing you need to do is, those people that were awarded these contracts, what is their pedigree in the industry? There was a time hairdresser was given turnaround maintenance.
And she didn't do the work.
She didn't do it.
Okay.
And the gain of being a contractor to NNPC was her salary in the National Assembly. Now, there's no way you want to do this audit. In fact, the National Assembly that I say they want to find out what happened, do they have the capacity to find out? What is their antecedents? Those in that committee, I am aware that one of them was at one time union leader in Lupeng. How much of forensic audit does that person know? And those people that should have been giving them the backup, did they employ them?
Okay, you know why I asked you that question? You know why I put you on the spot? Bayo Ojulari, the current General Group Managing Director, says, look, I don't want to sell. Give me $60 billion. I'll revive the refineries. If you were in his position, will he say the same thing?
You see, Bayo Ojulari was too hasty in pushing out that narrative. He had not settled down to know the level of rot and the level at which some of these equipment are. There are some that cannot come up again because of advanced technology. Now, if you now begin to sink money into that area, you are not likely to get any results.
Okay.
And so, Bayo Ojulari, ordinarily I would have expected him to do an internal audit and then go back to his minister, which is the president.
You never can tell if he did that.
That's what I said. You asked me.
Okay.
If I were to be in a position, what would
I
I
do an audit. Okay.
I will do it. Before you call somebody an external auditor to come and audit your firm, you would have done your internal audit. Present your findings. That is the platform on which an external auditor sits to do an overview. Now, a company that has been running for 10 years, that's what they are capturing now. 2010 to 2020, with 3 administrations. I mean 2. Now, no audits. You don't just wake up in one day and say you want to audit that kind of organization. And also, NNPC, that is a huge behemoth. So, I would do internal audit in collaboration with NAITI, who understands the dynamics of that industry. It is on the basis of my findings that I will push to the Minister of Petroleum, which is the President, and say, sir, there are gray areas in this. Can we go further?
Okay.
So you think he didn't do all those things? Because we can recall that July happens to be an expert in petroleum process and production also. So when you say, he's too fast to saying we're not selling, you think he did not really, do all those underground findings before saying we need $60 billion for us to fix the refineries, 3 of them?
I am sure that was the briefing he got from staffers of NNPC.
And someone have played also within the NNPC corridor before he became the group GMD.
You see, you need to be in government at one time in your life for you to understand the dynamics of government when you are inside.
All right. Now let's bring Barrister Asim Adams. This probe, do you think that anything will come out of it? This is not the first time we are having probe. Recall that PIB, it took like 10, 12 years for it to be passed into an act, into law. And within those periods, we had members of the House of Representatives taken to Ghana, senators taken to Ghana, and all of that. There was this conflict between Nigerian government and the international oil companies about their role in stalling the passage of the PIB and all of that. This particular, we are looking at 11.3 trillion naira spent with little, or in fact, with nothing to show for it. With nothing to show for it. Do you think something will come out of it? Especially, we're also looking for 210
trillion
naira from the same NNPCL.
Nothing will come out of it, first of all. It is, if I were to be president, I will tell Ojulari to go back to where he was before he was appointed. The reason is because of the fact that $60 billion. The question I will put to him as a layman is, how much is a refinery? How much did Dangote build this refinery? They term that one as one of the biggest refineries in the world, or in Africa, for instance. So I will tell him, I say, $60 billion, not even naira? How much is a refinery? Please, sir. I think the best thing is, you just go back. It's like we are going to create more confusion in the particular area I want to solve problems from. This is the problem we are having. The man has already told his mindset. Ojulari has already told you, this is my mindset. I don't want to sell. No problem. Give me 60 billion. Oh, okay. You go and get it from heaven or wherever as case may be. He's asking government to bring it.
Whereas you are supposed to go to heaven. You can go to China.
Go to China. You are supposed to generate that 60 billion. From this investment, you want to put 60 billion. I don't know how people think. Now, second way that they would have done this. There was a time Patu told me, and I agreed with him. He said, India, Singapore, Malaysia, there was a time their economy and a lot of their institutions were not working.
Okay.
They went out and outsourced. Where you see a British man coming to become your Minister of Finance. Where you see an American who has done well. Forget about whether Nigerians or whatever. Who's coming there to come and do a thing there to rejig the economy? See, the government should have gone to Saudi Arabia, countries that have run refineries very well, and make it productive that they can even be quoted in the stock exchange somewhere. If you look at the history of the Saudi Aramco, whatever, Aramco was not set up by the Arabs just like that. They had to get people from America who were into refining.
But
to come and become their whatever, and they set up Aramco today. That is the bedrock on which that particular thing operates today.
But Barrister, you know why I interjected?
Yes.
Because you say to outsource, to go get a Briton or an American to
come and run the economy.
For you. That doesn't seem to be our problem, because we have the best brains.
The best brains.
When we go to school with them in their countries, we beat them. And come back here.
Good. When you go to America, you behave like them. When you come back here, that Nigerian spirit will envelop you again. That is the problem we're having.
I am not saying the white man that is coming here will also have Nigerians to implement the policies.
Let me drop my this thing before this thing. Let me drop it. Now, if I'm not saying we don't have best brains in Nigeria here. We have best brains. We have good brains in Nigeria here. Now, you might even employ a best brain. He colludes and connives with the Nigerian people like you are trying to say. And results are not gotten. Okay. A good example is Clement Westerhoff and Bonfrey Joe. They were foreign coaches. They understood the system. They knew the Nigerian system. They came in here and collaborated and connived or colluded with the good part of the Nigerian system to get a result that brought that 1994 team that we are still proud of today. They are foreigners, but they didn't come to Nigeria to come and begin to work hand in gloves with the criminals in football and whatever. They knew how to use the Nigerian people around to not achieve that result. The same thing I'm saying, that a foreigner can run the economy. Just Ministry of Economy or Finance. He will do that. If he fails, he go back. We now know that we'll send him to jail, as case may be.
All right.
Finally, on this, okay.
Go ahead.
I was thinking on this House of Assembly issue. The issue of House of Assembly, probing. House of Assembly cannot even probe. They only have oversight function. They are just like a lame dog. You can probe, but you cannot prosecute. So the reason why you have that particular section of the Constitution is that they can do that oversight function over the executive is to put the executive in check and balance. But the kind of National Assembly we have today, they will do this probe. After the probe, they will now, give this probe a tap on the wrist. Can they prosecute the people if they are found they want it? They cannot. So this particular, whatever is for me a jamboree. It's not going to achieve any result. Let me ask you a question. During the Buhari era, there was this off the mic, probe that was going off the mic. What has come of that particular probe? Is it not the same National Assembly? The man who was talking about off the mic today, is it not the whatever as case may be? Is it not in power today? So I'm asking the question: why this continuous, probes of jamboree? It will come out with nothing, in my own, opinion and estimation.
All right.
So just a waste of time and funds and resources.
So much. Dr. Bright, let's get your concluding thoughts on this one as you react to the fact that Nigerians are also asking the government to bring out or bring up all the information gathered by Jimo Baze, who he actually appointed to do some investigation, personal private investigation in Nigeria. We learned that through the investigation some names come up, but till today we are yet to get anything at all from the findings of Jimo Baze and his team.
Well, the question is, at the time Jimo Baze was being engaged, what was the end product? Was it that the report to be made public or not? You see, some of these things are like jamboree. It's just like they are fooling the people. So much money, so much resources go into some of all these programs. And even when the report comes out, it is either the people are not punished or somebody is putting the report somewhere. For the NFPC or whatever, I just want to add that apart from the cost of running the refinery or trying to put the maintenance, they should also segregate what those funds are meant for, because a refinery that is not working, NFPC that is not doing what is expected of them from Nigerians. There are so many persons who are under the same rule of NFPC. What are they actually doing? So we should also be able to separate it, and should be told how much did Dangote use in building the refinery that is currently making way today. if one man can do that, if it takes the federal government to borrow and ensure that we have a better refinery serving the purpose of what we have, I believe all these things will go. And lastly, there are so many of all these things where they are just there. No, as in no result, nothing, but just as a place to collect money, like somebody asked recently. In a state, for example, we have the water board. Money is being pushed into water board, and yet people are getting borehole to satisfy themselves. I believe it's high time Nigerians look at all these things. If they are not working, let's make do away with them. And if we want to be importing fuel, as the case may be, we don't have refinery, let's just remove all those things, because they are just like conduit pipe to waste money. 11 point something trillion, no record and nothing, and yet we want to spend another money trying to do some other things. So I don't know.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Bachanibekuka. Now, let's quickly run into another conversation now. It will be a grave betrayal calling for Nnamdi Kanu's release. This is coming from what he says, a terrorist cannot be pardoned. Now, these are the words of former media aide to former President Muhammadu Buhari, in the person of Bashir Ahmad. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has reignited controversy by demanding the immediate release of Nnamdi Kanu, labeling his prolonged detention as a grave injustice and a stain on Nigeria's democratic credentials. In a stinging statement, Atiku urged the federal government to cease what he called legal torture and resolve the matter either through pardons or expedited judicial action, warning that continued silence only deepens national division. But Buhari's former media aide, Garuba Shehu, has firmly rejected such calls, branding Kanu a convicted terrorist. So we also have one whose offenses are grave and unforgivable. Well, he insisted that demands for pardon amounts to betrayal of victims and the country's rule of law. Well, we also had those words come from Bashir Ahmad, former president's media aide as well. Meanwhile, human rights lawyer Femi Falana has proposed a middle path, that Kanu's case be removed from court and settled via a negotiated political solution, offering a path forward that avoids both indefinite detention and perceived impunity. Well, let's come to Barrister Asim Adams. We don't pardon terrorists. The words of Ahmad, Bashir Ahmad says. He even stated in that report that he has looked at the pardons given to Boko Haram and the things that they did, and he's not been pleased with it. And then he said, "Look, Kanu incited some people in the southeast, and there was trouble in the southeast, and it led to the killings of people there, and it would be a grave injustice to call for his release." What do you make of that statement? Is this because IPOB is proscribed, a terrorist organization? Can you truly say that the incitements, the unrest in the southeast was as a result of the broadcast of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? And what's been in court already? How much of that has been proven so far?
The problem with that man's opinion is that he's been unfair and is not saying the truth to his conscience. Because Uthman Danfodio once said that conscience is an open wound, only truth can heal it. That is his great-grandfather. Now, let me put this perspective very straight. Nnamdi Kanu has not been convicted of any crime of terrorism or for terrorism in Nigeria by any Nigerian court. He has also not been convicted by any foreign court for terrorism. So it will be sad and uncharitable when he begins to describe him as a terrorist. The administration which that young man said, that is the Buhari administration, when a number of elders from the southeast and where many Nigerians were appealing to Buhari to release Nnamdi Kanu, he made a statement. He said that let the judiciary and the courts decide Nnamdi Kanu's fate. That was Buhari, late Buhari. Now, during his time, the judiciary decided the fate of Nnamdi Kanu. The rule of law decided the fate of Nnamdi Kanu. For instance, Umuahia Federal High Court gave a verdict in favor of Nnamdi Kanu. The Court of Appeal affirmed another decision favoring Nnamdi Kanu and asking that he be released. That is extraordinary rendition from Kenya or anywhere to Nigeria was illegal. And based on that he should be released. The ECOWAS courts also added their voices. The United Nations People's Court also added their voices. African Charter of Human Rights also added their voices. These are, organs and institutions that enhances rule of law. Buhari never heeded such calls, as the case may be. Now, for the former PA or assistant to not term Nnamdi Kanu a terrorist, that you cannot, it's like he's foisting on Nnamdi Kanu a fait accompli. And he has already found him guilty, even when the Nigerian court has found him guilty. That is something I cannot really begin to understand. And for him to now compare the situation of Nnamdi Kanu to Boko Haram, you see, it's sickening and nauseating. Because the Boko Haram variant of terrorism is akin to that of Al-Qaeda. We don't really know whether that the religious, philosophy struggle that they are into, whether they are into economic, but I don't think so. Nnamdi Kanu is not in that Qaeda. So it is a misconception, an uncharitable word for that man to now compare both situations. That Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist. I really cannot fathom it out. It's so sad. Now, even as it is, IPOB that was prescribed, there are matters in court about the prescription of IPOB. Until and unless those matters are decided in court, it cannot be said, legally speaking, that IPOB is a prescribed organization. I'm not trying to, maybe support them as the case may be, but let us follow legalists and what legal, authorities have said in Nigeria here. So it's unfortunate. And now coming to what Femi Falana has advocated, that let this be settled out of the courtroom. I quite agree with, Femi Falana's, assertion and postulation on the release that a political solution will be the best way to resolve this Nnamdi Kanu. Stop this particular court, whatever that we have. The AG of the Federation has powers under the Constitution to continue, discontinue, as the case may be, even when trials continue. He has the right to do that. You can do it. Why not use those kind of verbs open to you and the government, and let's see if we can come to a round table and do what? Negotiate. I am saying this finally, not because of the fact that I am putting pressure on the government, or maybe I'm trying to echo views of others that are just within Nigeria here. In Turkey, there's a particular man, a young man they call Abdallah Öcalan. It's the same situation he found himself in Turkey. the PKK, etc., as the case may be. He's their leader. Unfortunately, he was also extradited from Kenya, this same Kenya, to Turkey. The same way Nnamdi Kanu was, extradited back to Nigeria. A lot of things went under the ground. He's still there for close to 2 decades in detention. But right now, as I speak with you, the PKK, under the leadership of Abdallah Öcalan and the Turkish government, have found out that the courts may not be able to solve this problem. So let us see if we can get a political solution. And that is why he told, when he saw the genuineness of the aspirations of government, he gathered his followers and said that we have used all means to achieve what we want, violent ones for that matter. They have not worked. Now is the time for ideas to speak. Let us see and negotiate with government for my release and see how PKK and my own agitations, can be cubicle into these particular negotiations. And there's already peace in that area of Turkey today. I ask that the Öcalan situation should be adopted in Nnamdi Kanu situation. Let government leave this, their egotistic pride, and begin to come and negotiate, or maybe talk with Nnamdi Kanu. That's my opinion.
All right,
and
thank you very much.
Let political solution be used.
All right, then,
not
thank you.
Thank
you very much, Barrister Steve Adams. Dr. Bright Onyevakuka, well, as you react, let's emphasize the fact that those words were spoken by Bashir Ahmad, not Garba Shehu. Well, Dr. Bright Onyevakuka, how do you react to this comparison, and what are your final thoughts on this one today? We seem to have lost connection to Dr. Brighton Onyevakuka. Mr. Fanimo, let's have your thoughts on this one, and then we'll end the conversation today.
My thought has always been alternative dispute resolution to get this man out of detention. The court will not head anywhere. It will elongate his stay in detention. And a lot of people will profit from his continued detention, particularly those political gladiators in the Southeast. So the only way is for the man to be free and live his normal life. And the only way to achieve that is through out-of-court settlement.
All right then. All right then. Thank you very much, Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter and public affairs commentator. Thank you for your thoughts there. And also, we have been speaking with Barrister Asim Adams, legal practitioner, civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Itubo Peter Obi campaign organization, Labour Party, Rivers State 2023. Thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adams.
Thank you,
Dr. Bright Onyevakuka, medical doctor, a public affairs commentator. I understand that we have re-established contact with you. Let's have your thoughts in less than a minute.
Okay, like I said, the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, anytime I see it come up, I kind of imagine he committed an offense that is this claim he committed an offense which is treason, and there are specified pathways to address issues like that. Why has that not been done? So it means that there is something behind it that really we do not know, because the last administration started it and they put it down. This administration, why can't they just check out, work out whatever thing the issue is and let it be? If the court has discharged and acquitted him, let him go. Why hold him back? So we can actually uphold the rule of law that we are having. If there are other reasons, let Nigerians know. So we'll be having wasting so much time talking about his issue, because the more he remains without Nigerians being told the exact issue, the more problem it will be created. Thank you.
All right then. So Dr. Bright Onyevakuka, besides being a medical doctor, is also a human rights activist and an advocate, coordinator of the Indomitable Youth Organization, president of the Lion Club District, right there. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bright and for being part of the program. Well, that's it on the show today. The newspaper review comes up next. On behalf of my colleagues, Chukwuma Okoro, Fina Okechukwu, I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful morning. Join us again at 10 for newspaper review.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
From the views on the streets
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
tán ṣàánú wa láti àná báyìí gáàsì fìlì o atúndélé epo ní láti àárọ̀ àná tó fi dìsa ẹsẹ̀ kóun lè kó láti àárọ̀ àná tán ṣàánú wa tán bá lọ lọ́ọ̀lẹ́ tí Nàìjíríà ṣàánú wa tán ṣàánú lórí gáàsì o afẹ́ tajà àròjẹ́ àtàlàtà àná tí Nàìjíríà ṣàánú wa ni o.
I got it 1,200. I've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning. So the thing is that problem is too much. That problem is too much. Governments will help us for this thing. This kind of condition is too bad. It's too bad for us in this country. It's not good at all. They should help us for it.
Money that we used to buy like 5 kg, we use it and buy only 1 or 2 now. So I want the government to look about this matter because it's not fair. When you think about how you pay your children's school fees, how you buy food, how you pay transport to work, you still talk about gas. So how did they want Nigerian citizens to how did they want them to cooperate with all these things? So they should look for a way to solve all this issue of gas.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The Razzmatazz. Music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as it hot. Stay tuned.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey. And, yes, of course.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And Daily Fanimo is with us. Yes, and thank you very much for being with us.
My pleasure.
As we dive into the papers. We're also being joined again by Dr. Bright Onova Kuko, who joins us from Benin virtually. Dr. Bright, thank you very much for being part of the conversation again.
Thank you, Moses, and every other person in the studio.
All right, and of course, it's an open conversation, so let's just go into it. Now, one of the big stories here is the naming of Joash Ojo Amukbiton, SAN, as new INEC chairman. This Day newspaper tags it. Tinubu names Amukbiton as new INEC chairman. NCS endorses choice. Presidents to send name for Senate ratification. Cautious ADC gives nominee benefit of doubt. Kogi government, Muftwang, Senator Karimi, This Day MD, Olowonihi, Obedience Movement, others hail choice. So there you have it. That's how it's published. And The Guardian says, new INEC chairman faces pressure to rebuild trust after flawed 2023 elections. Flayed 2023 elections. All right. And the Punch reports says Amukbiton faces tough test as new INEC chair. Opposition warns against partisanship, demands urgent reforms. Tinubu APC defend appointment, urge fairness, credibility. All right, there you have it. Flipping the pages of The Guardian, see, usually they have the riders in there. And yes, of course, the riders, according to The Guardian, ADC urges Amukbiton to prioritize Nigerians over political loyalty. You'll be judged by courage to act, not credentials, says CUPP. Obi wants INEC to verify candidates' certificates ahead of 2027 elections. APC pledges cooperation as Kogi Karimi applaud Tinubu on decision. Court didn't order arrest of ex-INEC chair Mahmood, says Action Alliance. All right, so those are the headlines there. Those are the headlines. How do you react? Let me start off with Dr. Bright. Dr. Bright, let me start off with you. How do you react to the headlines here?
Particularly interested in the appointment of the new INEC chairman because Mahmoud has stayed there for too long that it's like he has been the only INEC chairman that has come. And of course, the issues that happened under his watch also gave room for people to start wondering. So for this, that the major thing the president said, the reason why he appointed him was because of his neutrality. And we just hope the neutrality will stand the test of time. But having appointed him as a neutral person, then let the president also give him that enabling environment to exercise that eye in INEC, which is independent. Let INEC actually be independent and see the best we can. When Mahmoud came in, or rather at the early days of Mahmoud under President Goodluck Jonathan, he actually gave them room to operate freely, and of course that was what people are also blaming him for. But let the president shock Nigerians, surprise Nigerians by giving INEC an enabling environment and making them remain independent.
All right then. Telefanimo, how do you react?
When that the new INEC chairman was appointed, something became very instructive for me. His name, roughly translated in Yoruba to English, is like a totem for history. A symbol that will be used to judge history. Abupito. Ito is history. And he is what will be used to judge history. And that became very instructive for me. History beckons on him. Whatever wrong that has been experienced in our political history, he has that onerous responsibility to change the game, to change the narrative, and make our electoral system work the way it will work. And having read his biography, I feel that he should understand very well the responsibility of becoming an INEC chairman in the face of loss of confidence in our electoral system. It is his responsibility to make up the next election, because the buck stops at his table. And so he should, from day one that he's been appointed, and when the Senate decides to either approve his appointment, of course I'm not expecting the Senate to do otherwise in this, because the Senate has promised that whatever the executive arm of government decides is what they will do. And so it's like a fait accompli for the man. The Senate will definitely approve. But it needs to be very, very tactical, very careful, and take a decision right from day one that he wants to do things differently to favor Nigerians and not to favor the powers that be.
All right.
Okay, I think I had my take on the appointment earlier in the day during the morning show, during the banter session on the morning show. And from what the newspapers are reporting, looks like Nigerians are already hailing the man. Unfortunately, these are reportage, I've not seen the opinion side of it. I've not seen the opinions in the papers, because Nigerians are supposed to be asking the right questions. Yes, he is a professor of law. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. The president says he is the first person from Kogi State to be nominated for this position. Okay, now that speaks to the kind of, are we making use of our diversity? Our diversity, are we making use of it to strengthen the union called Nigeria and all of that? If we are making appointments based on the fact that, look, the president says nobody has ever been nominated from Kogi State. Now, he is the first person. Is that one of the criteria? That is a big question. And I understand, too, that a lot of Nigerians, so a few Nigerians have asked the question, the man is Yoruba, but he's from the North Central. The president is Yoruba. Is it appropriate for the president, to appoint a Yoruba man to supervise an election that he is a party to? Nigerians are asking that question, But we also had it before. We had a Fulani president and a Fulani man as the INEC umpire. These are the questions. And above all, what kind of screening is the confirmation is the Senate going to do? Are they going to ask him to take a bow because he's a professor of law, he's a senior advocate of Nigeria? There are so many lawyers in the chamber. Are they going to treat him as one of theirs and just say, take a bow and go? They should pry into what are his political leanings. Are we sure that he is not a card-carrying member of any of the political parties? Like we have seen, INEC commissioners being alleged, to be card-carrying members of political parties. The DSS, are they going to do a thorough investigation into his certificates, into his conduct as a lecturer? He's currently, before his appointment, he was serving as the Vice Chancellor Administration of the University of Jos. And the man has lived all his life in the University of Jos. In the past 35 years or so, he has been within the University of Jos, and, like Dele said, his name, foretells the kind of expectations that Nigerians have for him. History, when he's done with his service, how is history going to judge him, kind or harshly. And it's up to him to live up to the billings, Nigerians. But above all, I think the major problem at this moment is not the personality of the person, but the problems within the system.
Exactly.
Because
That's my take,
there
really.
are problems, there are loopholes within the system.
Yes.
There are barriers that could even prevent an honest man from doing a very good job. How are we able to work around between now and 2027 to make sure that the system, is so transparent that even somebody whose integrity is not top-notch is able to deliver, on the promises of that institution? That's a bigger problem that we have.
Indeed.
How is he able to use beavers and IREV and all of that electronic transmission to deliver a fair, credible, and transparent election? This is a bigger question that Nigeria should be asking too.
Indeed. That's the question on my mind as well. That's the most important question. But we wait to see what happens in the coming days. He's been appointed. I don't recall if there's been any INEC chairman who was taken out untimely. If there is any, I'm not privy to that. I think all the INEC chairmen ran their term. So whether Nigerians complain or not, we know that the Senate will approve, and he will kickstart his first 5 years.
Yes, the Senate will approve because the Senate says, the Senate president said, anything that comes from the president, forget it, it's a done deal. It's in public glare. That's what the Senate president
he's most likely to take a bow. The Council of State approved anyway, so he'll most likely take a bow and get to work. There's a lot of work
to be done.
Starting
from Anambra State.
Exactly, which is November 8th.
A month away. A month away.
So a lot of work to be done.
That's a litmus test for him. Whatever happens in Anambra will also foretell what is likely to be.
You can't judge him by whatever. You can't judge him with whatever happens
in Anambra because the process is already running. Yes. What is he able to change in 1 month?
You can't. Because if he feels, I always want to make this example.
If you want to judge him by that, then it's like a banana peel in front of him.
No, let me tell you why it's possible. What if from outside he notices some lapses and he feels now that suddenly I'm in charge, can't I make some corrections? He could. He has the power to move people around as the head chairman.
You know what? Like Moses said that this is a banana peel, and God save this man. God save him. If APC makes the mistake of winning Anambra State, even if he does the best job in 2027, Nigerians will condemn it. Mahmoud's tenure
will be gone already.
Yes, Mahmoud's tenure, Yakubu's tenure expires on November 9th.
November 9th.
And Anambra election is November 8th. Your birthday. So why didn't they allow him?
Why did you just wait?
Why didn't you just conduct that election and move? So if this man, if peradventure, like I said, God save him. If APC has done a very good job and was costing him to winning Anambra election, and this man conducts it, and APC wins Anambra election,
it will be concluded that
he was just put there to go and deliver Anambra to the APC. Absolutely. So it's a banana bill for him.
Yes, it is. It is dicey, very dicey.
That's dicey.
But anyway, you still have a few things to add?
No, let him start. Let's begin to watch.
All right. Nigeria has lost a paragon of integrity, as put by this day newspaper.
Kolade.
A veteran broadcaster, and a businessman per excellence. A teacher, talking about the person of Dr. Christopher Kolade. He died yesterday. A few days away from his 93rd birthday. He died at the age of 92. According to this day, this is how it is tagged. It says Nigeria mourns as paragon of integrity. Christopher Kolade dies at 92. Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu, Obaseki, Anyaoku pay glowing tributes to late boardroom guru. Say he was exceptionally brilliant, statesmanly. All right. And also, you have the same report here from The Guardian. It says Tinubu, Anyaoku mourn passing of Christopher Kolade. And The Punch also makes that report, talking about Tinubu Tinubu Oshun mourn as Christopher Kolade dies.
You see, I would rather profile Dr. Christopher Kolade as a boardroom guru. It was...
Than what? Than what?
Than being a broadcaster. Because he,
he was a broadcaster.
He has a short stint in the broadcast industry.
Yeah, he rose to DG.
How many years? Those days, people like him were hard to find in the media industry.
And he made quite the impact.
You don't understand what I'm saying? Those days, you imagine with the pedigree of Babatunde Joseph, with his limited education, the likes of Jakonde with limited education would have risen to that position if it were to be now. It's not likely. But what
I don't get it. Babatunde Joshua, with his limited education, at a point became the MD of
the
Daily Times.
What I'm saying is that what obtained then may not obtain now.
No, I disagree with you.
I will tell you why. The minimum qualification today to practice, except we have bastardized it, the NG Constitution and IPU and all that says you must have a minimum of HND or a degree. So that would have effectively shut them out. You understand? And the likes of Babatunde Joseph, until when the likes of Adenaike came into the media, even Oshoba didn't go to university.
Shego Oshoba.
But today, how do you think that can work out when we have plethora of graduates, master degree?
So effectively, what are you have a problem with him being identified as a broadcaster?
I don't have any problem. What I'm saying is, if I want to profile him, this is my personal opinion, that I would rather profile him on the table of boardroom politics.
But they also did that, but they just mentioned along the line that he was a broadcaster.
Well, like you said, your personal opinion.
You know,
but it doesn't take away the fact.
It doesn't take away the fact that he was a broadcaster,
a veteran at that.
Yes.
Rose to
position of
that.
Yes.
You have seen broadcasters, editors moving on to become professors, and they also.
This in any way is not to make light the profession.
No. I belong to this profession. So, what I'm saying is, in the face of the rot in our economic sphere in Nigeria, that man stood tall. He was able to resist the temptation of being soiled by the system. And wherever he found himself, he was chairman of many companies, and he was MD of, at one time, I think MD of Cadbury.
Cadbury, yes.
Cadbury. And that same Cadbury was where somebody cooked the books. And he was given an award by KPMG.
Bumioni.
CEO of the year. 3 months later, the bubble burst. So what we are saying is, I am worried that is it possible to get another Kolade in the economic sphere?
Well, I think we do have them. We do have them. They are here and there. They are here and there. Some of these companies are still existing and making big money. Cadbury is still there. Nestle is still there, right?
Are you aware that Guinness, just one Nigerian was promoted MD of Guinness, and Guinness almost ran out of this country?
What's his name? Ebel. Is it Ebel Ubeku?
Adetu.
Not Ebel Ubeku.
I'm sure you are not aware of that.
Not Ebel Ubeku, yeah.
But Ebel sometime
yes, he was, yes.
At a point, in fact, they wanted to divest their interest in Guinness. Is it Bumi Oni that you want to talk about? So, if you see somebody that has Spartan life in this area, then we should give kudos. And I've not seen anybody that towers as much as Christopher Kolade in the private sector at the helms. Why would Nigerians get to a point that a foreigner will be brought to head these multilateral companies? It is simply because their hands are usually not too clean. But if it has to do with the brain, they can work with the brain. But the true test is your integrity.
Okay, before
I've already demonstrated that very well. I've not seen, in my years of being a business reporter, up to the point of becoming a business editor, I've never, I review AGM annual reports. And I see some discrepancies that if you have to report, some of these companies would be on fire. But here, you have somebody go back in time. There has never been any issue about Professor Akolade.
Okay, well, I think you have said it all. Anytime I pass through Cadbury, anytime I see a Cadbury product, the first person the thing that comes into my mind is Christopher Akolade, because he stayed there for a very long time. And when they were awarding, when we were leaving university, if you were in the dean's list, you make an application. They will come and normally they will come and advertise, for people to come in for service and all of that. And they will say if you are within a certain level of CGPA, then you are eligible to apply. If you have a credit in English and maths, even if you were an English student, even if you were an Igbo student, or a Yoruba student, But unfortunately, I was never qualified because though my CGPA was good, but I didn't have a credit in mathematics. So I never applied to any of those organizations. But I dreamt of working in a place like Cadbury because of somebody like this same Christopher Akolade that we are talking about. He was a very good man and all of that. Like Moses said in the morning, well, our hearts go out to his family and the loved ones that he left behind. Moreover, going forward, we'd like to have other Christopher Akolade within the business sector. We don't want to see people who get into the stock exchange, do some kind of manipulation, and the numbers will go up, and before you know it, when they pull out, we see a nosedive and all of it. You understand what I'm saying?
It will be difficult to have that because we have turned the road.
Our governance structure has
a lot has deepened in Nigeria. Educational level is deepening. It has deepened. Morality has largely been affected. So to have, it's like when these people like Christopher leaves, it's like there's nothing left. Like, I hate to say it, but it feels like the good ones are.
The good days are gone.
The good days are gone. The good days are
gone.
So
it's a challenge.
It's unfortunate.
It's a challenge to our generation.
And it cuts across. Even when you look at some other sectors. Now, what is a replacement for Chido Achebe?
The
likes of
Olusoyinka. We were talking about
15 years.
We're talking about, their level of education. I remember we spoke here the other day that the level of education back then, in comparison to what we have now,
is better.
Then was better.
Quite much better.
It was better.
Much better. And that is one of the dangers that we don't even see as a people. Where you acquire education that is better than the one their children acquire, it simply means that society is not making progress.
It's not making progress.
It's not making progress. If you come to a community of about 300,000 to 500,000 people, and the richest man in that community is a 70-year-old man, that community is not making progress.
No, it's just like, we talk about cocoa, that we produce cocoa. Yeah. Do you know that the average lifespan of cocoa is 65? And those who planted this cocoa, planted this 40, 50 years ago. So, which means, if there is no replacement for this cocoa, and people fight over inheritance, rather than plant new ones.
And what do they even do with the inheritance?
The inheritance, because they didn't work for it.
In this regard, cut it off, and sell the land.
That is it.
And move abroad. They sell the land, they go abroad.
That is
to make money, to come and build another one.
Buy
there was something I read on social media. Someone said the people that are abroad are changing dollar to naira to buy houses and build houses here. The people here are selling houses to go back to dollars to go back abroad. What an irony. So what have we become as a people,
Oh my. Oh well.
Dr. Bright,
Dr. Brighton, good to well.
In all of in all of this, what is the place of system? Because these persons, they didn't work alone. Those who are doing things wrongly or those who are doing things right, they didn't work alone. So we must begin to look at system, putting system in place, because system does not actually look at space. It looks at the results and what it should be. Now, the late Christopher Kolade, may his soul rest in peace, was able to get to where he is. I'm talking about him today because he operated in a system that was working, and when you look at system, it doesn't actually have to do with the name of the person. It's just putting some steps in place that will enable you get the needed results. I believe that with the likes of him, it is high time that Nigeria begin to focus more on system. If systems are in place, anybody that gets into a place will definitely get the right result. It's just like a car now. If you know how to drive the car, know how the car functions very well, as the car is moving, you are just seeing the car. You're not actually seeing the driver of that particular car. It is when something begins to happen, you start beginning to ask, who was driving that particular car? So I feel that with things like this, we should begin to look at our system. Let's put system in place. And it should not be a function of who is there or who is not there. Once the right person is there, the system, the right results come, and people are not bothered. So we need to judge what we get by the system that is in place.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright. Now, let's go to another headline here now. Looking at Tinubu pardons Herbert Macaulay, Vatsa, Ogoni 9, Lawan, 5 others. That's from this day newspaper. Tinubu pardons Herbert Macaulay, Vatsa, Farouk Lawan, 172 others. I think there are 173 in total that the president pardoned. 82 of them complete pardon. I think about 65 or thereabouts had their sentence reduced. Had their sentence reduced, and then a few others were moved from death sentence to life in prison.
Can we take a peep into that story?
For how about Macaulay? There was a time he was, if history serves me right, he was accused of embezzling monies from the estate he managed.
Okay.
That's during the colonial era. So all of that is a dent to his name, basically. That's what I think it is. But for Vatsa, the story, sentenced to death for treason and all that. So that's the pardon, basically. So their names will be clear.
But the issue of Macaulay being pardoned, as at that time, Nigeria wasn't even a government. Nigeria wasn't independent. Nigeria wasn't a republic.
Yes.
So what is the propriety of the president granting
exactly the question?
I don't really understand why
he had to go back.
Dr. Bright, do you have an answer?
Of what benefit is it?
No, the idea is to clear his name. But my question is, does the president have, does he have the power, to grant that pardon? Something that happens pre-independence, Well, what it means is that you can make the union.
I can't even understand, the rationale.
And for the Vatsa family, why grant?
Say something.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Bright.
What I'm saying is, today's current Nigeria, what benefit is it or will it be? What we were talking some moments ago, we were talking about Nnamdi Kanu. So tomorrow we don't pray for anything against him. If anything to happen, and you now come up to say you want to pardon the one you have right here with you. What are you doing with it? You're talking about yes, for Vasa, I know, but for about Macaulay, I never really knew if because I was not studying history. I never really knew if there was anything against his name. Actually, if you want to list heroes, you will mention his
about Macaulay.
You will mention his name. So talking of clearing,
the father of
it's
Nigerian
like coming to remind us that this man did yeah, this man did something. Even when you call him a national hero, he has some debt in his record. Is that what they are trying to remind us? And of those lists, how many are still alive? How many are dead? You know, because for me, I'm just concerned of what benefit would that one be to present day.
Let me, for clarity, let me read some of it. It says, in 1913, Herbert Macaulay was believed unjustly convicted by the British colonialists and banned from public office. He died in 1946. But the stigma of being an ex-convict was not exercised from his records until now. So basically, that's what this is about.
I think this thing is more.
And the truth of the matter is, a lot of Nigerians don't even remember this.
A lot of Nigerians don't even know. Not even talk of remembering.
I'm not aware. Just reminding us.
As a historian, I understand.
It wasn't part of our history in secondary school.
Well, there are some of the history. Some of the history was
it was never mentioned.
Left back.
Yes. Some of the history.
I read history in secondary school.
Okay. But not deep enough to have known what happened. But my position in all of this is this: why go back to 1913?
It's a clear
history. And one curious thing is that this man has his picture in one of our currencies. So do you think that, are you not saying that we had an ex-convict in our currency?
That's what it means.
That's what it means in our currency.
That means we made a hero of an ex-convict.
I mean, I don't get all of these things. But for the Vatsa family, yes, what would be the benefit of this part? Are you saying that he was not part of, A lot of people believe that it was on trumped-up charges, that he was executed.
Yes.
So what is the value of this pardon to his family? Meanwhile, are you using it to rubbish a Babangida that is still alive?
Psychologically, it's a relief for the family. That is a state pardon.
Okay.
At least.
He will no longer be seen as
they will be proud of their father, that the father never committed that crime, but it was mistakenly.
Or he committed a crime, but he's been,
Okay, now, the man that convicted and condemned him to death and got him killed is still alive. So how do we go back to that? Babangida?
Babangida convicted him.
Yes. Babangida is still alive. So if you are saying that Babangida, the man he convicted, was innocent, so what penalty do we now? These are consideration.
But wait, Babangida convict him. He didn't convict him. Babangida didn't do it. It only happened in his administration. He did not convict him.
No, but he signed off the execution.
Are you talking about Vatsa?
Yes, Vatsa.
Okay, you're talking about Vatsa. Okay.
Vatsa, yes, he signed off the execution because he was the head of state.
We moved from Macaulay now to Vatsa.
We moved from Macaulay to
Vatsa. Okay.
Yes.
No, Macaulay's case is settled.
Okay. So we moved to Vatsa.
But again, on the other side, the likes of Showore and some other persons have been on the president based on his past record. Hope he's still not wanting you guys to pardon him too for his past record.
No, you can't pardon somebody that has not been convicted.
You can't pardon somebody that has not been
convicted. Or a person that has not even admitted guilt.
No, you know, pardon. We're talking about Macaulay. Macaulay just now, and it dates back to 1930. Many of us were not even aware. Just the same way.
We are talking of being aware. If my father was not even born then.
Okay. So, but the Vatsa issue, like you rightly said,
it has a reason.
Like you said, what does this mean for the family? Yes, of Vatsa.
I don't know.
They will still carry the burden.
In fact, it will even deepen the animosity between that family and the family of
he was executed.
He was killed.
He was killed. The essence of that pardon may be the restoration of his full rank and payment for his retirement benefits. It will come to
grandchildren.
It could.
To the grandchildren.
The wife is still alive.
No, the wife is still alive, yes.
The wife is still alive.
The children are alive. And anywhere they go now, they are free.
You were not.
They've never been in Borno.
No, when I said free, psychologically, that that's wrong. My father was found not guilty.
No, but I think what would simply, if I were them, it would deepen the animosity I have against the man that killed my father.
That's an individual problem.
Well, a pardon,
it's not a state.
A pardon does not mean that he was not guilty now.
Yes.
A pardon does not mean he was not guilty. That he was pardoned does not mean he was not guilty. He could have committed an offense.
Guilty, but
it doesn't mean that he was not guilty.
Or forgiven.
Okay, I understand. I understand your drift, but at that point, a lot of people believe that Vatsa,
was unjustly killed,
unjustly trumped up charges. In
Of
fact, that
course,
coup
of
itself,
course,
that coup
of
itself,
You see, the fact of that
it was
has not been established up to today.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Couple with the fact that information has it that Vasa and Babangida, they have a very close tie. Some people said that Vasa
It was his groomsman.
Yes.
He was Babangida's groomsman on his wedding day.
They even exchanged shirts.
So people kind of were wondering why will he go that far to kind of sign
death warrant
of somebody who should have been his very close friend, So that was a very something that was of concern at that point in time, that maybe would have expected maybe life imprisonment or some things, but just execution was somehow. And having that term was a phantom.
Okay.
The meaning
So,
of phantom.
but what do you think about the Ogoni 9? The pardon of the Ogoni 9?
That's another group. Sarawiwa Saga. That's another thing, because the Ogoni 9 were people who were seen fighting for the legitimate right of their people. So there was never a time that the execution by the Abacha regime of those people was justified at any point in time. So even pardoning them were they even guilty? They were not like one of top charge. Don't speak against malnutrition. Don't say anything against it. So they were not even guilty. That's just the truth. They were not guilty.
So what is the essence of the pardon?
You see, we live in a country. Colin Powell, Joint Chief of Staff, United States of America, former Secretary of State, he said one thing that is quite instructive. He said it is easier to seek for forgiveness than to seek for permission. Moses, you want to slap me. You don't permit, you don't ask, okay, you don't get a permission. You now slap me and now beg for forgiveness because the deed is already done. There's no way I won't forgive you. We live in a country where people want to pass through a wrong lane. And they say, well, if I'm caught, I will apologize.
I apologize.
That is what we are saying. People do wrong things. Like, up until this moment, the Ogoni 9 is still is a sore on the conscience of this nation. Is a sore on the conscience of this nation.
Up until the last minute, I never knew Abacha would give that consent.
And you know one thing. The issue of Babangida and Maman Vatsa is more like the issue of
Sankara,
Ken Sarowiwa, and Sani Abacha.
Yes.
When Sani Abacha was the brigade commander in Bori camp, Bori camp, in Sowe in Port Harcourt, there's a military camp there, a military cantonment called Bori camp. Now, they were living in a place called Amade Flats. In Amade Flats, Iken and Zimiro Street, part of D-Line, the other side of D-Line, for people that know Port Harcourt very well. Amade Flats, then, like a new highbrow area, small GRA away from the Forces Avenue GRA. This person was living in this block, and this other person was living in the next block, and their children used to play together. They used to drink together in the evenings and all of that, hobnob together, attend parties together. Sani Abacha and Ken Sarowiwa. So it was hard for, when Ken got to hear that, look, Sani has stepped into the matter, he got some kind of, if you read his son's book, I have that book, but on top of my head, I can't remember the title of that book. Ken he had relief that, look, Sani has stepped into the matter. But to his present shock, when he was called out, he said, no, please let me speak to Sani. He wanted a direct line to Abacha. Is he aware that this thing is happening? He couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, his son, Ken Jr., had flown to Auckland, in New Zealand, during the Commonwealth meeting and all of that. Tommy Kimi embarrassed the young man, and got on podium and said, look, Nigeria should be left alone. Foreign countries, Commonwealth should not interfere in the affairs of Nigerians and all of that. While the young man was busy, meeting with Mandela, meeting with the Prime Minister of New Zealand and all of that, they just called him in the morning and said, sorry, he's done. They had killed his father. And you now come back, to say you grant this man pardon. Unfortunately, the young man too is dead. Ken Jr. is dead. So he's been dead and dead and dead for that family. Well, if this puts a closure to the Ogoni 9, let it be.
If there should be a pardon, for the Ogoni 9, then they should go back and look at what were those Ogoni 9 agitating for. The issues are still there. In Ogoni land, as the land be cleaned, it's still there. So if you're talking about pardon, if you want to actually have a pardon, if you want to pardon the Ogoni 9, go and address the issue. Bring succor to the Ogoni people and other environs, other related communities in that area. As Ogoni land be cleaned, no. So what's the pardon about? When what those people were killed for is still persisting in that environment.
Indeed. Oh well. Let's touch on a few other headlines now.
But when the oil companies wanted to return to Ogoniland, this was part of their demand. That they need to recognize those people and pardon them. So that the
demand of the Ogonis. Which oil company wants to go back? Shell has exited.
No, they're planning. Federal government announced it.
Yeah, I know. But which company is indigenous?
Well, we don't know. Maybe the indigenous company.
Oh well, Tinubu clears 959 for national honors. FG moves.
When is it going to be your turn, Chukuma?
I want M-O-N-E-Y. I don't want just M-O-N. If the government has to give me an honor, they should give me M-O-N-E-Y.
No, start with M-O-N.
No, I don't want.
Then we can agitate for
E-Y.
Okay. All right. FG moves to audit varsities over TED fund grants. And National Assembly probes NNPCL over, well, we've spoken about this earlier, over $18 billion refineries spending. Well, open for conversation. Now, police forget, okay.
Police did what?
Police forgets cap in Ogun student's car after extortion. And the student here is brandishing the cap. He has taken the cap.
You know the implication of that? The moment you remove a policeman's cap, he's no longer a policeman. Because that crest is the symbol of authority.
So he left his
symbol of authority
when he went to collect money.
For pecuniary gain.
I'm sure they will sack him.
They should dismiss him.
They should.
They will. They will.
They may not, but they should.
No, they will.
They will.
You know, the police is always looking for an opportunity to reinvent itself and recreate its image.
Right, it's a perfect way of redeeming their image.
In their image. You see, the other time we got someone that was extorting, and we sacked him. You know, when the police people are with all these people,
to clean up the police sack like this, I feel it's not the answer to the problem.
But another problem
is not the answer, and because the problem is underlying.
Yes.
If that man is a young man that has been trained on weapon handling, and you are throwing him to the street, you have only populated the rank of
even if he's not been trained, he will just decide to liaise with some street urchins, and get back on the road and try to collect money, because he feels he's putting the toga of authority already.
Entitled.
He feels entitled, so he'll just go back and start to collect monies.
It could join those people that stay on the highway to escort a trailer truck into the city.
He could also join.
Some of them were sacked operatives.
You could.
I didn't know that.
Actually.
Don't you see them when you are entering Lagos?
I do.
They have raided them more than 100 times. They'll keep coming back.
Okay, let's look at the big story on the cover page of The Guardian. It says World Mental Health Day. 85% unreached as Nigeria buckles under massive care gap. Doctor, this is your forte. Dr. Bright.
We have a psychologist here.
Okay. Now, it's, see, the cartoon here is quite instructive. You know, this individual carries advanced anxiety, financial stress, cyberbullying on social media, uncertainty, ill health, and he comes to the doctor. And he says, the doctor says, the vital signs look good. I can give you something for depression. And the man says, what about recession?
Give him something for the recession.
Give me something for that too.
Just like Chukuma was asking for EY.
Instead of MON.
Instead of just MON.
Please add EY to
talking seriously, mental health issue is not something we just gloss over. It is not when you pull off your shirt and roam the street or you eat from the dustbin that you have mental issues. Do you know that a well-fed man with all the outlook of a normal person may be going through mental health issues? I've had 2 examples. Depression got to the point of suicidal tendencies, but people around him didn't know. One night, I just picked my phone around 12 a.m. and I looked at the phone. Someone just said, it is well. That triggered my suspicion. And I called that person immediately. A high-ranking chief, no, younger than me. This man was crying profusely that, I won't allow him to do what he wanted to do. He was at the verge of committing suicide. We were able to go through his narrative, and in 2 hours, I was able to convince him on the best approach to solving that problem. But to anybody, if he had committed suicide that night, and you wake up to find him dead, you say, maybe it's cardiac arrest, maybe, probably they used juju to kill him. But it's only the only person that understands. That's why we are only lucky here that in spite of modern day technology and everything, we still have some level of communality around us. If I don't see Chukuma around 6:30, 7, and I can't hear any noise from his room, tendency is for me to knock and find out what is going on. It saves a lot of people. A known actor in our Nollywood here, who is also a lecturer in Canada, was at the verge of committing suicide 2 years ago. Would you say that somebody who is a lecturer in Canada who has money? And you know, funny thing about us, we always believe that it's poverty that drives suicide. It's not.
A certain doctor wanted to jump into
a lot of people are rich.
One drove to the big practice car.
In fact, the percentage of rich people that commit suicide is higher than that of people that are poverty driven. So mental health is all encompassing.
He that is down fears no fall for the poor. Dr. Brian, let's have your take.
Well, like every other healer, mental health is a very big challenge, because you don't get to see it in the cases of people unless you pay really good attention. And many times you don't even have to see the signs and symptoms. As somebody tell you, I'm having headache, or you see the person, it's just there. If you are not concerned, or the person does not open up to tell you this is what the issue is, you wouldn't even know. And we must be very, very careful how we talk to people, how we treat people, how we respond to people is a very big challenge. Somebody committed suicide some time ago during when there was this strike, and this person has been calling. This person has been calling a lot of numbers. In fact, he called a particular number over and over and over, and the person did not pick before he committed suicide. And again, we must encourage people, try to socialize. You must have a circle of friends places where you go to. I think that's one thing that our religious circle kind of help. You don't have any place you want to go to on a Friday, on a Saturday, on a Sunday. You definitely have a place where you would sit, try to unwind. And the economy is not friendly. The system are not happy. Why not find a soft landing for yourself?
Exactly.
You know, this is not the time for you to start maybe borrowing to survive. Just look for where you can actually stay. Let's say, for example, you have an environment. Somebody talked about rent in our previous.
Well, we're absolutely out of time, Dr. Bright.
If you have a place,
Dr. Bright,
let us adjust our life to suit what we can comfortably work.
Indeed, and your network just kept taking you off and bringing you back towards the end of the program. But we are absolutely out of time. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a Friday too. It's a Friday, so we shouldn't despise the gathering of friends. At this point, we should come together and ward off depression by talking and gisting. That would also help. And then if you have that friend that is always, trying to
reach out.
No, trying to stay away. Okay. You should reach out to that person and say, look, come out, guy, come out. Let's just meet. Let's sit down and talk. It will go a long way in warding off the depression, especially.
And let's reduce the blame. Let's reduce the blame game also.
Indeed, absolutely. We should also reduce the blame game.
When people come to us, let's not blame them too much.
Yes, let's just listen and
empathize.
Empathize and take some, raise glasses.
And if you cannot do anything, don't condemn.
Indeed, you see, he's given the advice. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Bright Kuko, medical doctor and political commentator, human rights activist as well. Thank you for being part of Newspaper Review. Big thanks also to Dele Fanimo, who is a seasoned reporter, and I call him Baba for the boys. And I do understand.
That's the name I'm going to sue.
He will play that role effectively. Chukwuma Okoro makes a comeback at 6 p.m. on Political Lens later today. Promises to be interesting. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you in the evening. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day.
Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Good morning. it's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most.
Everybody can go to the World Cup. So this is the football. Everything can happen during a game because of the weather, because of the referee, because of anything, because of the injury. So we need to stay focused about what we want for this game, what we want for to have this victory, and after there will another game. So for sure, at 100%, stay focused on this game tomorrow against Lesotho, a great team with a good coach, and we need to be very focused to start well this game with a lot of intensity, a lot of aggressivity to score and to win this game.
Yeah, we're approaching this the same way we approached the game for South Africa. It's important for us to go for all 3 points. We have to show Lesotho respect. They've done well in the group. They've picked up points against us also. So yeah, it's going to be an important game for both of us. And yeah, we've just been focused on our preparation now. Like the coach said, 2 very good training sessions. Today, the 3rd one here. And yeah, we look forward to the game tomorrow.
Everybody can go to the World Cup. So this is the football. Everything can happen during a game because of the weather, because of the referee, because of anything, because of the injury. So we need to stay focused about what we want for this game, what we want for to have this victory, and after there will another game. So for sure, at 100%, stay focused on this game tomorrow against Lesotho, a great team with a good coach, and we need to be very focused to start well this game with a lot of intensity, a lot of aggressivity to score and to win this game.
Yeah, we're approaching this the same way we approached the game for South Africa. It's important for us to go for all 3 points. We have to show Lesotho respect. They've done well in the group. They've picked up points against us also. So yeah, it's going to be an important game for both of us. And yeah, we've just been focused on our preparation now. Like the coach said, 2 very good training sessions. Today, the 3rd one here. And yeah, we look forward to the game tomorrow.
Jerry, talk back. The bar. Today seems to be very, very, a very difficult day to actually come, get this particular 3 points for the Super Eagles. But then Nigerians are actually holding their breath as the most anticipated week of the World Cup qualifiers upon us. And I must say that I actually didn't wake up on the right side of the bed because I don't know if it has something to do with how this game is going to pan out. But again, it's just one of those days. And one thing that millions of Nigerians are actually praying for is a miracle that hopefully Super Eagles is going to get through to this particular World Cup. I mean, the last time we actually missed the World Cup was just the last World Cup. And before then, it was 2006, where our team got disbanded after 2002, event, talking about the Nations Cup. And of course, we took a crop of young players to that particular tournament. And I mean, I just hope that, it doesn't turn out to be one of those occasions where we'll go look back and say back-to-back World Cup for the supposed giant of Africa. And on that note, I say welcome to Sport Republic, the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts. I am Ikechukwu Agu, and we're excited to bring you the latest news and conversations from the world of sports, from football to basketball, tennis to boxing, and everything in between. We've got you covered, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the conversation. Of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'm here with my guy, Jerry Apelohai. Good morning, Jerry. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, good morning, Ikechukwu. Good morning, our football viewers. A lot to ponder on. Judgment Day of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And it's a countdown of the calculators as far as the World Cup qualifiers is concerned. And the confusion in camp that Eric Chell might be sacked after the 2 games, and Eguava will be brought in, and we'll be having Ladan Boso, of all people, in quotes, being assistant. So a lot of distraction as far as this World Cup qualifiers from the get-go. We've had several coaches, and today we just hope that the Super Eagles get the 3 points for their own selves, because for me, I've lost hope. I have no faith in this team, but anything that happens, we'll take it.
Talking about losing hope and, of course, distraction, you see how I was very well distracted when the show actually started, because I was actually trying to actually pit myself and think about how the possibility of the Super Eagles actually making it through to the World Cup. It's a struggle for me. I barely slept last night. I was looking at the game. Okay, what happens if the Super Eagles end up winning their games? And of course, South Africa and other nations, I'm talking about the Benin Republic, also, win their game. And I mean, it's going to be just a waste at the end of the day, because if we get the 6 points that we'll be yearning for, we hope that we would have gotten the 6 points against the one who played the doubleheader against Rwanda and Zimbabwe. We also hope that we would have gotten the 6 points again when we played the doubleheader against Zimbabwe and South Africa. But of course, at some point, we didn't actually get the 6 points. It was just 4 points we actually had to deal with. But I mean, do not forget that you can also be part of this show by actually dropping your comment on our YouTube platform, and also do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on all social media platforms to stay up to date with the latest news and analysis. Let's get into the thick of the actions today. Jerry, first off, before we even talk about what we've got in store, Jerry, what are your what are the things that you, as a person, if you are Eric Shell, what are the things you'll be thinking right now before this particular game?
Yeah, I'll be thinking about 3 points and trying to save my job, because definitely, as a coach of the Super Eagles, you know that your job is on the line, and you will have to at least. I think for Eric Shell's team, I've only seen the side play good football when we saw them at the Unity Cup. Yeah. And the game against Russia. Maybe that was because it's a friendly. And Eric Chell has shown that he finds it difficult to manage pressure. Because, say for the time he was the Mali coach, the more famous video or incident where they were pouring water on his head when the pressure was too much. I think he has shown that he succumbs under pressure. Look at the Zimbabwe game. Even the Rwanda game, I think there was pressure in that game. But Victor Osimhen definitely gave us the 2 goals that made us beat Rwanda. Then the second game against Zimbabwe, all goals were on the team. The team has already scored and they were leading. These were now the pressure points. All he just needed to do is to secure that 1-0 lead and get the 3 points. But what did he do? He failed to make the right decisions in terms of substitutions, in terms of preparing tactically. He succumbed under pressure. The South African game, the same thing. You played the first game, you won against Rwanda, go to South Africa, and even if he had won that South African game, because the South Africans don't like me because I said that there's nothing special about that South African team. And I will still maintain it here on Sport Republic that there's nothing fantastic about that South African team. I'm even surprised they're unbeaten for a long time. It's just that those who are in the group have not been doing their business. And of course, they've done the backroom stuff and so on and so forth. But if I'm Eric Chell, going into this game, 3 points is sacrosanct. Saving my job is sacrosanct. I will have to do everything possible to make sure that Osimhen is in the right place at the right time to give me the goals. I will want the team to score a lot of goals. And try as much as possible not to even concede half goal, not to talk of a goal. Don't concede even half a goal. I don't want the defense to give the opportunity of the Lesotho team to have any thoughts that they are going to get a draw or even score a goal. Cancel that thought from the get-go and avoid yellow card situation, so that we will not have a Wambali getting suspended for the last game against Benin Republic, which is very, very important.
Talking about goals and, of course, talking about having fantastic results. The coach of the Super Eagles have actually come out to actually say that the Super Eagles at this point, talking about Eric Shell, that the team actually needs to be very aggressive. They need to actually put everything into, the game against Lesotho to actually get a 3 point. I mean, at this point, right, yes, this is a very good thing to say, but a lot of persons will be asking, the hope of qualifying right now is not in our hands. So whatever it is we do at this point, we also have to wait for fantastic results and fantastic results from other centers for us to actually make it through to the World Cup. So is it too late to make such calls, or is Eric Shell just doing this to say, you know what, I just have to do my job, even if I end up not making it to the World Cup, let me actually qualify on a high?
Yeah, the thing is that when you are going into battle, you don't consider what the other general is doing. At least you that on your front, what are you doing? I think the Super Eagles from the get-go, they've got it wrong in terms of doing what is necessary. We've been playing draws against teams we need not to play draws against, most especially our home games. Normally in a World Cup qualifier, teams who want to qualify for the World Cup, they capitalize on home advantage. But unfortunately, we've only been able to win. I don't think we won a game at home. Yes.
We defeated Rwanda at home.
Was it a home game? I think it was an away game. Okay, that was the only game we won at home.
Yeah.
And the rest of the home games, we played draws. That's a team that is not serious. Yes, if you cannot take home advantage seriously, which is, imagine all the 3 points.
You recall
at home that have been thrown away.
You recall that this team, Lesotho, first leg, you actually played the 1-1.
That is what I'm saying.
So, what are the options? What are the chances of the Super Eagles getting 3 points in Lesotho? I mean, looking at the fact that South Africa, we're actually going to play in that game in Polokwane, South Africa.
Yeah.
And that game, South Africa is an interested party in that particular, group. And also, it's going to be a packed stadium. It's no brainer that South Africa will want to pack the stadium with South Africans to actually cheer Lesotho on. How much of a chance do we have to actually get the 3 points in this particular game?
These players are professionals. And I've seen the video of Victor Osimhen commending the pitch, saying the pitch is good. That shows that they're going to be playing a better pitch than we saw in the game against South Africa, where they took us to the worst pitch in the world. And despite that, the South Africans played really badly, and the Super Eagles even played better because they even scored the 2 goals. So, yes, the South African fans are going to troop to Polokwane Stadium to try as much as possible to cheer the Lesotho team. But these players understand what it means to play under pressure, and there should be no excuse. Get the 3 points in this one, and I think if there's any situation that even Lesotho scores 1 goal, I think a lot of Nigerians will just switch off their TV. I remember the last time we failed to qualify for the World Cup. That was the game against Ghana in Abuja. Let's not forget that game. That game, Thomas Partey was the one who scored that goal.
But Jerry, we've played 6 World Cups, right? Super Eagles have qualified for 6 World Cups. And 94, 98, 2002, 3 in a row. And then we missed out in 2006. What happened to our football? Because between 94, right, and 2002, there's no doubt that the Super Eagles qualifying was not even in the conversation. Even if this case of fire brigade approach, they come in when the ovation is high, they get the 3 points, and we go to the World Cup. What happened to our football? What can you tell me about the quality of talent that we've been churning out from 2002? Because there seems to be something that happened to our football from 2002 down to 2025 that we've been struggling. Teams don't even respect us. We go away, we struggle. We are home, we struggle. But before then, we know that the Super Eagles, before those during the era of those 3 World Cups that I mentioned, the Super Eagles would naturally defeat the like of Lesotho and Zimbabwe 3-4-0 right here in Lagos or wherever center we're playing. What happened to our football from 2002?
Yeah, we failed to maintain the culture. Because look at the culture of 94. That team was already in a process of from 1980s, when we had the likes of Otto Gloria taking the team. From then, we'll discover that we're a footballing nation that can beat several teams. So we made progress from then. We brought in Clemens Westerhoff. Westerhoff did not just start in 94. As at 1990, he was already building a team. And back then, we had a functioning league. I remember the days of Shooting Stars, the ICC boys. They were called the ICC boys. They were destroying teams on the continent of Africa. We were having big teams coming to Ibadan to play the ICC Shooting Stars back in those days. We had the stationary stores. We have the Leventis, Ben Insurance.
Julius Berger.
Julius Berger. There were a lot of players who were coming from other parts of Africa to play in Nigerian league.
So
the culture has died.
The culture of the league?
The culture of our football.
Okay.
There was a foundation whereby players we were getting players from the grassroots. We were getting players who were naturally talented. It was not like now that it's more like business. Because who you are able to pay, who you know, will guarantee you a slot in the team.
Because a couple of days ago, an ex-international, I think it was Samson Siasa, who was actually talking about the crop of players we have now. That a good number of them in their time actually cut their teeth first in Nigeria, tested the league before moving to Europe. But now we don't have that.
How will you cut your teeth in a league where some of the players some of them are earning 30,000, some of them 25,000 in a month, and some of them are drinking Gary before a match, Gary and granuts. That's what they will eat before playing 90 minutes on the pitch. Have you been to the Nigerian League of late? It's an eyesore. The quality of play is only on few situations where you see the hunger of the players. Maybe they've eaten well before that game. Maybe they just paid their salary before that game. At least they will smile for that week and they will play well. But how do you compete with Morocco, with Egypt, with Tunisia under these circumstances? And we also have the kind of people who are administrating our football, from the NFF president down to the grassroots coaches. Look at Zubeiru's team now. Sentiment. Players will pick based on sentiment, not based on quality, not based on the best we have as far as under 20 is concerned. Is that the best under 20 Nigeria has? Under 17 can no longer qualify for the Nations Cup. So we are building a culture of failure and expecting results. Because the talents we are still talking about are based on some talents that pulled out along the way. Victor Osimhen, for instance, at least it was a crop of a team that there was a little bit of success from the under 17 days. Ademola Lookman is a product of England. Take a look at most of the players. Maybe Victor Boniface, for instance, started from the league, moved over. You all know his story. How he moved to an obscure league.
Yes.
That was even recognized by FIFA. So that culture we used to have is dead. That is why we are struggling now. Other countries have caught up and even surpassed us in terms of organization, planning, and quality. We are living in the obscure situation, and we are benefiting from that obscure situation.
Wow, so sad. And it is worthy to know that after 8 matches played, the AFCON finalists in 2023 are yet to actually get to the top of the log. And it's quite a struggle for the Super Eagles at this point because, I mean, everyone is expected that Nigeria naturally should have gotten, qualified because likes of Ghana have actually made it through to the next round of this particular qualifying series, talking about the World Cup already. And looking at the group, looking at the World Cup standing, I think we have 20 teams already that's qualified. And in Africa, we have the likes
all
of
the North African teams are qualified. Morocco,
Algeria qualified
Egypt,
yesterday. Algeria qualified yesterday. So we have Ghana, we have Morocco, and I mean it's a struggle. So I don't know, but people ask the very big question that sometimes, right? If the Super Eagles have had coach, let me ask you this: if the Super Eagles have had our coach early when they sacked Jose Pasero, do you think this would have made much of a difference in this particular group? Looking at how it's turning out right now.
Talking about the sacking of Pesero,
yes,
bringing in a new coach.
Yes.
Yeah, it would have made a lot of difference because after the sacking of Pesero, we've already played 3 games. And those 3 games were draws. and we had only 3 points, and we're already languishing. We're in a difficult situation. And all they needed to do, the next games after the World Cup qualifiers, was the games against Benin Republic. Then what did they do? They brought in Finidi, who believed that you don't need pattern to win games, who believe on vibes. And how did he manage the situation? We saw a situation where he was even dragging jerseys. I was expecting that the friendlies we were going to play.
So Jerry, let's take a look at the standings right now. And Benin Republic is 14 points, 4 goals positive, which means on goal difference they're even higher. And that's exactly why they are top of the log at this point. South Africa plus 3 goals difference. 3 points and 3 goals were deducted from South Africa. That's why they're in this position. Ordinarily, they would have been 17 points with 6 goals difference. And of course, Super Eagles of Nigeria 2, and then 11 points. Rwanda 0, and Lesotho -3 and 9 points. Now, if Lesotho, by any means or by stroke of luck, get to defeat the Super Eagles, they definitely will be 12 points, which means it is going to be a cracker. Lesotho might actually be fancying their chance of making it through to this particular World Cup in United States of America, Mexico, and of course Canada. But then the Super Eagles at this point also plus 2 goal difference. If we get the win today, it's going to be 14 points, which means it's going to tie us, with Republic of Benin and South Africa. Should they fail to win, which means I'm saying should they lose, it's not a case of getting a draw, because if they get a draw, it's still 1 point ahead of Super Eagles. So
yeah, there's a bit of interesting news coming up, because we all know that in the group where Richard is and Seychelles, they withdrew and did not participate. And the teams in their group are among the teams potentially to make the runners-up, the best runners-up. And as the case is, the rules were already stated that if you benefited from such situation, other teams who came second from a group where none of them were withdrew, those teams will enjoy better coefficients. You are not going to get the privilege. So, but let's not.
Let's not look at that. Yes, because I mean we still have 2 games to play.
Yes, we have to win those 2 games.
Let's win this first game today. Then we'll look at the shape of the group exactly. So, but let's talk about the former coach of the Super Eagles and the technical head of the Super Eagles, talking about Austin Aguavon. Yesterday he was actually talking about rumors of him actually becoming the next coach of the Super Eagles. It's a lot to actually take in. And he was saying that this is actually how the rumors of Jose Pacero, Genotro all started. Now, Jerry, you know that at every single point that this rumor of Aguavon coming, it turns out that he ends up coming back as the head of Super Eagles. Now, isn't he just trying to divert the attention of the people from the fact that perhaps maybe there is some sort of conversation going around Eric Shell being sacked, and then he standing in for the Super Eagles as an interim manager, which he has always been? Or is it just one of those cases of people just making rumors where there's actually nothing to actually worry about?
You cannot deny your inheritance. And it's you know what it is that
his inheritance.
Aguavon has the first refusal.
First right of refusal.
First right of refusal as the club director of football
of the Super Eagles
of the NFF. So, because of that position, anytime a coach gets fired, as far as the Super Eagles is concerned, being the fact that he's the most experienced, he has coached the team before, he has been back and forth with the team, an ex-international, he knows what it takes. Definitely, when a coach leaves, first of all, you have to draft him in to at least make sure that position is not vacant. So, whether Aguavon likes it or not, if Eric Chell leaves today, he will be the first man that will be called upon, because we have friendlies in the month of November, which is next month. We are playing Colombia. So, I don't know, the NFL might not have plan of getting a coach yet, instantly, because they are still hoping that Eric Chell will do the magic. For me, even if Eric Chell qualifies for this World Cup, he's not the best man to take the team to the AFCON. Yeah, they should start looking for a coach now, and the Aguavon
So let me look at your crystal ball. You said it's not the best man to take the team to the AFCON. So from what you can see now, coaches across the world, coaches in Africa, who do you think is the right man for the Super Eagles? The way Super Eagles play, the man that can just come in and fit in so
perfectly. Give me Hervé Renard. Just give me Hervé Renard, I'm good to go. Give me Hervé Renard. If this team qualifies for the World Cup, I'll be confident that this team is going to give me something. I'll be confident going to the Nations Cup. They will be the top team in terms of favorites to win the AFCON. That's it. That's just the standard. If you cannot give me a Renard, that means you're going to give me a coach where we'll be doing calculation and be looking at his past records when it comes to Africa.
What if we can get Genotro back?
If we get Genotro back, I'm telling you, there are a lot of people in the football circle that have cancelled Genotro, who will not want to go back to the. That man was treated like a rag before he left the coaching situation of the Super Eagles. So having those people see him come back to the national team, it's going to be difficult. The cabal has already cancelled him, so it will be difficult bringing back Genotro.
So talking about cabals, right? One of the big boys of the Super Eagles back in the day, Joseph Yobo, also actually lent his voice in this particular World Cup situation. And he was actually saying that the Super Eagles actually need more than a miracle, or at least a miracle to actually make it through to the World Cup. I mean, how are the mighty fallen? In the days of Joseph Yobo and other players before him, we don't rely on miracles to make it to the World Cup. I think the last time we had issues with qualifying to the World Cup with miracle was the 2006 where we actually lost it to Angola. And that was when the Reverend Timothy Ajembe was saying,
Okocha was picking games.
Yes, yes, Okocha was actually picking games, and then there's a certain reverend that was saying the NFF should come to his church to do a crusade if they actually want to see it through. But after that, we've not even seen any case that would warrant an ex-international talk more of a player who was at the head of the Super Eagles at some point, leading the cabals in the team, saying, you know what, we need miracle. Do you think it's miracle for us to? I mean, we need a miracle, more than a miracle to qualify. Looking at the group standing, what are the possibilities of the Super Eagles even making it through?
There's nothing bigger than a miracle, because.
So you agree with this?
Yeah, we need a miracle. That means a miracle that will make South Africa lose or drop points, and the fate in our hands of beating Benin Republic.
South Africa just need to drop 3 points.
3 points, and that's a whole lot.
And we also, if South Africa drops 3 points, the Super Eagles ties South Africa, and then Nigeria is going to play Benin Republic in the last game. So that's it.
That's it. But that's a lot to ask, because you said miracle.
Isn't it possible?
Has to be a miracle.
I mean, Rwanda is an interested party in this particular thing. They are the fourth best team now in the group, and Rwanda will be playing South Africa in the last game. So if Rwanda wins,
does Rwanda tend to gain if they beat South Africa?
So if Rwanda wins their next game, right, Rwanda will also be 14 points, as the Super Eagles winning their next game will also be 14 points. Now, going into the last game, if Rwanda beats South Africa, head-to-head, it's going to be favorable for them, which means they are going to be tied with South Africa, and then definitely they overhead South Africa. But now, they are head-to-head pairing with Benin Republic. It's quite dicey for them, but then, you know how this is about. See,
I'm one of those football analysts who don't bother my head with calculating.
But they stand a good chance. Now they'll be hoping that, okay, let's just win our 2 games. If we win our 2 games, and Super Eagles have shown that Nigeria's Super Eagles have shown hugely that they are an inconsistent side. So if this inconsistency continues with the Super Eagles and we win our 2 games, who says we can't go through?
Who says we can't go through? Yeah, they'll have to go through first. They have to win their 2 games.
So that's what I'm saying. So I mean, if they looking at Joseph,
the trajectory of the team has not shown that there's confidence that they will win their 2 games.
Rwanda.
I'm talking about the Super Eagles.
No, I'm talking about Rwanda's chance, because I mean, if Rwanda step up in this particular game, and then looking at Joseph Yobo's comment of miracle, if Rwanda step up and defeat South Africa, that means the miracle might just come to life.
I cannot put my money on South Africa, Rwanda beating South Africa, because Rwanda has been shaky. Let's not forget, they've had issues with their football federation, the players and the coach, and I think one of the assistant coaches is not going to be a part of this.
Yes, Chiguara.
After slapping a player in the league back there. For Rwanda, they're also having their challenges. So, but it's football. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. But South Africa, at the depth of the situation, I think they'll make sure that nothing happens. But miracle will do happen, and we hope that Joseph Yobo's seek for miracle will happen in his own. What I say?
But Jerry, what I mean, in your own word, tell me, what exactly are we supposed to do to take us out of this hoping for a miracle to qualify. Because an eyesore, it's sad to be in a group of South Africa, Benin Republic, Rwanda, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe, and be hoping for a miracle to qualify.
It is that it's no longer in our hands. Because
What should we do to ensure this sort of situation doesn't come again?
That means you have to talk to Rwanda. Maybe give them some incentives that if you beat South Africa, this is what we'll do for you. Maybe we'll give you the railway line in one part of the country or so on and so forth. Because it's no longer in our hands. There need to be something in it for the likes of Rwanda to want to beat South Africa. Like you mentioned, yes, the points, the advantage. Would that make them top the group? No, definitely not.
So it will interest you that this people was actually making this particular comment, right, while speaking on radio, monitored by VOP TV reporters. But Yobo actually stated clearly that the Super Eagles' chance of actually going to the World Cup is, slim, and then that the Super Eagles actually need miracle to actually make it through the World Cup. But one thing he actually really emphasized on is the fact that missing the World Cup is going to be a big disaster. Jerry, tell me what this is going to do to our football if we miss a back-to-back World Cup.
Yeah, first of all, I want to make it clear that we don't deserve to go to the World Cup.
But what is it going to do to our football?
A lot.
Missing the back-to-back World Cup.
Because missing the World Cup in 2022 in Saudi Arabia was a really, really bad taste in the mouth of a lot of people who would have loved to see the team in that World Cup where Messi and Argentina won the World Cup. And Saudi Arabia hosting the World Cup for the first time. We know how glamorous that competition was and what it would have done to players like Ademola Lookman, Victor Osimhen, who was in the top 10 Ballon d'Or.
Osimhen was actually top 8.
Top 8. So
and
top
Ademola
10,
Lookman was top 14, yeah.
Top 14 recently. So, and we have back-to-back African Footballer of the Year. And in the midst of all of this glory and making it to the final of the AFCON, we failed to qualify for the World Cup in a period where the slots were even increased. Because back then when Nigeria was qualified for the World Cup with ease, it was just 4 teams before it was increased to 5. Now we're having close to 6, 8. And it's expanding every time. So it's like the more it's expanding, the slot is expanding, Nigeria is failing to qualify. That shows that our football has gone backwards. We have become stagnant while other African teams are taking, because South Africa, I think the last time they went to the World Cup was in 2010 when they hosted. And South Africa definitely are not favorites to qualify for the World Cup back then as at when it was 4 slots. So South Africa is now showing that, okay, they are building on the progress they've made with their football. And they are taking advantage of it. So it means that we need to go back to the way we used to do it in the 90s. Then we can now start competing again. Because the back door we've been trying to do that helped us in 2018, when we had the likes of Simi Nwankwo, we had to go and bring in Simi Nwankwo to play for us at the World Cup. When we had Ahmed Musa, who was the one scoring, we were able to struggle against Greece. And don't forget, Argentina, we had the opportunity of beating Argentina, but we could not get it. Yeah, that was Russia in 2018. Nigeria showed some bit of promise, but it was just never going to be there. So it's a really very, very bad situation, because now what it means that we're going to be planning for 2030. So for 8 years, we're not going to be at the global stage. Our rankings is going to suffer. Our footballers is going to lose that credibility they're supposed to get by playing in the World Cup. So it's a very bad situation.
So from here, let's move on straight to what's happening in the women football. Nigeria under-17 has actually qualified for the World Cup. I mean, this is the Flamingos. This is the Flamingos, and it's actually our forte. Our women are actually very, very strong in Africa. I mean, they've been doing a lot. I think the only positive we've enjoyed so far in the football, I think in the last couple of months, is actually the female. They've been doing so well. And of course, the Flamingos head coach Bankole Olowo Kereas named 21 players in the final squad for 2025 women under-20, under-17 World Cup. Flamingos arrived Morocco's commercial and industrial capital Casablanca on Wednesday for the final phase of preparation for the competition. Flamingos had been drawn in Group D alongside Canada, France, and Samoa. Nigeria will kick off their campaign against Canada on Sunday, October 19, before facing France 3 days later. Both teams scheduled for 8 p.m. Nigerian time, Football Academy Stadium. Right now, the interesting part of this is, Jerry, this particular game is going to be played at the Football Academy Morocco's football design, whatever it is you see in Morocco today, that is exactly where it's happening. That is actually not different from what France is doing in Clairefontaine. This is their own version of Clairefontaine, the Mohammed V Academy pitch. That's exactly where every good thing you see in Morocco is happening. And that's exactly where Nigeria will play in their first game. And their final group stage game encounter will be against Samoa on October 25, and with kickoff time around 5 p.m. But, Jerry, we've not won in the 17 World Cup before. The female version, we've not won it before. What are the chances? What are the odds for the Flying Eagles and the Flamingos to actually win this? In fact, female, anytime they go outside the shores of Africa, they actually less, of what we see them in Africa. But then going to the World Cup, I think the last time I actually followed closely, because I had someone who was part of the team, was in 2019. I had someone who actually was part of that contingent that went to, I think it was Jordan. Yes, it was Jordan that they hosted that particular World Cup. And the person was the media officer of that team at the point. And the person was telling me about the situation of the camp. But do we have a chance? Looking at the players we are going with. Now, some of these players are very well known because they're still very young women. But the teams they're actually coming from, we have players from Abia Angels, Imo Strikers, we have players from Bayelsa Queen, Remo Stars Ladies, we've got players from Robo, we have players from Imo Strikers. So we've got a lot of players in this particular ranks. And from the team they actually pick these girls from, do you think we have a good chance to actually give a good account of ourselves? Bankole Olowokere's team.
Yeah, Bankole Olowokerere has proven to be a good coach when it comes to the age grade teams, most especially for the ladies. And it's somebody I have confidence in terms of his quality. And the fact that he's impartial, his impartiality in terms of selection of players can be guaranteed in terms of making sure that he's picking the best legs to go with him to the Under-17 World Cup.
I think I will agree with you, Jerry, because one of the players in that particular team, right, came from Danas. And I mean, the Danas team is one team I know very well in Lagos. I was so surprised
to see a
girl from Danas. I was like, okay, I think there's something about this particular team that might interest me.
That means he puts his ears to the ground and gives opportunity to those who are good enough to be a part of the team. First of all, when a coach puts his ears to the ground, goes to the grassroots, and make effort in recruiting good players, he has already put himself in a position to win games. And you made mention of the fact that each time we go abroad, we always struggle and so on. It's good now that the World Cup is now going to be hosted in Africa when it comes to women football. And it's going to be hosted in Morocco. And let's not forget, Morocco has shown to be a good ground for female football. The Falcons just won the AFCON in Morocco. And there are two friendlies already lined up for the Flamingos. They're going to be playing New Zealand and Paraguay. So they're already there. And I would like to see those two games first. Then I will now judge the quality ahead of their games when the competition starts proper. So with all of this being put in place, I think Olowokerere is on a good path. And the Flamingos, I think the last time, the best we did was going to the final where we lost. I can't remember. I think that was it a CSAT team? I can't remember right now. So
was it the final or semi-final they got to?
It is semi-final. I think the Flamingos was it the under-20 that made it to the final and lost, or the under-17? I will get that correctly. But this Flamingo side, they've blown away teams they've been playing. I think the last time they played about 6-0, 7-0. They scored a lot of goals.
Still very much within the shores of Africa.
Yeah, within the shores of Africa. But that is not to take it away from Bankole Olowokerere. He's experienced when it comes to this kind of competition. So I will give him the benefit of that. Let's see the two friendly games against New Zealand and Paraguay. Then we can now say that this team is ready. Unlike what we saw with the under-20 side that we were giving so much hopes. I remember you had a lot.
No.
The Barry boys.
The problem with that under-20 side was
the way Argentina cleared their doubt from the blast of the whistle.
No, Jerry. No, the problem with that under-20 side was the fact that the coach actually did them dirty. I mean, your team got to the semi-finals of the AFCON, right? Asking 16 players from that particular team was an excess. You don't have to do that. For that team to go as far as getting there, I'm not saying you cannot take out some players, right? See, Jerry, what I would have expected the coach to have done is...
It was an opportunity to bring more mediocre players.
No, Jerry, see, what you should have done is, okay, you look at the first team players. You know these ones are actually the best. The ones on the bench, you can take them out and bring in the ones that you feel are better than the first team players. This is how you actually change a team for good. Not you don't. When you take out 16 players, it means you're taking out the entire team. And just okay, look at it again. You take out 16 players out of 22 or 21, and then there's a haircut in that particular team, which means you haircut one goalkeeper, which means naturally what you just did is that you just overhaul the entire outfield players, and it's sincerely, Jerry, it's not even what I want to imagine. But then it's good that what happened, and we can actually learn from there and learn to move forward.
This should be goodbye to Ali Zubairu. I think the NFL should start looking for a coach for the under-20 as far as the next competition is concerned. Zubairu has proven that he does not have the capacity. But anyway, he qualified through the AFCON to be a part of the under-20 World Cup. So at least he has tested the World Cup. Then we should start looking at another option. We have a lot of coaches who are even interested in coaching the 8th grade teams. We saw a lot of applications when the under-20 position was thrown open. But unfortunately, sentiments came into play in terms of who they selected. Because anyway, Zubairu went to the final with El Kanemi Warriors of the FA Cup, so Federation's Cup. So that was enough to say, let him go and coach the under-20, and we'll know what happened eventually. Pretty interesting.
So Jerry, now let's look at the NNL, right? The officials of the Nigerian National League, which is very much our own league too, is actually calling for a very good infrastructure, rallying cry, saying that they're going to actually visit all 36 centers across the country to ensure that there's good playing pitch for the competition. And I was just wondering while I was thinking about this, how much of this, because even the Nigerian Professional Football League itself, how much of a superb infrastructure do we even have to start with? This is a very good one. I mean, it's good that you're actually clamping down on the NNL, but how much funding do they even have to have a good pitch that is going to be standard enough to be called a I don't know. Tell me what exactly is the standard for playing pitch in the Nigerian League?
You just read a beautiful press release that will not be executed. It's just a press release released by one PRO guy.
No, Jerry.
Of the Nigerian National League. Let me tell you. See, I understand Nigerian football very well.
Okay, wait.
All right, go ahead.
What these people are saying is that over the years, one of the reasons why we've been churning out terrible results or terrible display in performance in the league, talking about the NNL now, is the quality of pitch. Most of the pitches are dusty. You don't play professional football on such pitch, right? They want to see a very good pitch, and I think that should be commended. And again, Jerry, you said of course, are someone who really follows Nigerian football. I mean, we had this same thing before during the LMC, when the LMC actually really came on board initially. One of the first things that actually clamped down was pitch, and today we can actually attest that the quality of pitches across the country in the Nigerian League has actually improved.
Yeah, has actually improved based on what was there before. And say for some privately owned club sites who have made efforts to try as much as possible to get good pitches, then some government-owned clubs where the state governor, who is a sport lover, makes effort to have good pitch for his team to play their home games. And apart from that, the league, which is the NPFL, is already struggling to meet the standard. Then the lower league is now telling us that they are going to inspect all the pitches. How much does the winner of the NNL get at the end of the season? How much is a single NNL side worth in terms of financial capacity to be able to own a standard pitch? And how many teams in the NNL that are owned by states, that are backed by state government, that will make sure that they have the financial capacity? Unless the organizers of the NNL are living in fool's paradise. Because how will you tell me a team, let me go to a state that is not financially capable. Let's say Calabar, for instance. At least Calabar still has some decent places where they can play football. Let me say go to the north, where apart from the likes of Kano Pillars and maybe the rest, those who are playing the NNL, how many of them have the financial capacity when they cannot even pay their players? The coaches they even have are just, please just play at the end of the month. We'll find something for you. Calm down. We know we are struggling. We are just managing. Are those the teams that the NNL will boldly go and meet? And I'll tell them, if you want to continue to play in this league, you have to build a standard pitch. Then tell me, what is the yardstick of a standard pitch?
It is exactly the question. What's
the yardstick of a standard pitch?
What's the yardstick
is it
of the measurement
FIFA
here?
standard? Is it AstroTurf?
FIFA standard should be the standard now. Is there any other standard we are looking at, Jerry?
See, if you are looking for FIFA standard in the NNL, what will you now be asking the NPFL? Because the NPFL does not have FIFA standard pitches. Because anytime the Super Eagles want to play, they only go to Uyo. Because the Abuja Stadium is not available. In Lagos, maybe we can have the Onikon Stadium, which is manageable, but is very small in size and is in a populated where people are living, and you cannot organize such a big game like Super Eagles in that stadium.
But it's opposite the main bowl where Super Eagles.
Which main bowl?
You're talking about the Onikon Stadium.
Yes, the Onikon Stadium.
Okay.
The Onikon Stadium is on the island.
But the Surulere Stadium is also around where people stay. The
Surulere Stadium.
Yes, even
are you talking about the testing?
Yes, it's around
the
where
testing. The testing is an AstroTurf pitch.
But it's around where people stay too.
Players are not comfortable playing on the AstroTurf pitch. It's dangerous.
But the same pitch you're talking about is opposite the main bowl itself, which is
the main bowl,
which is around still where people stay.
The main bowl is history, but it has the capacity.
Okay.
It has capacity in terms of the number of people that can come and watch those games. So if you are now asking for all of this, it's like the NNL, the organizers, are not telling themselves the truth. That's why I say this is a beautiful press release. At the end of the day, it's just because we don't have this NNL on TV. Had it been, we can send people to go and view the games after all this boardroom and press release to really find out that eventually that they are carrying this to the latter. Then we can now say, yes, they know what they are doing. So, but it's good. It's good they are saying this. But how many of the teams have the capacity to meet the standards of the pitch they are talking about?
So away from that, let's now talk about other sports. Of course, this is Sport Republic, not just football. So we'll go straight to tennis, where Novak Djokovic battled through grueling conditions and an ankle injury to reach semi-finals of the Shanghai Masters. He defeated Juan Monia 6-3, 5-7, 6-2 in a match that lasted 2 hours and 14 minutes. Despite struggling with the heat and humidity, Djokovic's next opponent, Zizou Bergs, pushed him hard in the quarterfinals before ultimately falling short. However, in actual match report, it was mentioned that Djokovic faced Valentin Vacherot. Opponents Holger Rune didn't make it past the quarterfinals due to muscle cramps, and Djokovic's actual semi-final opponent wasn't specified in the provided snippet. Further details will be needed to create the semi-finals matchup. Shanghai Masters has been plagued by injuries and heat-related issues, with several top players withdrawing or struggling in matches. Holder has called the ATP Tour to introduce a heat rule to protect players and health well-being. And of course, let's move from that to cricket, where South Africa pulled off a stunning 3-wicket win over India in the World Women's Cricket Championship. Nadine Kirk's explosive 84 out of 54 balls, including the 5-6 and 4 8-4s, helped the Proteas chase down India's total of 251 all-out. The Clark's partnership with Claude Tyrone, who took 3-32 in 10 overs, provided crucial match in the particular game. India's Richard Ghosh has earlier set up a competitive total with 94 out of 74 balls, including 4 sixes and 4s. However, South Africa's bowlers did well to restrict the host and chase down the targets. And of course, that's exactly where we'll be leaving us up today. Jerry, thank you very much for joining me in today's edition of the Sport Republic. It's good to have you this morning.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here.
And hopefully, by the time we'll be back, we'll be looking at the Super Eagles a bit higher up the ladder in the World Cup qualifying stage. And then we'll be talking about, what are the chances of the Super Eagles making it through if we win our last game.
I'll be here live taking that game on Locker Room.
Absolutely. Jerry will be here taking that particular game live on Locker Room. And of course, that's exactly where we'll be wrapping it up this morning on Sport Republic. My name is Ikechukwu Aguago. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? The community of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious mind.
Hello and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Chiku.
And I am David Edwin.
Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. For headlines, CUPADC charges new INEC chair to serve Nigerians.
Macaulay, Vasta, Ogoni, 9 others get state's pardon.
Sibanjo slams inconsistencies in Supreme Court.
Odinako bemoans Nigeria's tie to back colonial legacies.
Vigilante seeks FG's recognition to crush bandits.
Federal government demands accounting for unused TET fund cash.
And business customs sees 10,000 bags of expired flour at SEME.
And in the world of sports, FIFA rules better Nigeria's World Cup chances.
In the world of entertainment, at X Lagos presents 10-year African Creativity Report. Now the news and details. A cross-section of stakeholders in Nigerian politics has charged the proposed national chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amopiton, to discharge his role with loyalty to Nigerians rather than the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Reacting to his nomination, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, urged Amopiton to see his appointment as a unique opportunity to ensure free, fair, and credible election rather than being a tool in the hands of those in power. However, ADC National Publicity Secretary Bola G. Abdullahi said the party was adopting a cautious approach to the development as not much is yet known about the new electoral chief. Likewise, in a statement by his national coordinator, Dr. Yunus Otanko, the Obedient Movement expressed hope for a new electoral act that will enhance credibility, freedom and fairness in Nigerian elections, particularly ahead of the 2027 general elections. Also, the National Secretary of the Coalition of United Political Parties, CUPP, Peter Ame, tasked Amopiton to urgently rebuild public trust in INEC, saying that the Commission's credibility has been severely eroded by the shadows of past electoral malfeasance.
Still on Professor Joash Amopiton is the newly appointed chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Mixed reactions have continued to trail the announcement with citizens raising concerns about credibility, reforms, and regional balance. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Oguswada has more on this report.
The announcement President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has nominated Professor Joash Amukbiton as the new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The announcement was made on Thursday by presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga, who said the nomination has been approved by the National Council of State and will now be sent to the Senate for screening. Amukbiton, who currently serves as the Deputy Vice Chancellor at the University of Jos, a senior advocate of Nigeria and professor of law, hails from Kogi State, making him the first nominee from the North Central region to lead the commission. His appointment follows the end of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu's tenure in October 2024. As Voice of the People TV, we got citizens' opinion on this significant development and the task ahead for the new INEC chairman.
INEC chairman's appointment is not supposed to be done by the president. It's supposed to be an independent body. So the president is not supposed to have any affiliation with the INEC chairman. So him appointing the chairman, the INEC chairman will definitely owe allegiance to him because he's the one that appointed him, definitely want to serve him. So him appointing the chairman, I don't think there will be fair and fair election because the last election was not fair and fair. So this one, definitely, it won't be fair and fair because he has appointed another one now. So I just hope that the man uses his church mind to just free us from this captivity.
We always have issues with transparency. That's the thing. We definitely, I told myself, election Nigeria is crap. It's just trash because your vote does not actually count. And Nigeria does not have good record system. So there is no transparency, the real people that voted and who is actually voted for. So we want transparency from the new INEC chairman. And what we think he can do better is the BVAS system that they want to use. So if they could do like a session of that BVAS before the main election and see the authenticity of it, see the efficiency of it, then they can actually put it in place.
Actually, you can see the way the country is. Everybody needs a better future for his or her children. The most important thing is the masses. If there is a way they can come up with a good idea to coordinate the INEC and the election should be done free and fair, it will be fine and good. The youth should have something good doing. They should favor the business people. Let there be competition in the market and make sure everything works effectively well.
As a good Nigerian, I would like the new INEC chairman to do well, but the truth is that he must do the biddings of his master, Mr. President. So for his own good and for the betterment of Nigeria, I'd like him to be himself and do the right thing. For election, I hope our vote will count.
As the new INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amukbiton, awaits Senate confirmation, many Nigerians are watching closely, hopeful for reforms and transparency in the nation's electoral process. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so much, Matthew Ogunswada, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that, several persons, including nationalist Herbert Macaulay, Major General Maman Vatsa, and the Ogoni Nine, who were executed in 1995 by the military regime of late General Sani Abacha, have been granted a posthumous pardon, by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He also extended clemency to 89 inmates across the country and approved national honors for 959 Nigerians and foreigners in recognition of their contribution to national development. Macaulay, co-founder of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroon, NCNC, alongside Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, was convicted by British colonial authorities in 1913 and banned from public service. Though he died in 1946, his conviction had remained on record until now. On the other side, Vatsa, a poet and military officer, was executed in 1986 over an alleged coup plot and was among 17 individuals granted presidential pardons following the endorsement of the National Council of State, which met in Abuja on Thursday. Others included the Ogoni Nine, comprising Ken Sarawiwa, Saturday Dube, Nodu Ewa, Daniel Boko, Paul Livara, Felix Noate, Barry Bobera, Berenin Kiobel, and John Kupeine. Also, the Ogonifo of Albert Bede, Edward Kobani, Samuel Oraje, and Theophilus Orj received posthumous national honors.
In another development, human rights lawyer Femi Falana has called for an out-of-court settlement of the protracted terrorism case and incarceration of the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. Describing the case as political, the senior advocate of Nigeria told newsmen in Umuahia, the Abia State capital, during a visit to Governor Alex Oti, that the matter should be sorted out of the courtroom. According to him, if some governments are negotiating with bandits or other criminal elements, there can be no basis for not having the Kanu case resolved politically. Meanwhile, Falana commended the various landmark projects executed by Governor Oti in just 2 years and a few months in office.
Still on law and justice, former Vice President Yemi Osibanjo has expressed concern at the Nigerian court's tendency to prioritizing technicalities over substantive justice. Against this background, he stressed the urgent need for a fundamental restructuring of Nigeria's legal and judicial philosophy. Speaking in Ilorin at the second Professor Yusuf Ali annual lecture organized by the Kwara State University, Malate, the law professor said the essence of any justice system is to serve the people, not to glorify procedural formalities. According to him, many judicial decisions, including those of the Supreme Court, often titled towards form rather than substance. He added that even English courts, which practices that the Nigerian legal system inherited, have evolved beyond such rigid technicalities by allowing amendments at any stage to ensure that justice is done. Osibanjo noted that Nigeria's continued attachment to outdated technicalities undermine justice and erode public trust in the judiciary.
Meanwhile, former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria, Professor Chidi Odikalu, has urged Nigerians to disconnect from colonial legacies and take a fresh path to regenerate a genuine leadership system for the country. Odikalu, who spoke during an annual lecture at the Kwara State University for Professor Yusuf Ali, describes such leaning as deeply shameful. According to him, Nigerians should understand that there's a deeply shameful colonial history that actually was designed not to make them human beings and a united community. Odinkalu noted that if Nigerians make that knowledge available to the people, there is the likelihood of people to react to it differently rather than accept the myth that citizens have been given. He added that teaching is important, while reforms should not just be about general curriculum, but the teaching of law, which is very urgent.
Away from that, the Minister of Women Affairs, Dr. Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, has insisted that every girl deserves a chance to dream, grow, and lead. Therefore, she called for collective action to protect the girl child from harm and abusers. Suleiman Ibrahim, who spoke when she visited the office of the National Youth Leader of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in Abuja, in commemoration of the International Day of the Girl Child, urged young Nigerians to become advocates of mentorship and progressive leadership. She stated that the urgency for a multi-sectoral approach to addressing issues about rape and gender-based violence, insisting that a collective responsibility is essential in protecting girls and women across the country.
In a similar development, the Center for Women's Health and Information has called on religious leaders in Osun State to take drastic steps towards curbing the high rate of incense in the state. The organization's executive director, Atunuke Odukoya, stated that after a consultative workshop with Muslims and Christian leaders in Osogbo, the need for stakeholders to draw an action plan on reducing violence against women and the menace of incense. She explained that looking at the issues around data and statistics, The rate of gender and sexual violence in Osun State was alarming, with the state also having a high rate of incidents. She added that against this background, the body has decided to begin engaging the state through key players like religious leaders who shape the norms, behaviors, and attitude more than they take credit for.
Also in the news, human rights activist Samuel Ashore has called on Nigerians to join a peaceful protest in Abuja and other parts of the nation to demand the release of the detained leader of the IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Shore, who spoke on Voice of the People's program this morning, said the protest will hold on October 20th to coincide with the ENDSAR's Memorial Day. He explained that the march will be non-violent and non-political, urging prominent leaders from the southeast, including Governor Alex Oti and Chukuma Soludo of Anambra State, to participate. He described Kanu's continued detention as unjust and politically motivated, criticizing what he called double standard among some politics and political elites in the region. Shore further said that the protest is aimed at pressuring the government to obey court ruling and free Kanu, adding that Nigerians in the diaspora will also hold demonstration at various embassies. Nnamdi Kanu has been under custody of the Department of State Services since 2021, facing charges bordering on terrorism and treasonable felony. Also in the news, as the world celebrates the 10th of October, marking World Mental Day, a global observance aimed at raising awareness about mental health issues. This year's theme focuses on promoting mental health as a universal human right, reminding us that everyone deserves access to care, compassion, and understanding. Victoria Obaki has more on this report for Voice of the People's Television.
Platform to mental health has increasingly become a global concern, affecting millions of people across age groups and background. World Mental Health Day, observed every 10th of October, serves as a platform to highlight these issues and encourage open dialogue across communities. Organizations and advocates are holding awareness campaigns, outreach programs, and counseling sessions, all geared towards breaking the silence around mental illness and fostering understanding. Depression, anxiety, and stress-related disorder continues to rise, especially among young people, due to social pressure, economic hardship, and the fast-paced digital world we live in. Let's hear from an expert who is a clinical psychologist and family life therapist, Dr. Miracle Ihuoma.
The reason World Mental Health Day is important is for awareness purposes. Really, it's the same thing with any other day that we recognize, so that people can understand that there's something called mental health, and then awareness can be intensified, and then people can learn more about mental health and how to seek support for their mental health. The most common mental health challenge people face or condition is anxiety, followed by depression. So anxiety is number one. Depression would be the next most common mental health challenges people face. We must be sources of inspiration, we must be a source of support for anyone who is dealing with mental health support. You must see mental health as physical health. So the same way you'll be there for someone who is down with malaria and typhoid, cancer, HIV, or STD, or any other form of physical health challenge, the same way you need to be there for people who are dealing with mental health challenges as well. You must be a source of succor. You must be a shoulder for them to lean on. You must be there for them. My advice for anyone dealing with any mental health condition, whether it is depression or anxiety, is to seek support or to seek help, because help is available. Like I would always say, help is always available. So reach out to a professional today. Talk to someone today. I know a lot of the times we say, oh, depression will be African man sickness, and all of that. But that's not true, man. As long as you have emotions, you have cognition, and you have behavior, you can be affected by mental health issues. So reach out and seek the necessary support that you need.
The message remains clear. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and everyone has a role to play in promoting empathy, inclusion, and care for those struggling silently. This day is a reminder that mental well-being should be everyone's priority. Let's continue to create safe spaces, show compassion, and support one another, because good mental health builds stronger communities. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
So much, Victoria Obaki, for that wonderful reportage and coverage. It's time for the media news analysis, and with us in the studio is Mr. Dele Fanimo, who happens to be a seasoned reporter, a veteran also in journalism, and also a public and political affairs commentator. Good afternoon, Mr. Dele Fanimo.
Good afternoon, Fina and David.
Good to have you join today's media news. All right. Interesting. We want to start off with, will I say, reports from Osun State, where we learned that we're having high level of incest and also inordinate desire for women. More like reducing women to so many things, even when they are not in need or in support to asking their consent. Please, what do you have to say about this? Because this particular report is a bit alarming, and it came from the Center for Women Health and Information.
Incest is when you have amorous relationship with somebody that is related to you, either paternal relationship or maternal relationship, or even if you married a woman and before the marriage she had already consummated the marriage and they have a child, it is incest for you to sleep with that child as your stepdaughter. You see, it has always been there. But thank God, and thanks to technology and social media, most of these things are not reported because some are steeped in culture, some are steeped in religion. In some climes, you can marry from your siblings because they believe that they don't want their blood to be stained by an outsider. And in some cultures, they don't, because of the background and the history, they don't frown at it. They say, well, it's safe and convenient for you to marry from your clan. But morally, we say it is wrong. I could recall that when I was breeding dogs, one of the things the veterinary doctor will tell you is that if you meet a dog from the same lineage, they are not likely to produce good litters.
Yeah.
So to that extent, it is wrong. And then again, there is no room for resistance when such thing happen to you underage. Because it will be too late for resistance. You imagine somebody like me having a stepdaughter. That stepdaughter will so much trust me that left alone with me, she feels comfortable and safe. So at the time of attempt at abusing her, rather than resist, she's shocked. She can't even wrap it around her head until the deed is done.
And then there's a part of the trauma that comes afterwards.
Yes, it is the pain that lives with her.
The person will be traumatized.
It can make a whole lot of impact in the growing up of that particular child.
You said something about this actually being there before. Why is it that in this modern time, because we're saying thank God to modern equipment and technology that we can, hear or know about them. Why is it that in this modern time, in Nigeria, people are still being subjected, women, let me not say people, women now are still being subjected to high level of violence and so much other of meanness, even this incest, even when we know that it has a health implication. Because through that actually, we have, I'm looking for the right, or rather a more subtle word to use, so that it's, for it not to crucial. Now we have issue of genetic disorder to be one of the health implications of incest.
Yeah.
Why is it that people are still committing it, even in this modern time?
You see, unbridled desire. In psychology, we call it obsession.
Obsession.
Unbridled desire for a particular thing, even when you don't need it, you still want to do it. And some people feel they are macho when they do such things. And do you know that there was a particular president that was even pushing that narrative that if you are an HIV patient, you need to sleep with a virgin for you to be cured of HIV. Now, imagine somebody who has been pronounced to be HIV positive. Relying on that statement from a whole president of a nation, the first thing he's thinking about is this young girl beside me. If I could do it, maybe I'll be cured. But it's a fallacy. So some of these people, they rely on the religion. Some rely on culture.
Which again is the reason why the women in Osun State clearly are, the organization rather, are clearly looking at talking from that level, having a religious leader coming to converse with people. But what I want to find out from you, sorry to button on that, what I want to find out is how much intense punitive measures should be put in place on the part of government. Now, this is a call that has been, to government and, of course, religious leaders. What punitive measures can be put in place for these kind of acts to clearly leave our society in a time like this? Because we have young people all around.
You see, we're talking about Mental Health Day this morning,
right?
As declared by United Nations. One of the major problems is this that we're talking about: incest. Psychologically, that child may be maladjusted. But because you cannot trace the root of the maladjustment, you assume it's one of those things.
If they don't speak up.
Because they will not likely speak up. If for every one report, you have 10 unreported. But we are still heading somewhere. Those days, if you go and report rape in the police station, the policeman will chase you and say, "Okay, get away." If you didn't put yourself in a position of harm's way.
Exactly, because
nobody will abuse you. Get out of this station.
That actually is the next line of question I wanted to ask you, because one path we're getting this call from these women who have actually made Nigerians understand how alarming the increase of incest and violence against women is happening in Osun State and Osun, but they gathered for that. Now we also have the part of genital mutilation, which women also have been subjected to under quote-unquote religious backing, traditional backing.
You see,
what would the government do? David was asking about what penalties are we going to be exposing people who commit these things.
It is clear in the statute. If your marriage is consummated under the act, they will list it. When I wanted to get married, it was part of the listing that you cannot have any filial relationship with so and so. And incest was part of the listing. So, the moment, but the point is, if it is not reported, how would you prosecute? And if it's reported and it gets to court, how do you safeguard the child, the girl child? Because if she's exposed during trial, it could be a butt of stigmatization.
Is it a case of prosecution now, or is it lack of political will? Because what we're looking at here in general now is about maybe girl child abuse and women abuse and all that. Now, is it a case of how will it be prosecuted? Because we can recall that sometime in this nation, a certain senator who actually was sent to represent a certain constituency was bold enough to tell Nigerians that they're supporting the marriage of a 13-year-old, which, quote-unquote, he has one in his house. And this was when Nigerians were talking about girl-child marriage and also girl-child abuse. So is it now a case of how will the person be prosecuted? Or maybe some persons who believe that they are larger than life still perpetuating the act on the back of the law and even their religious practice.
You see, we operate two laws in Nigeria, the penal code and the criminal code.
Which one should be superintended? Which one should be higher?
It's at par.
All right.
Depending on your geographical location. If you are in the north, you face the penal code. If you are in the south, you face the criminal code. Penal code does not recognize prosecution of a man for marrying an underaged person. Because their culture, which is almost subsumed in their religion, gives it that blanket freedom to marry an underage. Because what they believe is your second menstrual cycle must not meet you in your parents' house. As at the time they arrived at that conclusion, menstrual cycles were delayed to age of 16, 17. But today, because of our ways of life,
right,
the food we eat, and some other factors, you see girl child entering puberty at 12, 13. Rather than review this because of the current realities, they stick to it. So rather than wait until the first menstrual cycle at 16, then when growth was stunted, now you have exposure to food.
Why assent to such law when we know that in Nigeria, an adult marks from 18? Why make such law? I'm talking about the penal code. Now, because what I'm asking this question is that it's quite unfortunate that it's more like the world making, Africa especially, make it look like it's a man's sword. Somalian president made a statement saying that marriage for girls should be pegged at the age of 18. We saw the men in Somalia moving into the street to protest. Why would the government say something like that? Bringing them back again to child abuse and marriage of young children. We know that even their female genital organ are not strong or mature enough, and they will end up messing them up by giving them pregnancy, and some of them are having so many other things as complications. VVF and a whole lot.
You see, let me tell you, there's a way you cannot divorce. As a matter of fact, law is a combination of culture, tradition, norms, and living, which is derived from what we used to be, and then the word normal or abnormality is not universal. What is normal in this climate may not be normal in America. What is normal in America is not normal in Nigeria. So that is why we have penal code and criminal code. If you know you are not going to be caught up with penal code, then you move to where you can face criminal code.
Now, I want to get to a particular conversation that I saw because of time. The former Vice President Jebe Shibadu has said that the inconsistency in Supreme Court's order is something that should be carefully looked at. And again, the conversation around the judiciary being held captive by, of course, the ruling party, as alleged, is one that needs to be checkmated by some quarters, according to what they've said. But from your perspective, following court orders and, of course, reforms that are being called for within the judiciary, do you think this present administration might just be looking in that direction as well? Because there's been the consistent call for reforms all across constitution, electoral, judicial. What do you think can be done right going into 2027? As, of course, we know our elections are closer by.
In my communication schools, we were told that you could be suffering from self-censorship, and it will be seen as autocratic censorship.
Okay.
You see, some of these judges, from what I've seen, is that some of them they censor themselves and sometimes misbehave because of the expectation of delayed gratification. But the optics there will be, government is the one stifling them, holding them back. How can you pervert justice just because you know that there is a reward for that perversion? And you now come back to say it is government that held you. That's one instance.
Okay.
2, the likes of Teslim Elias were the likes of Bola Ajibola, the likes of Kayode Esho were in this country and they led impeccable lives as judges. But the price they had to pay for it is their hostile life. Those days, when you appoint a judge, it's like you are putting somebody in the monastery. The moment you are appointed a judge, I grew up to see that you are taken away from the community. There's a GRA residence for you.
Not like the ones we're saying being built by some persons.
That's what I'm saying. And the moment you are in that place, you don't need anybody to tell you that you cannot attend social engagements anymore. Judges don't print cards. But what do we have? Even security agents now.
Some of them even go as far as saying, keep off.
Exactly. Those days.
Visitors are not allowed. Keep off,
For you to be allowed into the premises of a judge, that judge would have run through his brain to know that you don't have any pending litigation in his court.
Exactly.
Because anybody passing by and sees you will already label you that you are being induced.
So, Mr. Fanmo, you did say that delayed gratification basically is one of the reasons why some of these judges give conflicting judgments, allegedly as well. But the concern now would be, how can this be managed to the barest minimum to have a better judiciary and, of course, better court decisions that are not contradicting, just like we saw in the Rivers State situation, and of course several sorts across the country?
You see, there are journalists and there are journalists. There are lawyers and there are lawyers. There are doctors and there are doctors. I recall there was a time my cousin told me that some of his mates in medical schools, he knew them to be half-baked, that he knew that they would end up being killer doctors. And later in life, he found out that they actually became killer doctors. But when you want to say Dr. So-so, Dr. So-so, you understand? It's about the way you condition your mind. That look, for this position I'm holding, I want to be Spartan. I want to come clean.
Would that work when we have the issue of technicalities also play out? Because the issue of technicalities also play out.
You would want to say, I want to stand out in this profession. Then 2, condition yourself to the extent that whatever is beyond your income, you don't go near it. Then 3, there should be punishment for infraction.
I like that part, because an act of not having punishment is what is the reason why we're seeing some of these things happen. But before I let you go, in one sentence, the appointment of the new INEC chairman, your position as against what some quarters have said, that this man is Yoruba, and of course the presidency is Yoruba. But I mean, your position basically in 30 seconds.
Well, for me, I've always said it. When Ibas wanted to appoint a SEC chairperson in River State, and he went beyond River State, my own take is, it's not the individual. If the system is perfect, even let the individual come from hell, it won't be able to prevail.
All right.
For me, it was a tactical maneuvering. If you say it's Yoruba, but it's also a northerner. Is it not Kogi?
Well, some quarters will want to differ on that particular position, Mr. Fanimo.
No, I am telling you, is it not from Kogi?
Oh, well, because of our time...
His governor attends Governor's Forum, Governor's Forum.
Right. We have to just go because we have very limited time. Once a big thank you to you, Mr. Daily Fanimo, for always being here. We've been speaking with Mr. Daily Fanimo, a seasoned reporter, and of course on this table, a public and political affairs analyst. Once again, thank you so very much.
It's always my pleasure.
The rest of the midday news will continue shortly, just after this quick break. Please do stay with us.
In a world where Welcome back. It's still the media news and Voice of the People television. October 9 was marked as World Post Day, with stakeholders calling for a technology-driven transformation of postal services in Nigeria to keep pace in modern communication trends. At an event in Lagos, participants and industry leaders stressed the need to reposition the postal system as a key driver of literacy, connectivity, and national development. Voice of the People television's Matthew Goswada has more in this report.
World Post Day, held annually on the 9th of October, is dedicated to celebrating the vital role of postal services in global communication and development. At this year's event, organized by the Nigerian Postal Service, stakeholders emphasized the continued relevance of the postal system in promoting literacy and connectivity despite the rise of digital communication.
Every year, we celebrate World Post Day, to celebrate the resilience, to celebrate the breakthroughs, to also celebrate the men and women that are toiling every day to ensure that communities are connected, that people are connected, that individuals are connected, that goods exchange hands.
You can track the movement of your mails on your phone. You don't need to come out to the post office or go to the customer care service to monitor the movement of your mails. You can download the app Track. You have your tracking number, because every product, every time you are at the counter, tracking number. So you have the tracking number to access, to know the level of movement of your goods or any merchandise you are sending.
Actually, postal services itself is technology. So modern day technology will just only come to add to what we have on the ground.
This year's celebration was described as a unique one, as students from Lagos mainland emerged as the first, second, and third place winners in the Universal Postal Union essay writing competition, a remarkable achievement that brought pride to Lagos State, thereby providing an avenue for customers to interact with postal management and discuss ways to enhance service delivery across Nigeria.
I'm very, very overwhelmed because I never thought I'm going to be the first. At first, I never even wanted to write it at first, but I'm very, very happy. I feel very happy to be in this platform today. It's a very good opportunity to harness my inner ability. And technology can help these letters get to their destination faster. It can help in the perspective of advertising. With the help of advertising, a lot of people can personalize live post and it could develop even better. Postal service is used to send message from distant places, and it can be used as a medium of exchange for various goods and services. And it's also used as a medium of bank exchange and other relevant purposes.
Postal service is one of the best ways to send your mails, and not only mails, but we also they deliver parcels and others, both within Nigeria and outside Nigeria.
As the world goes digital, it's clear that the future of postal services depends on innovation and technology. It should therefore be a collective responsibility for all stakeholders to embrace and drive this change of transformation. Matthew Kuswada, reporting for Voice of the People.
Thank you so very much, Matthew, for that particular report. Moving on to other stories, the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials is marking a silver jubilee with activities lined up for the 25th National Women's Conference aimed at empowering and inspiring women. Correspondent Onyeka Ogolo of Voice of the People TV has more on this report.
Official, the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Official Council has begun countdown to its 25th National Women Conference, a milestone silver jubilee edition dedicated to celebrating women's empowerment, leadership, and social impact.
For a quarter of a century, Council has stood tall as a formidable platform committed to the advancement, empowerment, and transformation of women here in Lagos and across Nigeria as a whole. Each of the past editions of this conference has been a bold statement of purpose, addressing topical issues that touch the lives of women, their families, and their communities, hereby contributing to governance in our dear state.
The three-day conference is scheduled to hold October 28th to 30th, with over 3,000 physical participants, about 2,000 virtual attendees expected from across Nigeria and beyond. According to the First Lady, the conference will feature interactive plenaries of women leadership, entrepreneurship, technology, wellness, and family life. Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State and Ahmed Aliyu of Sokoto will serve as special guest of honor at the opening and closing ceremonies.
For this year's edition of the conference, we have extended an invitation to His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodinma, the Governor of Imo State, to grace the opening ceremony. As a special guest of honor, while His Excellency Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto, the Governor of Sokoto State, will equally honor us as a special guest of honor at the closing ceremony on the last day of the conference.
This year's conference is special for many reasons. Firstly, it marks our 25th anniversary, which is the Silver Jubilee celebration of this remarkable annual convergence of women from all walks of life. Secondly, on a personal note, it is a memorable moment for me, as this press briefing serves as my first major outing as the chairman of the 2025 National Women's Conference.
She commended the media for their consistent partnership in promoting council initiative, assuring that this year's conference will surpass expectation. Pre-conference activities have already kicked off with free medical screenings, visit to orphanages, empowerment program across Lagos. The group also hold its pre-conference awareness walk this Saturday, October 11 in Ikorodu, with the theme Step Up, Show Up, Never Give Up. The 25th National Women's Conference will feature plenary sections, exhibition, a virtual and physical market, and a colorful gala night showcasing culture and entertainment. As women prepare to converge on Victoria Island for 25th National Women's Conference, Council says it remains committed to building stronger families, empowered communities, and a legacy of leadership that inspires the future. From Alausa Ikeja.
Thank you so much, Onyeka Marinogolo, for that coverage. Now to the business segment of the Midday News. The Semi-Custom Command of Nigeria Customs Services, NCS, has announced a revenue collection of 1,500,029,233 naira for the month of September. Disclosing this, Controller Wale Adenuga said outstanding performance reflected the effectiveness of the Controller General's reform and its agenda built on compliance, transparency, and data-driven monitoring of goods.
Moving on to some sports stories, Nigeria has received a major boost in her 2026 World Cup qualification as the Confederation of African Football (CAF) revised the qualifying rules following Eritrea's withdrawal from the competition. Eritrea's exit has caused a significant imbalance, leaving Group E with only 5 teams instead of 6. To maintain fairness, CAF and FIFA are considering removing points earned against the bottom-placed team in each group when determining the best runners-up.
Moving on to the entertainment segment of the Midday News here on Voice of the People Television. A platform for featuring exhibitions of artists and galleries in West Africa at Lagos has unveiled a 10-year impact report spotlighting how the continent had been projected on the global stage. Released ahead of the 10th edition of the Art Lagos, the report highlighted the fair's transformative journey from a local art exhibition to a global cultural platform. And with that, to come to the end of today's Midday News and Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People TV. And on all the social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People Television is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agamanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. I'm your girl, Precious Agumano, aka call me Prezi. And yes, today's episode is an interesting one. It's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. And we're bringing you an exciting blend of gist. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. So first off on our list today, we are talking about our popular Marvin record boss, Don Jazzy, has opened up about what he believes he may have missed out on while building his career in the music industry. Now, Don Jazzy has actually come out to talk about his life, about his marriage and stuff like that. So the 42-year-old revealed that marriage is one thing he did not expect to forgo in the pursuit of success. He said, I never thought I'll be 40-something and never be married. Maybe that's the one I lost. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, then I'm fine, he said. So I don't know how to put this, but Don Jazzy, you know, everyone knows that, yes, he had issues with his marriage and stuff like that. And, you know, till now, he has not gotten married again. And now it's not like he's trying to put pressure, because as they say, I'm not sure he's trying to put pressure on himself, but he has actually come out to say that that is one thing he actually didn't really achieve. Because if you talk about the money, the finances and stuff, he has been there. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning Don Jazzy and what he has actually said about his life and single life. So please, let's take some comments. People are like saying, marriage, but trust me, marriage is not by force. Yes, if it happens, it happens. I don't know why some people like to pressure. I don't know how to put it, but people like to pressure others just to, you know, get married and stuff. Please, for people who don't want to marry, just allow them to be, and trust me, they are fine. Because I'm even trying to imagine, you know, being with somebody and having to, you know, learn this person, and sometimes it doesn't just work out. You get. It's not by force. So if it works out for you, fine. If it doesn't, please just stay on your own. Nobody will come and kill you and say, auntie, you're not my uncle, you're not my kilo day. And trust me, the man he has already said that he's okay and he's fine with it. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, he's okay with it. So we have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of fans have come out to say, well, we understand it, Don Jazzy. Marriage is a gradual process. If you don't want to go, it's fine. It's okay. After all, you're fulfilled. You get what I'm trying to say. A lot of persons. And I want to talk about this story. Something happened one certain time like that, and I saw people like trying to speak to somebody. She was not married at that time, so people like parents actually. I don't want to put the people. Her parents were like pressuring her to get married, and now she got married, and finally she came out from the marriage because definitely that wasn't what she wanted. And maybe she has a reason why she doesn't want to be in that relationship. Trust me, parents are doing a lot. There are some parents that want to pressure you, put you under pressure that you need to get married. And I don't know why. Like, some parents really put children into pressure, like you must get married. It's not by force. Do you understand? I feel it's something, you have to be emotionally strong, emotionally stable, physically stable for you to even go into anything called marriage. And I feel that's it for Don Jazzy, because he has actually, the way he came out to say that it was the one thing that he actually had known that he had lost or something like that, but that doesn't mean that the parents or, you know, to put pressure on their children. Please leave people to be. It's not by force to get married. Some persons have actually gone into that marriage and it didn't work out for them. Some of them are going to that depression and they don't know how to fix this whole thing. So please allow them to be. Let them be themselves. Let them fix this thing themselves. If they're going to choose marriage, allow them to do this. So a lot of comments, a lot of people have actually come out to say things. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of things concerning that. Yes, somebody said, single but not searching. Yes, you know, enjoyment one wonder. This is too much. JC, I beg go. Enjoyment one wound, because trust me, not only come a first person, maybe they go marry. Like, you know, why? Allow him to be himself. So someone else said, any mistake you have made that closed the door of favor in your life, by the mercies of God, let that door open. Amen to that at Ella. All right, someone else said, Ami Beke said, he never ready. When he's ready, he would pick from all the Lagos girls he has as friends. And trust me, yes, we already David Don Jazzy will have a lot of friends, sorry. Don Jazzy will have a lot of friends, trust me. But it's not that he's not seeing them. He is, but I don't think he's ready for that kind of, he has been in such situation before. So you wouldn't expect, see, I've been saying this, marriage is emotional. You have to be stable. Because I've been saying it, you have to be stable. It's not something you can just come up one day, I want to get married. Trust me. Even when this guy was talking about a marriage being like calling it chike, he was calling marriage a child's plaything or something like that. And I know say I already talked about that, but trust me, he has a reason why he said that. Because see, this marriage thing, you just have to be prepared. Trust me, you just have to be prepared. A lot of persons have come out to say things, so please let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments. Yes, someone said his senior Tiwa at least 5 years. Don Jazzy is above 50 years. Trust me now, someone that has been into the music industry for years. Do you know what we're talking about? He has his own reasons why he has not, So Light Beats Classic said, behind every successful man is a man who avoids women. At Light Beats, I don't understand what you're trying to say, but it's all good. Maya Sam said, but you should be 50, sir. Which one be 40? I beg, you should leave him alone. Now he said already that he's 40 something. So leave him at that age. That is his age. No be you born him. When they born and they don't call you, allow him to say his age. He is the one that knows his date of birth. Leave him. What I'm trying to say is that marriage is not by force. If you agree, you do. If you don't agree, you do. Cuckoo come out because it's not by force. Do you understand? The fact that parents put pressure on their children, and I've been saying it, parents should stop putting pressure on their children because of marriage. A lot of people have done things inside the same marriage, and they wish that they hadn't got married. Yes, a lot of people have been in some marriages that they regret being in. So it's something that you have to be spiritually, physically active to know that you're going into that. So let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people have actually said things. So somebody else said, your choice. Yes, it's his choice. And I feel that his choice is his choice. Iwo Gift said, rest. Okay. Crystal Lover Girl said, marriage ain't for everyone. And yes, I've been saying it. Marriage is not for everybody. It's not for everybody. You can just stay and say, decide not to get married. Yes, so far you have your money and you're good to go. You cannot adopt and just everybody, So Dearest said, this one way they admit say him no fit stay one place. Oga no need to marry, nor put person picking for tension. Just remain in the streets, baba for the girls. No worry. We, your fans, love you like that. At Dearest, I white Dearest, that's okay. But yeah, I don't know, but Dearest, you have already actually said he should just stay where he is. Don Jazzy is, everybody loves Don Jazzy, trust me. People love him. And the fact that he has actually come out to say that, I think this is the one thing I have not actually achieved in my life, and it's about the marriage thing. He has his reasons. So then we cannot question him. It's his choice. It's what he has said he wants to be. So we love him like that, and we still love him like that. People should just allow him to rest in Jesus' name. All right, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be, so a woman has revealed that she had a baby at 15 and gave birth to the child for adoption, but at 25 years later, the child must have grown up. She ended up dating the child. Wow, that's a lot. Like, you give birth to a child at age 15 and give that child for adoption, and 25 years later, you get to date that child. And trust me, that's why I don't know how people put this, but something that is yours, a child that is yours, I don't think you should just let that child go like that. I'm saying from my own perspective. If you ask me, I'm saying from my own perspective, I don't think you should just allow the child go like that. You see, mothers are naturally kind and caring. I see mothers that give up their children for adoption as, I don't know how to put it, but I don't see them as mothers anymore. Trust me, because there's this bond that you're supposed to have as a mother and your child. Do you get? There's this bond that connects the both of you together. You have to be with your child. So now you've given your child for adoption at 15, and yes, You are now dating your child. Ah, Jesus. This is big. I don't know. Actually, she actually said that there was nothing like any sex or anything that happened between her and her child. But trust me, emotionally, as well. We have a lot. Let's see what she actually has to say, because she said a lot of things. So let's see this video on how she explained how she gave birth to a child at the age of 15. She had a child and gave her child for adoption, and 25 years later, she had to date. She actually dated the child, and she didn't know that she actually dated the child. So please, let's take some comments. Let's see the video. Sorry.
I was 15 when I had a baby. I gave that baby up for adoption. 25 years later, I ended up dating that baby, not knowing he was my son. Fast forward, when I confronted him about it, when I told him about it, he told me he been knew. He knew that I was his mother. No, I did not sleep with my son. We were dating. Dating does not mean sleeping together. Anyway, now we're in therapy. It's very awkward. We're trying to work through it. No, we're not dating anymore, but I'm also suing him for emotional distress. Now, if he doesn't agree, my lawyer says we're going to take it to court. And now his family is mad at me. They're trying to say that I knew all this time. When I was 15, I pushed him out. I didn't even see him. They took him immediately. So no, I didn't know. I was 15 when I had a baby. I gave that baby up for adoption.
So you're suing him for emotional stress, auntie. Lord, you're suing your son for emotional stress. Like, yeah, he knew that you're his mother, but maybe he didn't find it, like he didn't know how to put it. If I could say that, he didn't know how to put it to come and tell you that mommy, you're my mother, and like, you gave your child up for adoption. Yes. And trust me, you're not supposed to sue that guy, because trust me, do you know the emotional stress he himself has even faced, not having you close or by him as a mother? Trust me, it's a lot. Like, well, I have a lot to say concerning this, but the suing part, I'm not in accept. I don't agree with you. But trust me, I know that guy, basically being without a mother, the emotional stress he himself is even going through because of you gave him up for adoption. I've lost a dear one before. I know the kind of stress, the kind of stress it is, and the kind of emotional trauma it puts people or me into. Then talk more of you that left your own son, gave your son for adoption. You are around, not that you're late, you are alive. And you give your child for adoption and still feel that child won't miss his mother. Please, this is a lot. That's why I said mothers have this connection with their children. You don't expect your child to flow well or behave like, why? You see that swing part? I'm not in acceptance of it. But let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning and even ask questions, because like they are like saying, really, you dated your son? Yes, it's dating, but thank God. What if you actually had kind of knowledge of your son? It's a big abomination, and this is how it explains. If you know, if him fear explainer, trust me, it's well. So someone said, please, what is the movie title? At Cassie Autos as well. So someone else says, tell me this is a made-up story. I actually don't think it's a made-up story. It's not, because she herself has come out to say this. So it's not a made-up story. She said she's going therapy. She and the son are actually undergoing therapy. But trust me, that therapy that she's doing is not even the matter. This boy has gone through trauma. That is why he's behaving like that. He knew, but he couldn't tell you. Do you know the reason why? As well. I am Lynchpin said, this film, all right, another person, I am Lynchpin said, this film is marketed and distributed. I am Lynchpin, please. Don't even bring this up, but trust me, this is I think this is reality. People actually, people go through a lot every day. It's not that God created problem for everybody. They get their own problem. Someone came out and said, I'm happy that everybody is going through their own problem, but trust me, seriously, that child is going through a lot, and even the mother is like saying, I'm seeing, and the way she's even proud saying, I'm seeing him for emotional stress. It's a lot. You're so relaxing, you're suing your son for emotional stress. Mothers that are supposed to be kind, soft-hearted to your own child. Because trust me, I know the stress that mothers go through pushing babies. They go through a lot of stress, pushing babies in the hospital, trying to take care of them and stuff like that. And that connection that even from the first day that you have even pushed that child, so that love is supposed to surpass any other thing that you feel. Seriously, that's where the love, and you didn't even care to do for the child again. Even when you've grown and stuff like that, at that age 15, you didn't care to do for that. I know you're very young, at that age, 15, but trust me, you gave that child for adoption at the age of 15. It's understandable that you're very young and let's say, okay, that you're naive. But trust me, you will surely look for that child. Now, I guess you're not married because that's the reason why you dated your son. Now see. So what's he just saying? He's just saying that you need to get, and trust me, that child is, come on. That child is looking for how to meet his mother. And he knew that maybe he has been the one that has been looking for you. He has been looking for you, trying to get to you. But then maybe you're trying to, go out with other people and you don't even care to look for that child. Now it happens to be that you're dating your son. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. We have a lot of fans actually coming out to say this, and they are saying a lot about this concerning the child and concerning the mother. If she actually used her heart, if she actually did this whole heart, like with her heart, I don't know how she just thought about this, but there's this connection with mother and child. You're supposed to, come on, and you're suing your son. Wow. So we have a lot of comments concerning this. Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people coming out to say things. So IBT AJ said, this is fiction, can't be real. Please believe it all, because things happen at IBT. So Chichari Mon said they be making shit up. It's not about making shit up. Things happen. Chichi Arito Mary, it's real. It's not making things up. Someone else said, well, all this info. It's well. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people coming out to say things concerning this. So MC Bright Life said, thank God for mute. Why you the mute? All right, another person said, even Carlos Mikeson cannot compel this information out of me. Well, it's all right. Prettiest Pieces said she should have kept this story to herself. Trust me, I think it's better she even actually came out to say this. But the part that she's saying that she sued the son is where he's making. That's why I'm even finding it very difficult to believe, because why would you sue your son for the whole emotional stress you've given this guy for how many years? Really? 25 years later, now Beans, you gave this guy emotional stress to miss the mother and everything. People that have mother, they are craving for their, people that don't have mother are craving for mothers. Then you have a son that can call you a mother, and you left him. I don't think that child wants to even love you right now, because if he actually came back for, would I call it revenge? Trust me, he came back for something serious, and thank God you actually found out and you're suing him. Okay, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. So someone said, Najet to holiday videos, no problem. So ABC said, what did I just read? Please, it's a lot. Like, people really go through a lot. And yes, they go through a lot. Well, it's okay. I just wish that woman should just do the right things. Like, suing that guy is not the right thing. She should, both of them are actually going for therapy. It's okay. But suing him, it's not right because of emotional stress. Do you even think about the stress he himself has gone through? All right, that takes us to another gist, and that happens to be, so a lady has thrown out a question to the men if they can get married to an independent lady on one condition, and the condition is that they would have to take an oath and promise never to cheat. Lord, I don't want to categorize this now, but it's not possible. See, men, oh Lord, I know I'm calling for like men. They said actually, I don't want to say this, but they are still good men, but they are still men that are not good, that don't even have conscience. But it's okay. They are still men. They will cheat on you, and still get to take that oath, and they will still cheat on you. Please. Trust me, even after taking that oath, like people, oh Lord, oh Lord. The way I'm saying it for men is the way all that same way women also do. But you see the fact of men is well. A lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning this, and the men have actually come out to say, that me, I cannot. But wait first, going into blood oath, is it seriously? It's a lot, oh. It's a lot. I don't even think that shit really works out now, because why would you do that? Do you get when because you want to marry an independent lady and you have to take care of her, and a lot of men will not even do it. They will just be like, that she should go and not marry now. Kilo day. What's all those? Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning the question that has been shown out to men, if they can actually date or marry an independent woman, and under one condition, that they will not cheat again. All right, someone said, Kenechukwu said, will she take same oath too? Law, but on a serious note, fraud boys go still take the so-called blood oath. When I think say, now everyone they religious. If I fit take I will take the oath. I no go only cheat, says wise, go swindler funds too, and nothing goes up. I say, people like this go still take the oath, they go still cheat on top of they will still cheat they will still cheat on top of the oath when they don't already collect. So this one where they talk say that you can you get married to an independent lady? Men that don't have conscience, they will do the oath and still cheat on top. So all these ones that are saying, everybody don't they got men will get mind they trust me, they don't care about you, they don't care how you feel. They don't care how your emotions are. They don't care how you feel. They will just do that which is in their mind to do. And trust me, make you not just me that kind of person. Because all these ones when they ask questions, they will serve you the breakfast and serve the maybe crush everything, better breakfast than they will serve you. But it's all good. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments and concerning this, what people have actually come out to say concerning this, especially the men. So somebody else said, all right, make she set her uncles up. At Zima PYB. That's okay. Rollins said, how many blood oaths did women take when they got married to their husbands? Who set them up financially? Fine girl. If you don't get out of here. I want to say this. So a lady would take care of you, want to pay your bills. You don't need to do, in fact, you don't even need to work. You don't need to do anything, but you just want to be getting the money. Yes. Who no love enjoyment? But the only option is for you to take a blood oath. Will you take it? You know, a lot of people, especially when money that is plenty is involved, you get, will you take it? When money is involved, definitely men. Fear them all. I'm telling you, they want to take the oath, so they will take it and stitch up the money. And trust me, a lot of things are happening about infidelity, and this like testing the men. You get their infidelity and everything. I'm not basically saying it's for the guys, but also the ladies too and the women. You get what I'm trying to say? Because a lot of people don't have conscience again. They put you in such trauma that you have to think of, like going to even date person self go they fear you. To date people now, you will now be so scared. You know, they're even getting to know some persons that would want to date you, and on top they provide for the family. Now you they bring the money. Now you they do, but they'll still want to override you. You that is bringing the money as a lady, you will bring the money. You will do everything in the house. The guy is not working, but as the guy, you now want to, make her feel bad that she's not doing. Where would please, auntie, you need to leave that. If it's same thing as the guys, you need to leave that relationship. If a lady is trying to, you're the one doing all these things for her, and she wants to put you in that emotional trauma and stuff like that, please, I've been saying this, relationship is not by force. Leave. Nobody needs to force you to do something that, check what I'm trying to say. You be in a relationship, you be in the bond providing for the both of you, and the person that you're providing for too, and you're trying to help out is, making you feel insecure, making you feel like you're supposed to do, not even appreciated. Like any relation, I've been saying this, any relationship you're going into, they has to be receiving and the other person is also receiving. It has to be these two mutual persons understanding themselves. Do you get? You don't need to be one-sided and feel that, oh, I think it's just only your job. You need to do this and stuff like that. These things happen in marriage. And trust me, now wait till they cause divorce. A lot. It causes, now wait till they cause divorce, now be this. So I think that women and the men if you're going into a relationship with anybody, this thing has to be put in places. In fact, as a lady, know your worth. Man, know your worth. The both of you should work together to make a relationship work, because this person has her own character, this person has his own character, and the both of you are coming together to make this particular thing work. So you're not bringing out and saying a lot of things. God, trust me, it's not this thing. It's not, the cheating is something else. So, but then we still have good ladies and we still have good men, and I pray that God will give you your own good man and give you your own good woman too. Yes. And we have a lot of comments concerning this. I don't know. So let's take more comments, because a lot of people have come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more comments. So CC Gilbert said, polygamous in nature won't like this. Hey. And yes, when they say men are polygamous in nature, God, I beg you. And I don't want to say, but the men will not be like, it's only the men, the women, you know. You know, when men cheat, they don't really talk about it. Trust me. When men cheat, you know, go hear on my side. But if na woman do her own, everybody go dey rant. Hey, they go dey rant. Why? But it's all good. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more. So Brivik Studio said, thanks. I know do after the blood auto. Now so different hairs go full my face. God, I beg you. But it's all right. So Oluwa Gifted said she gets all right. Flamesy of Black 30 said Cynthia Ofori, go home, go. All right. At Flames of Black 30 is well, is the Cynthia Ofori, go home for me. But seriously, I've been saying this. If it's for the guys, this is just to tell them that, and the guys and the ladies, that see, if there's no need for all those things. You get what I'm trying to say? Just stick with one man, one woman. Make you just get peace of mind, because there's peace of mind there. You understand? You trying to be cheating. You want to after taking it's a lot. All right, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be a man has revealed that the drastic measures he took after his sister refused to do domestic chores. So a man has actually come out to tell us that he actually took a drastic decision on his sister for not doing domestic chores. You know, there's one thing with last month. Please let me just basically say this. Hey God, you see, last month they are so pampered that they can actually just relax and they don't want to do anything. And maybe when they come like in the house, when they want to just do all those their baby stuffs, and they be like, I don't want to do this, you know, the parents will always want to, you know, dance to the tunes of the daughter, and everybody will now feel like, because she's the last one, blah 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 blah. This uncle has come out to say that he did not even stress himself. What he just did is that he just went, he did not even pay for the sister's school fees. I think so. And it was not somebody that actually told his sister to actually sit up, you know. But that kind of thing is you know, when they don't pay, when you now be the one that you're now big, you cannot do house chores, they will not give you that opportunity to do, you know, do the things that are supposed to make you, that is making you that big, that you feel that you cannot work again. Yes, you now start working, fending for your money, finding your money yourself, and then you will know. I think what that brother did was, in fact, that's the best brother so far. All right, a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what this guy has said. So let's take some comments. Let's actually see what he says. He has said, my sister once missed uni because she was forming feminist and growing at 18. Wow. So we kept getting reports that she refused to do chores at home and always said, I am 18. I am grown. Wow. Big girl. So later, she got admission into a private uni, but me and my brothers refused to pay her tuition that year. So she missed it. By the next year, she came back to her senses and we sorted her out today. She's an OAP and doing really well. Though love isn't wicked sometimes, it saves lives. See, in our next generation, I'm sure as an OAP, she'll be talking about this, what her brothers did to her. Because, why? Because see, oh Lord, see, some people have, I think at first she was given, you know, the privilege, you know. See, there are some places you go and you will not even that one time that your brothers didn't pay your school for the whole rest of your life, they won't pay. They won't help you. Because why? Because they are not big. But trust me, you see, the last ones are always special. We know this, especially when you are the only girl. All right, you have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. We have a lot of people have said, this girl get opportunity like this. So they even give you one last chance. So Joe Idausa said, those of you saying they refuse to pay their sister school fees because of dishes don't really understand why they did it. At one point, while growing up, I knew AI turned into an animal because I felt I was of age. I could remember what my uncles did. In a family of everybody has their roles. If you say no, you won't perform yours. Others will equally withdraw their benefits. It's simple. All this are done to let you realize that you don't own yourself, at least not right now. Yes, and coming to think of it, at the age of 18, yes, I know that normally the age of 18, yes, you're supposed to, they will classify you as an adult. But trust me, see, it's not by age, it's by sense. Because they believe you and you hunger will mama you, by the time hunger mama you will know yourself. Please, even the ones that are even growing up and are even crying that if they can be younger again, because the stress of the adulthood is not a play something, you know. Oh Jesus, you think I is play. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. So Meet Jennifer said, you can imagine what this one will do to his wife to put her in her place. That was extreme. I don't feel it was extreme. You don't need to talk. See, you don't even need to stress yourself. You just know the right thing to do, and then our senses will come back. Because maybe they feel the sister, I think why they did that was that maybe they felt that the sister was very stubborn, and maybe they've talked and talked and talked. Maybe the sister doesn't want to change. She doesn't want to really do well. But trust me, you see this act of the brothers, it was just the best. It will really put her in her place, because the talking thing was not working at all. So they will do the action thing. I think it's the action that is not, I don't see it as extreme. Oh Jesus, that's why I love Nigerian mothers. Nigerian mothers don't take it lightly with you. If you misbehave, they will beat the hell and the craziness out of you. But you know, abroad people, when you go there, you can do whatever you want to do. And but come here in Nigeria, especially African mothers, try yourself now. They will. Oh Jesus, Lord, my mom was someone that actually did. Oh Lord, I can't just explain. But when you are with my mom, she will that your head you will bring is well. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people have actually come to say, that's too extreme for him. All right, Dance Diary said, one has nothing to do with feminism. Two, this is peak financial abuse. Who needs enemies when you have siblings like this? It's not financial abuse. Like, how do you people see this? Maybe he can't hit his sister again because now she has felt that she's grown. So they treat her as an adult. Because yes, she was claiming that she's an adult. Definitely that is what they need to do to her, to tell her that, okay, you're not an adult. Oh yeah, you need to start working. You need to know that you need to work. And because of that, she missed, at least her sense don't come back. Trust me. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, people talking about this and saying, that was too extreme, that was too much. I feel that the right thing that has to be done was that they could have just, forgive her and stuff. So what if she does it again? So Glory Ukenga said, this broke my heart. I am genuinely grateful for the brothers I have, because I am not forcing myself to do chores for nobody, and I will still chop their money. Okay, I want to talk about Glory. Are you trying to say, because I just feel the brothers maybe need to teach the sister the way. A lot of people actually grew up with the golden or the silver spoon. But trust me, if the lady doesn't learn like this, doing house chores, because every Nigerian woman grew up in this kind of, how will I put it, in this kind of atmosphere of where you work, in the house, do house chores. It's normal. We don't see it as, so why would they ask you to do house chores and you're like, I'm 18 years old, I'm grown, I will not do house chores. Then if you're not going to do it, then if it was me, you're going to pay the person that will not be doing the house chores in the house. Trust me. Since you said that you have grown wings and you're now 18 and you can do whatever you want to do, you will now pay someone that will come and be doing the cleaning for you. Because I don't see this as being financial abuse or anything. They put her in her place, and next time she will not even want to do that kind of, maybe take that kind of drastic decisions again. Because what is all this? Even if when she has had her own children, she will still teach her children the right thing to do. Oh Jesus, don't worry, it's well. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people have actually come out to say things. So Norman Fad said, denying a woman and education because she didn't want to do domestic work. Okay, she be that the one's paying for it, but it's well. The clutter venue said, nah, this is all form of wrong. I'm guessing he wrote this seeking validation. It's not wrong, yo. Someone else said she's just stubborn. She wasn't being feminist. Please, you all should use dictionary before posting. Okay. Please, I've been saying this. As the brothers don't come and do that to their sister, is their choice. Because if they had actually, paid the tuition fee, paid her school fees, and she had to go into school, when she still goes to school, she goes still they find person we go they cook for him. This ain't a joke. I think what the brothers just did, they just put her in her place. And me, I don't see it as any wrong. It was just what they did to put their sister in place and get her senses back. You feel like everybody that 18 years. It's not about 18 years. A lot of people at the 18, they are mentally, they are grown. But not be everybody. So people at 18, they see they do like, what is all good. That takes us to another gist. And that happens to be a lawyer has actually come out, to say things. A lawyer has come out to say a lot of things concerning, marriage and stuff like that. So please, let's check this. Let's see this. We have a lot of things concerning this. She has come out to counsel women that are contributing to building a house with a man won't stop him from cheating. And see, your Lord. I'm saying this basically for people that, that actually build with a man. At the end of the day, they will still leave you, serve you breakfast and japa. So someone said, dear wife, secure your future but property in your own name. The marriage you have today may not always stay the same. Divorce, separation, and even polygamy are real possibilities. Yes, be positive and give your marriage your best effort. But at the same time, make wise and logical decisions that protect you if things ever go wrong. If you support your husband's project, do it from a place of love and faith, not as a guarantee of loyalty. Contributing to building a house with a man won't stop him from taking another wife, cheating, or even walking away if the marriage falls apart. A house is not what holds a marriage together. This advice is different for husbands. This advice is different for husbands. If he chooses to put your name on his property, that is his decision. Love is beautiful, but wisdom is necessary. Marriage is not a competition. You have every right to own your own property to help your marriage grow, but don't neglect your own personal growth in the process. I totally agree with what she's saying. Because, trust me, you will build with a man finish. After building, you get him this, one about, like on and two don't already grow together, do everything together. At the end, you will not hold anything in hand. He will leave you, serve you breakfast, and you will jump. But trust me, marriage, I've been saying it, it's not by force. You get, as you're building your career, also if you can assist him, I think that is just the job of the lady to a man. Be an assistant, not you get what I'm trying to say. And those men that come and be like, my wife does it, like I put my wife, she has to, feed the wife, feed the family, she has to do everything. You will now be in the house, you will not work, you will not do anything, you will not. Please, women, you see they have advised us now. Please, don't be doing like this. Always I still say this, always put yourself first. Telling you the gospel. The best love you can actually push out is loving yourself first, before loving others. You can only love yourself first before loving others. Because if you don't love yourself, I don't know how you want to. Please, it's all right. A lot of persons have actually come out to say things that the lawyer has actually advised women to do. That they should actually, put themselves first. That building with a man won't actually, keep the man away from cheating at the end of the day. So please, let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say their own experience. So PJ Foods Bar said, don't try this with me, because it will only double the goat in me. It is well with you. All right, Property Luxury said, going through all these comments, all these 23 children above and great menace to the society at large. Are you people mad? It's well with you. The real King Lade said, if she's the last born, okay. See, I've been saying this, trust me. See, women should try to love themselves. I know that women like this, we get good at, we always want to love and stuff like that. But trust me, see, you just need to love yourself first. That is just the advice I will give you. You just need to love yourself first. Then you can be able to you can now dish out love. Because if you don't have love for yourself, you just be thinking, and trust me, those things now will not be putting you under emotional trauma. Maybe when the guy have left you, both of you have built together, you will not be crying. I beg. It's all right. So this is where we draw the curtain. And trust me, I hope you enjoyed yourself, because yes, I did too. And to my viewers, wherever you are watching from, whether you're going global or going viral, remember to stay true to your journey and tell your story with heart. And don't forget that I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live, and don't forget to subscribe. Until next time, I am Precious. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's Lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
in a world where power shifts with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Now, you have more than a voice.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Channel Some People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news story. We begin the African news from Tanzania, where the police have arrested a 20-year-old man accused of sexually assaulting 4 women in Dodoma. Authorities say the suspect, identified as Pere Simoni from Nzugumbi B, allegedly committed the crimes on October 5th, 2025. The Dodoma Regional Police Commander confirmed in a statement that Simoni was detained following multiple complaints and ongoing investigations. Preliminary findings suggested that he gained access to his victims' homes secretly and used threats to silence them after the attack. Police say the suspect lived in a crowded house with 13 others and often targeted women in his neighborhood. They have urged residents to cooperate with law enforcement agents by sharing any useful information that could aid the investigation while warning against mob justice. The authorities added that Simoni will be arraigned in court once investigations are completed. His arrest follows another shocking incident in Dodoma, where a man confessed to killing his wife after a domestic dispute, deepening public concerns over rising gender-based violence in the region. Meanwhile, for the 3rd week in a row, Madagascar's capital has seen violent clashes as hundreds of young protesters under the Gen Z Madagascar banner face off with police. What started as anger over water and electricity shortages has grown into a wilder protest against corruption and poor leadership. The UN says at least 22 persons have been killed since the unrest began. Many of the protesters have refused any talks with the government, saying they no longer believe their leaders can bring real change. In response, President Andre Rajoelina dismissed his entire cabinet, a move that only fueled more anger. The protesters now want one thing: the president's resignation. Inspired by youth movements in places like Nepal and Sri Lanka, Madagascar's young people are using social media to spread their message. With poverty affecting most citizens, their call for change is striking a chord across the nation. And in politics, in a surprise shakeup, South Sudan's President Salva Kiir has sacked the country's military chief after just 3 months on the job and brought back his predecessor, Paul Nang Majok. The announcement, made through the state broadcaster, gave no reason for the sudden change. The outgoing chief, Dao Atudong, has now been reassigned as a technical advisor to the Defense Ministry. This latest reshuffling adds to a long list of frequent changes within South Sudan's top military and government ranks. Analysts say Kiir's decision appears at tightening control over rival factions within the army, especially as internal tensions and sporadic fighting continues across the country. President Kiir, who has ruled since South Sudan's independence, in 2011 is leading a fragile transitional government that has delayed elections several times. His main political rival, first Vice President Riek Machar, is currently facing treason charges, a move that has raised fears of renewed instability. Observers believe the return of Majok may be a strategic effort to calm divisions within the military and reassure uneasy power blocks. Still, the real motive behind Kier's sudden decision remains uncertain, leaving many in Juba guessing what might come next. Elsewhere, Mali's transitional leader, General Assimi Goïta, has dismissed 12 senior military officers for their alleged role in a failed coup attempt in August. A presidential decree made public on Wednesday listed 2 brigadier generals, Abbas Dembele and Nema Sagara, among those sacked in what officials described as a disciplinary measure. The dismissed officers were linked to a subversive act that authorities say was followed by August the 1st. Security Minister Major General Major General Daoud Alai Mohammedin earlier said the attempted coup was thwarted by specialized forces and that investigations are still ongoing to identify others involved. In a surprising twist, the decree also named a French citizen, Jean-Christian Bernard Vizilia, as having taken part in the operations. The allegation is likely to worsen already strained relations between Mali and France, which has been tense since Bamako's shift towards closer ties with Russia. This latest purge adds to a growing list of internal cleanups under Goïta's leadership. Similar dismissals in 2024 targeted officials accused of backing separatist movements, underscoring the junta's ongoing struggle to maintain loyalty within its ranks amid continuing insecurity and political uncertainty. Still in politics, Wiper Party leader Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka has called on Kenyans to resist President William Ruto's administration through the ballot box. Speaking during the Wiper Patriotic Front National Delegates Congress at Uhuru Park, Kalonzo accused the president of undermining constitutional reforms through his orders to security forces during protests. Kalonzo urged Kenyans, especially young people, to register as voters and shoots Ruto at the ballot, saying that unity and civic participation are the strongest tools for change. He also used the event to commend opposition leaders and other dignitaries who attended, including Martha Karua, Eugene Wamawa, and Fred Matiang. The Wipers leaders remarked reignited debate over Ruto's earlier directive to police to shoot looters in the leg, a command opposition figures have described as unconstitutional and inhumane. Away from that, and still in Kenya, pressure is mounting on Ugandan authorities to explain the disappearance of 2 Kenyan activists, Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo, who went missing in Kampala on October the 1st. Their case has sparked protests, diplomatic actions, and a court petition. But more than a week later, their whereabouts remain unknown. Kenya's High Commissioner to Uganda, Joash Mangi, met with Uganda's Foreign Affairs Permanent Secretary Vincent Waiswa this week, urging swift action. Nairobi has also lodged 2 formal protest notes demanding answers, while civic groups across Kenya have staged demonstrations outside the Ugandan High Commission in Nairobi, calling for the activists' release. Human rights organizations, including Amnesty International Kenya, Vocal Africa, and the Law Society of Kenya, accused Ugandan security forces of abduction, saying eyewitnesses saw masked armed men seize the 2 men in Kampala's Kirikas area. They fear the pair may be detained in secret military facilities. Ugandan police, however, denied holding them. 2 lawyers have now petitioned Uganda's High Court for habeas corpus orders, seeking their immediate release as the case heads to court on October the 14th. The pressure is growing on Kampala to account for Njangi and Oyo, a test, according to observers, of East Africa's commitment to human rights and regional solidarity. And in Liberia, lawmakers are back to work. The 103 members of the 55th legislature from both the House of Representatives and the Senate are set to resume duties today, Friday, October the 10th, for the third quarter of the 2025 session. Legislative business officially kicks off on Tuesday, October the 14th, in their respective chambers. One of the key tasks awaiting them is the presentation of the 2026 National Draft Budget by President Joseph N. Boakai through the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. The budget will cover the period from January the 1st to December the 30th, 2026. Meanwhile, inside the House of Representatives, there will be no election to fill the vacant Deputy Chief Clerk and Sergeant at Arms position. Instead, Speaker Richard Korn and the House leadership are expected to apply the long-standing secession clause, promoting senior stenographer Bayan P. Sally Jr. to acting Chief Clerk and Deputy Sergeant at Arms Gibson Morris to acting Sergeant at Arms until 2029. This practice of administrative secession is not new to the Liberian legislature. Since 2009, the House has relied on these clauses to maintain stability and continuity in its key offices, ensuring smooth operations whenever vacancies occur. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And to help us make sense of this news and more is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is a major economic player in Nigeria and also a writer of repute. Well, Doctor, a very good afternoon to you this beautiful afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much for being here. I was just going to jump straight into the conversation proper. Interestingly, in the House of Representatives in Liberia, they have resumed duty after going on recess, something we see all across all legislative chamber across Africa. But the concern have been the fact that plenary is going to take off some few days after today. And of course, the move of having to take key officers of the chamber from deputy to the main seat is another conversation that has been ongoing. From your perspective, is this a right move? Because yes, it's been ongoing within the legislative chamber in Liberia. Like this is a long-standing position that they've always been having before now. Don't you think there is the need to possibly look for some very credible people as well to fill in those spaces?
Well, for me, I feel that countries should be doing what works for them.
Okay.
Because ordinarily, there's no two countries that is the same.
Oh.
So inheriting maybe a system or practice from another country, understand, may not be in the best interest of the country.
Mm.
So if it has been working for them, most important thing is stability for them to be able to discharge their functions,
right,
which is legislating on the welfare of the people.
Is there a possibility that these kind of practices of wanting to take another kind of practice that is not, used to what they do, is there a possibility that that might undermine legislative powers within that country?
Well, that's imposing a system that is foreign, that to them might bring instability. And if people are now, if or the first person maybe retires or removed, the second in command goes in. The second in command is going with experience,
right?
Because he or she has been part of the system. But if you bring a different person, I wonder how it will work. Example in Nigeria today, I would have wished for May, that's Abamuche,
right,
to continue as INEC chairman because she has been there since 2016. She knows how all the system works because election is coming, a very big election, just under 1 month. Anambra State governorship election. So this man that is coming is an outsider. I may not be able to understand the system before November 8th.
Okay, Doctor, I like the part that you've just told now because some quarter has asked that if the likes of the former INEC chairman, the person of Mahmoud Yakub, whose tenure is supposed to elapse on November 9th, why didn't he wait up until that election in Anambra State? And then, of course, why do you also think Madam May was not chosen to have carried out these functions in the interim while she's acting?
No, in the civil service, there's always a practice that's a few months to your retirement.
Right.
You go on a leave from leave to retirement.
Right.
So it has been there, and for removing Abamuche just 2 days after her elevation, because it wasn't an appointment, it was an elevation. And the elevation to that position shows that the president don't really trust her or have much confidence in her.
Okay, you think that seems to be what played out in all of this? Because some quarters have also questioned the selection of the new INEC chair, who again, there's the part that has been ongoing in recent times with, of course, some quarters saying he's not really a northerner, but a westerner. Do you share that sentiment as well?
It does not really hold water for me. What I care for is competence and not really where somebody comes from. But the fact is that he is from the Yoruba speaking of Kogi State.
Yes.
Understand? So it's just like maybe Peter will be, as a president, appointing somebody from River State, from Ikwere in River State, or appointing somebody from Asaba in Delta State, and say I didn't appoint from Southeast, I appointed from South. Why the person that he appointed is an Igbo man?
Right.
So the INEC chairman is a Yoruba man, but from Kogi extraction.
Okay, now looking at the fact that yes, that seemed to be, what is very obtainable right now, according to sources. There's also the concern about the fact that he's once worked with the president, which again has been debunked severally. But if that particular narrative seems to be concerning for some quarters, you think that might put on the credibility status of INEC that has been dwindling over time? Because this is what a lot of persons have been talking about, concerns for reforms, electoral reforms precisely, and of course on the part of INEC. You think that will hold any waters?
Somebody must be appointed, and the person must be a Nigerian. Right. We cannot appoint somebody from Kenya or Ethiopia to be our president. And for you to be appointed in that position, you must have had exposure, various experiences. But the issue is this. For me, INEC chairman has little to do when the people are united, because all he does is to supervise. He doesn't conduct. He cannot be in the 36 states at the same time. So once the people are united, there's not much he can do. So who determines who will win is the Nigerian people, not the INEC chairman. Because if the difference, an instance, if in 2027 APC score 5 million votes and ADC scores 10 million votes, There's no way he can announce 5 million votes as the winner of election.
Okay.
Understand?
So on the part of reforms, Doctor, you think this should start now? Because when we talk about reforms, there's also the part of the legislators who, again, are supposed to have pushed more for this. Again, do you think we can have electoral reforms before 2027?
We can even have it within 6 months if there's political will. So INEC can only give a suggestion. They don't have that power to reform on their own. They will give suggestions to the National Assembly. We want this section of the Electoral Act to be amended, because if it's amended, it has to go through the Assembly. Understand?
Right.
They cannot just on their own do reforms. It has to go through the Assembly. But the question is, can the Assembly that is in the pocket of the President carry out reforms? Because the President would not want to do what would affect him.
Huge one there. But again, let's bring it back to Liberia, Doctor. Interestingly, the National Assembly that is returning back to the House are clearly going to be looking clearly at the national budget draft by President Joseph Boakai, which again I'm seeing here to the tune of 1.1 billion USD. And I'm wondering when it comes to, and this again is coming from the Ministry of Information and the Liberia Revenue Authorities. Again, figures like this, it is budgeted, and the National Assembly is carefully going to be looking at this. Development-wise, Liberia is also trying to get away from the doldrum of war and development. But do you think, as it stands, he would have a clean ride? Because yes, some quarters have said the National Assembly seems to be differing on the figures of the proposed budget that the president has sent in to the country.
Why there's an assembly is to critically look at a budget. If the budget goes back to the president the way it was sent, then something is wrong.
Okay.
Because the National Assembly will have to evaluate on the budget and either do one thing, either add or remove.
Right.
Either add, if they feel that the budget submitted by the president will not do what it's supposed for, they can increase. If they feel that it is too much, they can reduce. So budgets don't return the way it is sent. It means that nothing was done.
But there are also allegations, Doctor. I said there are some allegations as well that said that some national assemblies across Africa, and of course we're going to use Nigeria as a case study, do not truly study the budget inside out. Therefore, we find what is called budget padding in some of these drafts that are being sent in by the president. What's your position with these kind of conversations?
Yes,
because again, the head of budget did make this assertion sometime back in Nigeria as well.
Excuse me. When I talk about budget padding, some people will say that I am representing the men of the National Assembly. So what people claim to be budget padding is not even evil. That's what those in the assembly, due to their cowardice or sarcophagy, they don't want to come out and explain to the people what that's why budget is padded.
Right.
An instance, I'm representing a constituency.
Okay.
And a budget comes to the house. I looked at it. There's nothing there for the members of my own constituency. Understand? I can make some consultation and now go and say, add this thing for my own constituency. We don't have road, we don't have water, we don't have so and so. Help me add this for my own constituency. So if I do it and another person also do it, that budget has increased from what it was before.
Right.
So this is what they refer to as padding.
Okay.
This is what they refer to as that padding just means an increase in the budget, that was sent to the house.
But doctor, don't you think because of the mistrust and lack of trust that has been between the people and, of course, their legislators and, of course, even the executive is the reason why this level of education about pardon has consistently been an issue. And, of course, it's sounding more like an ambiguous situation that an ordinary man cannot understand. Is that not what is playing out here?
Because they have failed to explain it to the people. Understand? They have failed to explain to the people. I have seen a situation where a body, I don't want to mention the body, had a budget of 10 billion. Understand?
Right.
So the chairman in charge of the oversight commission of that body, understand, went to the head of that body and say, look, I will not touch your budget. It will come, we will pass it as you send it. But I have to be the contractor that will supply this equipment that you mentioned.
Oh, wow.
Understand?
Okay, so that is on another level, Doctor. And of course, I would want to push more further, but I want to jump to another conversation, Doctor. Let's go to Uganda, where, interestingly, the government of Kenya, and of course, some activists as well, have clearly started mounting pressure on Uganda because, as it stands, the two activists that did, had a cross-border activism with Bobby Wine, opposition leader in Uganda, are still not found. And of course, there are complaints that have been raised to the Ugandan police force, who have said that they are not in custody of these two people. Looking at this conversation, Doctor, how can cross-border security now be enhanced even more amongst African nations, not just the east of Africa, but across Africa, basically, because this is a major situation? How would people who had gone to show solidarity to another activist in another country be picked by some that have said they are security forces in uniform? And of course, right now, the story is different.
Well, for me, my mind is telling me that Ugandan government has a hand in it. That's what my mind is telling me, that Ugandan government has a hand in it.
But they denied that they have no hand in it.
They did what they are expected to. And that could be all the reason why they came in mask, so that they will not be seen or identified. Because I don't see any reason why an armed robber or a kidnapper will come and abduct an activist. Understand? And if they were abducted by kidnappers, they will have given out ransom.
Right.
But since this has not been done, I feel that the Ugandan government, working hand in hand with the Kenyan government, has a hand in this.
Now, Doctor, looking at the fact that this has become something quite disturbing, and again, we hear that some other activists have started protesting at the High Commission building, the Uganda High Commission building in Kenya. Would this in any way, maybe send the right signals to government in Uganda to speedy up the search for these two activists in the country? Is that a possibility?
I don't want to use that word, search. The word should be, Museveni should release them. That should be the appropriate word. Museveni should release those activists that are under his custody.
But Doctor, if you are towing this direction, are you saying that the person of Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni is clearly having a hand in the arrest of this young activist? And then why would that even happen? Why would he want to do that?
They came in solidarity for somebody in the opposition.
Right.
So the issue is, why must you leave your country and come to show solidarity here? Because of that, you are going to suffer. So I pray that, first of all, that the people are still alive. Because in Uganda, people disappeared very easily. That's disappearing that Google cannot trace them anymore.
Well, doctor, that's a major concern, because when people miss or get missing the way that these two activists have gotten missing, it shows a lot of concern. But the question now would be, why do you think the person of the presidency is towing this direction? Because, again, cross-border activism is permitted almost across Africa.
Everywhere in the world, because even in 2024, the Labour Party in UK want to send their members to America to go and campaign for Kamala Harris.
Right.
They did that in 2016. They did that in 2020. So this is a solidarity visit, solidarity support. But some dictators don't want to hear this.
I think this is about being scared of the numerous amount of support that Bobby Wine is presently getting in Uganda. This is the reason? You think this is the reason?
You know, the issue is the world belongs to the youth as we speak. The youth are taking over everywhere. So, and Bobby Wine is a young person and would naturally have all the support of the youth. So Museveni may want to do everything, one, that to scare them, that to scare them, or to stop them from taking over from him.
I like the part that you mentioned the youth, doctor, and that is going to take me to my next story, somewhere in Kenya as well, where Kalonzo, one of the Wiper Party leader, Stephen Kalonzo, has called on Kenyan youths to resist the president through the ballots. And of course, he cited the order by the president to shoot in the leg anyone who is going to disrupt businesses within the Kenyan metropolis. Would these kind of, I don't want to call it sympathy, would this kind of support and statement from oppositions like Stephen Kalonzo, would it hold waters with the young people in Kenya who already are grieved with the president of Kenya, William Ruto?
Well, they should, all they need to do is to have somebody who will run as a representation of the youth. That's what candidates need to win an election that's at this time and age. Run as a representative of the youth. Because Ruto is also making some moves. Yeah. He has now entered into the Moi family.
Yes.
So he's building a very strong, but it's of the old generation. But as I said, this generation is for the youth.
No, I like this particular sentence, Doctor, and I want you to really expand on it, because it is becoming very obvious that the young people across Africa are really, well, some, not all, are really waking up to their responsibilities. And I'm taking you to Madagascar, where protests have begun again, even after the president, Andre Rajoelina, did say that give me 1 year, and if I do not deliver all of the promises that you have asked of me, I will resign. Even after such statement, Doctor, the young people are back in the streets protesting, asking for the resignation of the president. Help Africans understand what is in the wave for these young people. Clearly are saying good governance is what we want.
Well, the youth don't want a repeat of the same anymore. They are becoming impatient by the day.
And Rajoelina has been in office since 2023. Yeah, I just remember that now.
That's post-COVID. That is post-COVID.
Right.
So there are no more. They don't want to hear we are doing something about it. We are doing something about it. So they want a change, and the change is now.
Now, Doctor, I like this particular change, and I really want to go on and on, but I'm looking at the time, but we will definitely get to the end of it. But my question now is, with the wave of the young people wanting and clamoring for change, some quarters have said, these young people are not in government. How can they manage governance? And of course, I would ask that you use Nigeria as a case study as well, and use Madagascar, a very small island in Africa, as a case study as well.
One, that's why I was talking about somebody running as a representative of the youth.
Right.
They are tired of seeing the same faces over and over, because what all the world everywhere is having is recycling of people. If president to the son, from son to the daughter to the grandchildren. So, or the youth don't want this anymore. So they want a positive change. They want people that will transform them, but you have to be like them. Understand?
But the concern is, these same young people have not been in power before now. How can they manage the economy and, of course, even governance in total?
No, the issue, they are doing it for somebody that they feel can do what they want. That's a 21-year-old person that is protesting in Tunisia, in Madagascar, don't want to be a president, don't want to be head of state. But he protests on behalf of somebody he trusts that will need him right. He's doing that on behalf of somebody he hopes will need him right, because what we are seeing in every part of the world is not governance.
Now, again, I know this is not part of the news, but I want to find out, Cameroon goes to the polls this weekend. And of course, incumbent Paul Biya is clearly in the race. And again, he has also successfully used the electoral arm to take off some major opposition. Do you think that there might be the change in governance in Cameroon going into the next election this weekend?
I read an interview that's by her daughter.
Yes.
And she's not happy because even her own image, understand? She's being seen as a daughter of a sit-tight president, as a daughter of a dictator,
right.
Understand? But the issue is this, are Cameroonians ready for a change? That's the first question. Are they ready for a new face?
Huge question.
If they are ready for a new face, that change will come.
Now, he's been in power for the longest of it, and at 92...
About 42 years, 42, 43 years.
At 92, he's still going to want to be the president. Does that simply mean that Cameroonians do not have young people who, again, would want to stand against this person, even though he's used the electoral body to take off opposition from the coming election?
So I say, one, a decision that must be made. Are we ready for the change? If the people are not ready for the change, but when they say will, there will be way.
Right.
So if they are ready for the change, that change will come. But if they are not ready, it will not come.
All right then, because of our time, really, I would love to continue with you on this particular conversation, but really we're pressed for time, and I really would want to ask this. Government of Tanzania have clearly spoken zero tolerance to rape, abuse of any kind, and of course they've gotten hold of a particular young man that raped 4 women. Good move on the part of the security operatives, and what's the way forward?
Well, it's a very good move. It's a very good move. They should also be educating their youth on their rights, that being able to speak up, because this may not be the first time that it is happening. Right. Maybe these people have now decided, I will not keep this to myself.
Now, sorry to cut you. I did say this particular story because just a couple of hours ago, we read in the news that some organization in Osun State has said that Osun State has the highest incidence of young ladies suffering victims of incest in that particular state, and they're crying out to religious leaders and of course the government to look at ways to curb this holistically. And I want to find out from you, on the part of education now, who should do even more religious bodies or government or even parents, as it were?
It should start from the family. It should start from the family. Children should be taught to speak out. Understand? They should be taught that to have that courage. One, to talk to their parents what happened.
Right.
But for that to be possible, parents should be made should be friends of their children, not just fathers and mother. Father and mother is dictatorial. But have your son or daughter as a friend. You are not free to disclose everything to your friend.
Right.
So we should cultivate that friendship mentality with our children so that they'll be free to be telling us whatever is happening.
All right, then. This really is a good place to anchor the conversation, particularly the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a political and public affairs analyst, but of course a major economist here in Nigeria and a writer. Of course, I want to say thank you so very much, Dr. Peter, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we'll go on another quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. In a rare public appeal, Democratic Republic of Congo's President Felix Tshisekedi has called on Rwandan President Paul Kagame to stop supporting the M23 rebel group. Speaking at the EU's Global Gateway Forum in Brussels, Tshisekedi looked directly at Kagame, who was seated in the audience, and urged him to cease hostilities and halt the escalation of violence in eastern Congo. He asked Kagame to give the order to the M23 troops supported by his country, stressing that the fighting has already claimed too many lives. Tshisekedi said and added, history will be our judge, framing his plea as a decisive moment for both nations to achieve peace over conflicts. Ahead of World Mental Health Day, new research in rural Kenya is revealing a worrying connection between climate change and mental health. A study of nearly 15,000 women in Kilifi County shows that extreme weather events, especially droughts and heat waves, are linked to higher levels of stress and suicidal thoughts. For farmers like Elizabeth Amina Kadengi, unpredictable rains and failed harvest have caused anxiety and financial strain. Experts from the Aga Khan University Brain and Mind Institute say the findings highlights the need to integrate mental health support into climate adaptation and programs. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another quick break. When we return, more stories in African business and sports will be up next. Yeah, I take off. You just leave and there. They disturb me now. Glad to have you back. Let's go straight to the business part of the African news. The European Union has announced plans to invest 11.5 billion euro, and that's about $13.3 billion in South Africa, targeting clean energy, infrastructure, and pharmaceutical projects. The move is part of efforts to support Africa's most industrialized economy as it pushes for green growth and job creation. A large part of the funding will go into renewable energy, including new power generation capacity, grid upgrades, energy storage, and green hydrogen initiatives. The EU also highlighted support for the Coega green ammonia project aimed at boosting green ammonia production for agriculture, chemicals, and mining. Beyond energy, the investment will help strengthen South Africa's pharmaceutical sector, including vaccine manufacturing for the African continent. Officials say this will enhance local capacity and reduce dependence on imports. The announcement comes as South Africa battles slow economic growth and rising unemployment. The government is also trying to negotiate with Washington after U.S. President Donald Trump imposed a 30% tariff on South African exports in August, further straining its trade outlook. Still talking business, Ivory Coast, the world's top cocoa producer, says it has traced the origin of about 40% of its cocoa beans for the 2024-2025 season. The achievement marks a key step as the country prepares to comply with the European Union's new anti-deforestation import rules. The EU law, now postponed until December 2026, requires importers to prove that their products, including cocoa, are not linked to deforestation. While the delay gives producers more time, it also highlights the heavy cost and logistical hurdles countries like Ivory Coast face in meeting the standard. To strengthen compliance, the Ivorian government has launched a digital sales and purchasing system and issued digital ID cards to around 900,000 cocoa farmers. This system aims to track beans from farm to port, ensuring greater transparency in the supply chain. Still, challenges remain with the EU as its largest buyer. Ivory Coast must move quickly to improve traceability and address long-standing issues such as drought, aging cocoa trees, and deforestation pressures. The coming year will show whether technology and new policies can help make its cocoa industry truly sustainable. And to wrap up the Africa news, we go straight talking some sports. Egypt has booked its spot at next summer's World Cup thanks to a brilliant performance from Mohamed Salah. The Liverpool star scored twice in a 3-0 victory over Djibouti on Wednesday, sealing Egypt's place in the third place at the top of the qualifying group with one game left to play. And that particular story, we've come to the end of the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Nze m ọzọ kerikosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Fanyuro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city.
The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every try. Praise Wave, lift him up. Praise Wave, don't stop now. Praise Wave, all
world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest in trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check, your trusted weekly guide to understanding the body, the science, and the stories that shape our well-being right here on Voice of the People TV. I am Grace Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Today, we're focusing on a very common, actually two very common but often misunderstood conditions: hypertension and hypotension, commonly known as high blood pressure and low blood pressure. Now, both conditions are very vast, and they can affect our daily lives, and if not properly managed, it can lead to serious health risks. And that's why we are here today to dissect this together. Now, globally, hypertension affects an estimate of 1.4 billion adults in 2024, representing 33% of people aged 30 to 79. In contrast, hypotension is less common overall, but still a notable risk in the elderly stage. And so those on antihypertensive drugs, with a 2019 study finding 13.1% of hypertensive patients had hypotension. And so the prevalence of both conditions varies significantly by age, location, and health status. So this is a very broad topic, okay, and to help us understand these conditions better, we will be speaking with a medical expert, because here on Health Check, we don't, give opinions. We give medical advice, medical experts advice, and we share professional insights and practical tips to guide us through. And today, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adiogun, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. Doctor, welcome to Health Check.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, doctor?
Very well. How about you?
I'm great. How's it been so far?
Well, it's been going well, thank God.
Oh, amazing. How's the profession going? Because I know that being a doctor is very wonderful.
Very challenging and
yeah,
enjoyable.
Exactly, and enjoyable. Wow, that's amazing. And thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, doctor, we'll be doing something very interesting. Hypotension and hypertension. I don't know how vast is hypotension compared to hypertension.
Yeah, well, hypotension, as we know, is reduced blood pressure that is compared with hypertension is less common.
Oh,
but we still have people who actually have hypertension. Some people who are hypertensive, who are on antihypertensive, but on the wrong doses of their medications, and they don't go for frequent follow-up to review the doses of the medications, can also tip into hypotension.
Wow, this is very interesting. Okay, so you might be hearing hypo, like what are these people saying? All right, so let's go to the basics, okay? So in very simple terms, for the layman and people that do not really understand medical terms as much, so how can you say Or how can you define hypertension and hypotension in very, very simple terms?
Okay, hyper refers to something elevated beyond what is normal, and hypo is something below what is normal. So everything in the body has a range. You have a normal reference range, you know, safe intervals beyond which there is a problem. So just like your blood pressure, like your blood sugar, you don't want it too high, you don't want it too low. So when you use hyper, it means it is elevated. When you use hypo, then it means it is lower than what it should be. So basically, hypertension is persistently elevated blood pressure. A person has high blood pressure in excess of 140/90. You know, when you take your blood pressure reading and the cuff is put on your arm, and it's inflated, and you have a reading, you have an upper reading and, you know, a lower reading. The upper reading should not exceed 140 and the lower should not exceed 90. So if it's beyond that, in terms of elevation, then you say a person is hypertensive. And you don't define hypertension by a single reading. You know, so it has to be that it remains persistently elevated, even, you know, after some periodic checks with intervals in between. While hypotension is when the blood pressure remains lower than 90 for the upper reading and lower than 60. I mean, lower than 90 for the upper reading and lower than 60 for the lower reading. So that is hypotension. And these have different forms of manifestations in people that present with it. So it's important that we know those values so we know where each individual, where they fall.
Oh, all right. But it's better it comes to a balance, right?
Yes, it's better to be within the normal reference range that is considered safe.
Oh, interesting, interesting. All right, so why is blood pressure such an important indicator of health?
Well, blood pressure is important because, you know, your heart is like a pump, a muscular pump that pumps blood all over your body for perfusion of all the essential organs and for normal body functioning. So if blood pressure is not maintained, the perfusion of those organs may be hindered, and that may ultimately affect the functioning of those organs. And all the organs of the body, you know, it's just like, let me use an analogy of the national budget, where a fraction of the budget must go to each sector or each ministry. So for instance, the kidney must always get 25% of the total cardiac output. And if it's not getting what it's supposed to get at the right pressure, then problem starts in terms of the function of those organs.
All right, so it's almost like the body's thermometer to check how well the heart and the blood, you know, is regulated and all
it is
that.
the pressure exerted on the walls of the vessels by the blood, you know, by the pumping action of the heart, yes, especially in the arteries. Yeah, so it's very important that, you know, everybody knows their blood pressure, as we will talk about in the discussion, because hypertension, we always call it the silent killer because most times there are no signs or symptoms.
And that's quite scary, and I think we should go to that right now. So are there any major causes of the risk factors of hypertension?
Well, hypertension, like we've defined, is persistently elevated blood pressure, but there are no signs or symptoms that are expected with hypertension, but there are some risk factors that have been attributed to development of hypertension.
All right, let's have it.
Okay, so they're divided into two major categories. The first category are the non-modifiable factors. Those are the factors you can't do anything about because they are not under your control. Like, for instance, genetics. You don't choose the family you're born into. So if your parents, you know, have hypertension, then there's a likelihood that their offsprings may also develop hypertension. So because we don't choose our genetics, that's beyond our reach. That's why it's called non-modifiable. Then you also have your age. You know, your age is something you can't do anything about. You know, we all just get older every day. And with aging comes different changes to your blood vessel, thickening of the arterial walls, losing its elasticity. You're having what we call plaque deposits in the arteries, you know, narrowing of the arteries and all that. And, you know, the medical term is called atherosclerosis, and all these things ultimately, you know, can increase blood pressure. So you now find out that we can't do anything about the age too. Then thirdly is the gender. So most people...
Wow, gender.
Yeah, gender.
Okay.
Gender is also an important factor because it's commoner in males. It's commoner in males than in females because in the women in their reproductive age brackets, estrogen and which is a major hormone, you know, that has to do with their reproductive cycle, you know, has a protective effect. you know, but when they attain menopause and they have a decline of those hormones, then they carry equal risk as men. They lose that protection they once had in their younger years. So those are the non-modifiable factors. Then the modifiable factors are the ones that I think we should lay emphasis on.
Yeah.
Because we can't do anything about the ones I mentioned. But
Right.
the ones that you can do something about are the
Yeah,
ones
let's
that
focus
we
on what we
should.
can do
Exactly,
something about.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you know, that has to do with your diet, your lifestyle, which includes salt consumption. In Africa, in
Salt.
Nigeria, yeah.
Oh, come on. Some of us like spicy food.
No, it's okay to take salt, but in moderate amounts because, you know, it's not appropriate for you to add salt to already cooked food. You know, some people it's habitual. No, they've not even tasted it. I know a number of people that have not even tasted their food. It's just like habitual that once they, you know, serve them, they just want to sprinkle some salt and all that. And not only salt, we also refer to condiments and food additives like the MSGs, you know, that are high in sodium, you know, all those food seasonings that gives our food the taste and flavor and all that. Some of them are so high in sodium that they can increase our risk of hypertension. Then you also talk of high fatty foods, especially saturated fats, you know, where you get from all the red meat, you get from all the offals, you know, and then you also get from butter, margarine, you know, westernized diet, junk foods and all that. You can actually find yourself having high cholesterol that also increases your chances of developing hypertension. Then, of course, alcohol consumption. And now we're talking of chronic alcoholism and people that binge on alcohol. You know, they also at a high risk of developing high blood pressure. Then we have people who smoke also. You know, we know how addictive these are. You know, it's very hard to break away. All this increases your risk of high blood pressure. Then sometimes people that are addicted to caffeinated beverages, caffeinated products and all that.
Like coffee,
you know, coffee and some
like.
of the drinks, you know, energy drinks and all that. All those things can actually affect you, your cardiovascular health, and even your quality of sleep. You know, all those.
Quality of sleep.
Yeah.
So if you don't sleep enough, it could increase the chances of hypertension.
Your stress levels will be high. Your stress hormones will be high. Yeah, absolutely. Because you know you need good quality sleep for you to be well refreshed and rejuvenated. You know, and if you're missing out on quality hours of sleep that is recommended, you've not, you know, eased off from the stress of the previous day and you're taking up the activities of a new day. So chronic stress is also a factor. And a lot of people that don't go on vacations, a lot of people that don't, you know, have relaxing ways of distressing, it's also a problem that's increased risk of developing high blood pressure. Then, of course, obesity, poor weight management. You know, a lot of people who are actually on the big side, very obese, the BMI is above 30. You know, BMI 25 to 29 is already overweight, but by the time they hit 30, they are probably
BMI, body mass index.
Yes, absolutely, which is a ratio of your weight to your height. So those people are also at an increased risk of developing high blood pressure and other cardiovascular ailments. So you see, all these factors, we can do something about it. You can do something about your diet. You can choose to stop drinking alcohol. You can work on your cigarettes or tobacco cravings. You know, even if you can't do it on your own, you can seek help. And you can work on your sleep, you can work on your stress levels, you can change, you know, your night shifts or whatever. Because ultimately, if you don't do anything about these things, it's going to tell on your health. And the complications of blood pressure are not what you want to toy with. Because they are usually very, very, very serious consequences that we'll still be talking about later as we go ahead.
All right, so doctor, you said a whole lot of things, but let's take it slow.
Okay.
All right, so you mentioned stress. What do you really mean by stress? Do you mean the lack of sleep? Because this is Nigeria. There are different types of stress.
Absolutely.
Like, for example, you might be stressed about the fact that there's no light in your house.
Of course, yeah.
Manchester United can lose the match now and you'll be very stressed.
Absolutely, correct.
And even a lot of simple things like this, and those very little things that you think could it actually affect your health, you know, when things are not going the way you want and your heart just skips and things like that. Could that be, you know, can you define that as stress?
Well, when we refer to stress is actually anything that is like a burden to you, burdensome, causing some kind of worry and, you know, eliciting some kind of stressful responses from you. you get agitated, you
Exactly,
get
like the
irritable,
price of fuel.
you get irritable, somebody, you're experiencing the traffic,
Exactly.
or you go somewhere, you're on a
traffic,
queue, and somebody
exactly.
is rude to you, or something happens.
That's why I'm asking if this stress can really be managed.
So stress can actually be in different forms. You can have physical stress from you getting exhausted from a very long day. And then you can also have emotional and mental stress.
Yeah, heartbreaks.
Heartbreak, depression, bereavement, job loss, inflation, poverty.
So how do you manage that one now?
or people are calling you that you are owing them, and they're reminding you of how much you owe them, or you have targets to meet.
Exactly.
And all that. All those things can bring up anxiety. And once they trigger anxiety in you, you lose your sleep, you lose your peace, and it can affect your emotions. It can affect the way you relate to people around you, and the way your body copes with the stress is also the important thing, because a lot of people have poor coping mechanisms, so they are not able to, stress comes to everybody in life. So far you're a living person, so far your heart is still beating. Stress comes to you at different points in different severities. So it's also important for us to be able to manage it and develop special coping strategies. And I understand that these coping strategies are something that is individualized. What may distress you may be different from what would distress me. So some people, all they just need to do is just listen to some calming music, some soothing music. Some will go to the spa, some would write, some will just take a walk, some will go to the gym. Just know what works for you, but just be aware that chronic stress is not in your best interest. And once you feel stressed and you feel that it's overwhelming, you can seek professional help.
Yeah, I think we should emphasize on this because, stress everywhere. Please, viewers, try as much as possible to not get into chronic stress because it is not helpful to your health. But, we've been talking about hypertension. Let's look at hypotension. Now, what are the possible causes of hypotension?
Okay, hypotension, like we said, is reduced blood pressure. And typically, some people have lower than usual blood pressure normally, but they're still functional and there's no problem. But when you notice that your blood pressure is lower than 90/60, like we defined at the beginning, and you're beginning to feel symptoms like lightheadedness, fatigue, lethargy, you're feeling faint, or you feel like passing out, all these are reasons to go to the hospital, because you need to present early, because you may be dealing with something more serious than what you think. It may just be something serious causing the hypotension. So hypotension can be caused from simple things like postural hypotension, your change in position. You've been lying down for a long time and suddenly you want to stand up, and you stand up very rapidly and not giving your body time to adjust to the new change in position. You may have just a small lag in that positional change. Yeah.
Wow,
and then it affects your blood pressure. So you have postural hypotension. You have a little drop in your blood pressure by virtue of that change.
Wow.
And then for some people, it may be postprandial, meaning that it's after your meal that your blood pressure drops slightly. And that's usually seen in the elderly in some cases. And for some other people, it may be because you are on some medications. You're on blood pressure medications for hypertension, but your lifestyle and other dietary modification is actually improving your condition, but you're still on a high dose. So you may actually, suppress your blood pressure lower than what it should be. So you have to go back to your cardiologist to have a review of your medication. Either take off some of the medications or taper down the dose of the medication so you don't tip into hypotension. And for some people, their hypotension is because they are in shock. When you say shock,
could cause hypotension.
Of course, when you say shock, we are not talking of that kind of shock you're talking about.
What kind of shock am I talking about?
So we have hypovolemic shock in medicine. So hypovolemic shock is where, hypo means lower. Volume means you have low volume of fluids or blood in your system. If a person has been stooling repeatedly, diarrhea, very severe diarrhea and vomiting at the same time, losing electrolytes, losing lots of fluids, he can have hypotension. So hypovolemic shock can also be a cause of hypotension. Then for some people, you may also find out that the reason why they're in shock is because they have what we call a septic shock. They have an overwhelming infection that has really, really, eaten deep into their system, and they now have a shock-like, situation where there's also hypotension as presentation. Then we also have some conditions where you have certain syndromes, like what we call Addison syndrome, where the adrenal glands, they shut down, so to say. You have adrenal insufficiency. All the hormones that should help regulate your blood pressure are not working right. You find that the person also presents with hypotension. So in such people, you just wonder, their blood pressure is exceedingly low, and there is really little or nothing they can do on their own, because they just know it's low and they have no clue what is causing it.
Wow.
And in some people, it's because they are bleeding heavily. If you're having hemorrhage, you can also have hypotension. Either you're bleeding from an internal bleeding in some cases, or from trauma. Some accident victims, they go into a hypovolemic shock as well, because they are bleeding torrentially from a major injury or a major laceration. So a major blood vessel has been damaged, and they're losing blood at an alarming rate. You just find out that because there's massive blood loss, there's also hypotension. So you can say that hypotension can also be an emergency situation where you need to be in the hospital and you need emergency care or critical care to salvage the situation.
But it seems like, it seems like, all right, that being hypotensive seems to be safer than hypertensive. Please, can you clear that?
Not necessarily. It depends on what is causing your hypotension. So if the person's hypotension is caused by maybe a massive blood loss, you only have 5 liters of blood in your whole body.
Whoa.
So if somebody has a major injury and the person has lost maybe 2 liters of blood from that major injury and has just 3 liters circulating, the person would have gone into hypovolemic shock. Because even all the organs are not getting the right perfusion. The person can even have kidney injury already, because the kidney is not getting 25% of the total cardiac output, which it should get, because the total blood volume has dropped. So it's very important that anything you notice, like your blood pressure persistently lower than what it used to be, lower than what is normal for you. That's why you have raised a very important point. That is why it's important that we all know what is normal for us. We all know our stable state and what our stable vitals are. So that if anything goes below or above that, you can tell. But if you don't check these things, how do you now know when it's higher or lower than what it's supposed to be, when you've never gone for a wellness check?
So we are meant to always check
ourselves.
Yes,
you have to check yourself. You have to go to the hospital frequently. You have to know what your normal state is. Because if you don't know what the normal is, you cannot detect the abnormal when it comes.
Yeah, most people feel like we should only go to the hospital when we are feeling symptoms and all that. It shouldn't always be like that,
It shouldn't be, because
right?
hypertension, for instance, shows no symptoms. The person wakes up, goes about their routine activities, no complaints whatsoever.
Oh my God.
The BP is outrageous already, and something sinister is about to happen without them realizing. Yeah.
Wow, we really need to take care of our health and,
Absolutely.
Do this regular checkup. So, what about overthinking? Overthinking, does it cause hypertension or hypertension?
When you say overthinking still boils down to what we talked about, emotional stress. So what are the things you think about? There are things that worry you. When you say somebody is thinking, when Nigerians say they are overthinking, it's because they are thinking, they virtually mean, or they mean essentially that they are under stress or pressure from anxiety, worry, or they are anticipating something and they don't know what the outcome will be, and they worry so much about it. So it's just good for all of us to know that we are humans and our abilities are limited, and sometimes we can't do most things on our own. We need help. So if anything is beyond your scope of control, then you should let it go. Do your best and get help when you can. Yeah. But if you think you want to become a superhero or try to control what is beyond your control, then it amounts to stress, it amounts to agitation, it amounts to emotional distress. And ultimately, it will let a lot of stress hormones, your cortisol levels will go up, and ultimately it can spike your blood pressure, spike your blood sugar, and it's detrimental to your health overall.
All right, it has been a very interesting conversation as Dr. Charles Adeogun has been speaking on the possible causes and all of the things that you should look out for in order to avoid hypertension and hypertension. But right about now, we're going on a quick break, and when we return, we'll be talking about the complications, the preventions, and management of hypertension and hypertension. Do stay tuned.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Fanyuro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Welcome back to Health Check. We are still with Dr. Charles Adeogun, and it has been a very, very interesting edition. If you've been listening, you would have learned a whole lot of things. For example, I just learned something new today, that our body is filled with just 5 liters of blood, and that's a very good discovery. It's okay to learn about your health and all of the things that will make you maintain a very, very good health. And today, we're still talking about hypotension and hypertension. So now, thank you very much, Dr. Charles Adeogun, for everything. So what about the health problems? So I would like to ask, what health problems can uncontrolled hypertension lead to?
Those are referred to as the complications of hypertension. So if hypertension remains persistently present without it being controlled, it can lead to major organ problems. So first and foremost, what we have common in our environment, you have the stroke, which we refer to as the cerebrovascular accident, where the person loses function, you know, on one part of the body, either paralysis, speech problems, facial asymmetry, because a part of the brain is not getting perfused as it should. A part of the brain is deprived of blood, or you actually have a rupture of one of the cerebral vessels, you know, in the brain. So all these are the likely causes of stroke. So stroke is a major complication of uncontrolled blood pressure. You can also have heart failure, that we call cardiac failure, which can present with a cough, breathlessness. You know, it can also present with swollen feet, distended abdomen, fatigue, you know, and inability to lie flat and breathe properly. The person may need to pile up pillows to feel comfortable to breathe. All these are signs of heart failure. Then you can also have kidney problems. So a lot of people who are in kidney failure today is from uncontrolled hypertension. So this is very important for us to realize that.
I've always wondered.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a huge factor and one of the major causative factors responsible for renal failure. Then you also have what we call hypertensive retinopathy, where it damages the retina in the eyes and causes a lot of visual distortion and visual problems. And ultimately, of course, sudden death, people slumping and dying and all that. You can have, you know, heart attacks, sudden deaths, unexplainable deaths. You know, like what we hear, that a person looked apparently fine, was, you know, was even seen, you know, in activity and suddenly just slumped and there was nothing that could be done. Most likely, the person was hypertensive and was unaware, or was hypertensive and the hypertension was not adequately monitored or controlled. So these are a few complications that can arise from uncontrolled hypertension.
So what about hypotension? What are the complications of hypotension?
In hypotension, you can find out that, of course, you can also have the organs not getting properly perfused also because of the low blood pressure. Then you can also have, depending on the cause of the hypotension, you can also have people, you know, passing out, becoming unconscious because the brain too is not getting properly perfused with blood and oxygen. And you know that oxygen is transported via the blood and all that. So, and you can also have a lot of people who are hypotensive having some electrolyte imbalance, because like we said, by the time a person is vomiting and stooling and losing a lot of fluids, they're not losing only fluids, they're also losing electrolytes. So they can also have major electrolyte imbalances that can even bring about seizures in some cases and some other detrimental consequences. So hypotension is also, all the factors that I listed is also related to certain syndromes like Addison syndrome, and that Addison syndrome also has other things that are associated with it. The adrenals have shut down completely, and then you now see features of adrenal insufficiency, including pigmentation of the skin, the person looking a bit darker, and it's affecting even the reproductive system. Even the circulating glucose levels are also affected, and the person is just extremely weak, intense lethargy, no energy to do anything, and then the person can eventually die, because if the organs are not getting the right perfusion and you don't have the right blood circulation, then the problem results. Then ultimately, if it's from hemorrhage, if you're losing lots of blood and there is no transfusion done, either from cultural or religious beliefs or inaccessibility of prompt health care intervention, the person ultimately dies as well. So you can see both ends can actually end in fatality. So
wow. Now, I don't think we should choose from either hyper or hypo. Is it possible we can come to a balance?
That is why it's necessary to go for wellness checks.
So how often should these checks be? Because things happen every day.
Yeah, everybody should be on top of their game when it comes to their health. Everybody should go
how
for
often should we have this health?
Well, it's always advised that an adult that is healthy, that doesn't have any underlying condition, should go at least once a year. Even if you had a clean bill of health last year, you should still go this year. Don't assume everything is always fine because you don't have symptoms. But for anybody that has any condition they are managing, that they are aware that they are managing, then they can go more frequently, maybe every 6 months. And in some people who are elderly, they may even have to go quarterly, depending on what they are managing. So we talk about what we call comorbidities, the presence of more than one disease or multiple diseases in a particular individual. So that means that the more illnesses a person has, the more frequent the checks should be.
Wow. Okay, so the more you have these underlying conditions, the more you should go for checkups, because it could trigger
you should go for checks because you need to monitor your progress in the management of the conditions, and then you need to look at your drugs, and you're likely going to be on so many drugs if you're dealing with multiple conditions, and then you also need to always check your liver health and your kidney health, because those organs are the ones that get the most insults from medications.
Wow.
Because the liver.
What do you mean?
Because the liver is involved in detoxification. So you're taking a lot of medications, maybe pain medications, antibiotics, cholesterol medications, depending on whatever you're managing. You need to always do your liver function test periodically to be sure that your liver is still functioning optimally. And you need to check also your kidney health, because you know that your kidney ultimately does the excretion and the filtration of your blood to remove toxic waste from your body. It's very essential that you also keep, good monitoring of your kidney health, so that you can detect early if something is going wrong. Because like we always say, early detection always produces good outcomes. So it can allow you time to intervene.
Especially as it's a silent killer, it's almost not noticeable when it starts. So that before the complications
set in, you can actually reverse what should be reversed, and you work on all the important things that should be worked on, rather than you not knowing, and then by the first time you present at the hospital, things are already out of hand or at an advanced stage.
Wow. All right, let's look at the lifestyle changes. Okay, so what lifestyle changes can help in preventing or managing hypertension? You've said a lot of things. So how can we, concerning the things that we can manage, okay, not the things that we can't change. So how can we make sure that our lifestyle are well patterned in a healthy way?
It's important for us to know that for us to stay healthy, we have a functional role to play. Good health is a responsibility. You have your part to play. It doesn't just fall on your laps like that. And you have to be consistent on that wellness path. It's like a journey. So you must start and be consistent for you to get the desired outcome. So eating healthy, cutting out of junk foods, reducing salt in your food, and then making sure...
Cutting out of junk foods.
As much as you can. For people who... some people have cravings for this and they have a huge appetite.
Yeah, especially ladies.
And they have a huge appetite and they're already getting overweight and they're pounding up calories and they're not exercising. So it is to their...
So it's okay to pile up calories, but then you exercise.
Yeah, it's not
burn out.
advisable. It's not advisable because most times, I've noticed the trend that if you do not have the discipline to tackle your cravings, you are likely not going to have the discipline to follow through with the exercises too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it goes
cuts
both
across all
ways.
corners.
Yeah, it goes both ways. So the discipline, you know, if you're disciplined in one, you should be disciplined in the other as well. So it's very important that we emphasize the need for regular exercises. Sedentary lifestyle should be avoided. Make sure that you maintain a healthy weight. Make sure you cut down on salt consumption. Make sure you reduce your energy drinks and caffeine consumption. Make sure that your stress levels are optimal. You don't need excess stress. Anything you can't cope with, you either designate to somebody else or you ask for help. And if you're dealing with anxiety and it's becoming overwhelming, you can seek professional help. You can see a psychologist, a clinical psychologist, you can see a psychiatrist. There are anxiolytics, we call them anxiolytics, things that will relax you and get the anxiety off you. They're important. And it's also necessary for you to know that your sleep cannot be overemphasized. If you're not getting quality sleep for any reason, you should find out why. And you shouldn't just say, I've always been this way, because we get that from some people. I don't sleep much. That's me naturally.
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
healthy. It's not healthy.
I get a lot of that.
Because you would definitely pay for it one way or the other because your body is under chronic stress. So your body is also pro-inflammatory if you're not getting enough sleep. So your quality of sleep is important, and find a way to distress. Very, very essential. And of course, we've mentioned obesity, maintain a healthy weight, cut off too much cholesterol from your diet, and above all, regular wellness checks, because we said it's silent. If you don't look for it, you will not know it's there. So you have to be going for periodic checks. And if possible, have your own SFIG. We call it a SFIG, the device to monitor your blood pressure. It's available. You have the wrist type, you have the arm type.
And it's affordable, right?
It's affordable, because when it comes to your health, I don't even want to use the word affordable, because your health is everything.
It's everything.
Because if you can buy a phone that is worth hundreds of thousands of naira, then what is a speed that you can buy?
Tell me about it.
Exactly. So it's very necessary for you to prioritize health, because I think it's more of an issue of priority than affordability.
Priority than affordability. I love that. How about eating late at night? Does it in any way affect?
Eating late at night will just maybe increase your chances of being overweight, and all that. And yes, and then people that drink a lot of alcohol, I know a lot of people may not like to hear this, but that alcohol is not in your best interest. You just have to if you can't stop it entirely, then you need to really, really minimize it to the barest minimum.
Smoking as well can also...
Of course, smoking is never even anything anybody should do.
Exactly.
There's nothing like you should reduce the smoking. You should stop smoking.
You should stop smoking.
Yes, you should.
There is no health benefit.
There's no health benefits to smoking that you would say is considerable to encourage you in that habit, because it's every single cancer that we know about has smoking as one of the predisposing factors. So you don't want to risk your life on a craving or an addiction that you can actually break away from if you try hard enough.
All right, if you try hard enough. So viewers, no smoking, no drinking, more exercises, less amala at midnight, and all that. Okay, so how can we manage low blood pressure? There are some people that are already hypotensive, and it's almost like a death sentence. So how can it be managed?
So a person who is hypotensive must make sure that they present at a health facility to be checked by a doctor. If they need fluid resuscitation, the doctor will place them on fluid resuscitation. And then we also have some special medications that can help to elevate the blood pressure if it is going dangerously low. And if you are stooling or vomiting and you are having repeated episodes of this over time and it is not stopping, please run to the hospital, because you're going to have fluid and electrolyte imbalance and you can run into hypovolemic shock. It's very necessary also that if you do have an infection, you go to the hospital, because septic shock, like I said, is also a factor. Then we also have anaphylactic shock too that can drop your blood pressure drastically. You come in contact with a new medication or an insect bite, it's an intense, severe allergic reaction.
Insect bites?
Yeah, you can have some certain insects or certain bites or certain exposures that, you know, your body responds to in a very, very violent manner, and then virtually crashes your blood pressure and is usually fatal. So anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction that has a potential fatal possibility. So it's very important that if you notice anything going out of the norm for you, you need to see a health professional immediately so that they can help to salvage the situation and resuscitate you. Very important.
All right, so when should a person seek medical attention for blood pressures and all of that?
Well, if you go to the hospital and you notice that your blood pressure is elevated and it has remained persistently so, and you have your device also, you are also advised to keep a blood pressure diary, you know, to keep your readings, so that when you go to see your doctor can monitor the trends and see how you've been faring. So if it's remained persistently elevated, then your doctor will have to place you on some medications to control the blood pressure, you know. So if it's high, you have to be on medications. So you don't wait for it, you know, seeing it high and you don't do anything, and you just say, okay, it's high, it's okay, I'll check again tomorrow. If it's persistently high, you need to seek help. Know that something is off. You may need to check your cholesterol level, you may need to go for your ECGs, you may need to do your kidney function. All these are very essential to know what is actually making it remain high. And some people have very stubborn hypertension, very, very high hypertension that may not initially be responsive to the common medications, and they have to be on multiple medications for them to achieve control. But if that is what is necessary, so
Then
be
do
it.
it.
Exactly. So you go to see your professional. And if you notice otherwise, you know, in the case of hypotension also, that you're feeling lightheaded, you're feeling dizzy, you have fainting spells, and your blood pressure is lower than what is normal for you, you should go to seek help immediately.
Wow. All right, this is a call for us to pay good attention to our bodies. Regular checkups, very, very important. We've heard from Dr. Charles Adeogun. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
So thank you for sharing your wisdom and those enlightening insights.
Thanks for
So
having
we've learned today that both hypertension and hypotension require proper awareness, healthy lifestyle choices, and timely medical attention. Remember, monitoring your blood pressure regularly could save your life. And to you, our viewers, remember your health is your future. Don't ignore the signs. Go for regular screenings and encourage your loved ones to do the same. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. See you next week. Until then, stay informed, stay safe, and stay alive.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey.
Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the wide Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiment, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, then he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị? Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu? Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite, tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kerikosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị, bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa and saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour. Acide hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer.
People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, welcome on board. It is TGIF. Thank God it is Friday. Of course, it's a wonderful time out here again for us to have our normal dialogue. That's what I would call it. Welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen stories shape the narrative. And today we're dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. Peter Obi urges INEC to verify candidate certificate ahead of 2027 elections. Okay, and also Nigerians' justice system under scrutiny as calls for overhaul grow louder. What a wonderful one this afternoon. Join the conversation with experts, insight, and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Other news stories with details. PDP tells APC defection won't break us. The People's Democratic Party has responded to reports of planned defection by some of its governors to All Progressive Congress, APC, saying the defection won't break the party. PDP's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Agba, emphasized that the party's foundation is rooted in the people and not in individual ambitions. Okay, Ologun Agba highlighted the party's institutional strength and democratic ideas, saying they have sustained it through turbulent period. Ologun Agba emphasized that the PDP was founded on enduring values rather than personalities, noting that even top figures like presidents and vice presidents have left the party before, but it remained strong. Okay, I understand that particular scenario or that particular backstory that the publicity secretary was talking about as regards to people who have left in the past. But what is actually happening to PDP now, the internal issue that PDP is facing now, is really, really and totally different from what they faced in the past. If you would agree with me, because instead for it to look as if the party is getting better or they are even trying to settle with their aggrieved members, it is even becoming worse by the day. Okay, I can't forget that also, I think about last week, the Akwa Ibom State PDP Council they went to the court and trying to take over some properties, okay, from the governor, and not only that, they actually overturned and trying to see how they can take over some of their complex and also some members who are not loyal to them and all of that, okay. Of course, they raised the court issue, and Anyanwu said whatsoever they've said, done, or whatsoever agreement they've made, whatsoever meeting that was held in the state has been null and void. Okay, so in every area, if you go to this state, PDP is having this issue. If you go to that state, PDP is having this issue. Yet, you are saying that defection, this mass defection that is happening, won't break the party. This is not just about the All Progressive Congress. No, this is not just about the APC. It's also about the coalition. The coalition is also taking so much. The coalition has taken Atiku Abubakar. The coalition has taken so many men from PDP. And if you are still saying it's not going to break the party, is it until it takes everybody? You need peace. You need to settle with your aggrieved members. You need to look for a way to build that particular party again, so that the party would look nice enough for people to come in. The last joker that we all know that you might want to play is bringing the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, to run. But is he going to run with a party that is yet to even build itself? Don't forget, I will keep using this word until you fix or settle the situation that you are having internally. A house that divides against itself cannot stand. That will be my take as regards to the PDP saga. And let's move to APC. APC disqualifies Kayode Ojo from Ekiti governorship primary. The All Progressive Congress has disqualified Engineer Kayode Ojo from participating in the party's primary election and governorship race in Ekiti State. The decision was made after Ojo visited the party secretariat in Ado-Ekiti, where he was met with a cold reception from the party's executive, to be precise. And the APC cited that Ojo's feelings did not conform to the party's constitutional and electoral act, which is the requirement that they actually gave to him. And Governor Abiodun Oyebanji and Omolayo Oluremi were cleared to contest in the primary. The primary election is scheduled for October 27. Ojo's disqualification has sparked attention within the party, and some describing the move as politically motivated. This particular one I think I'm permitted to say it's a family problem, so they will fix it within themselves. Okay, this is about the APC. Let me just leave APC for APC to fix their matter. Let me move to the man of the moment, the man that we're all talking about, Professor Amopiton. He's been approved as the new INEC chairman. The Council of State has unanimously approved Professor Joash Ojo Amopiton as the next chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Here are the key facts that you need to know about this particular man. He's a professor of law at the University of Jos, specializing in company law, law of evidence, corporate governance, and privatization law. Amopiton serves as Deputy Vice Chancellor at the University of Jos and Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the governing council of Joseph Ayo Babalola, University, and also he has held various academic positions, including chairman of the Committee of Dean and Directors, Dean of Faculty of Law, and Head of Public Law. Amukuto is the author of several books on law, including Corporate Governance, Models and Principles, and Evidence Law, Theory and Practice in Nigeria. So, sincerely, congratulations to you, Prof. But don't forget what we are actually asking you to do. All we're saying is that give everyone a fair playground. Don't be biased, don't be partisan. Do your job, and remember, Nigerians would always and should always come first. All right, regardless of whosoever that appointed you, regardless of whosoever that you feel that they did you good, to put you in this position. And also, still in the same conversation, the ADC urges the new INEC chair to prioritize Nigerians' interests. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has called on the newly appointed chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amukuto, to prioritize the interests of Nigerians over the ruling Progressive Congress, the all-ruling Progressive Congress. And the ADC emphasized the need for Amukuto to restore public confidence in the electoral system. ADC wants Amukuto to understand his loyalty lies with the Nigerian people and not the government. And the party expects Amukuto to restore confidence in the electoral system and perform better than his predecessor. ADC is willing to give Amukuto the benefit of doubt based on his track records, but wants him to make a good name for himself. All right, so I understand the fact that the ADC is also a political party in as much as they are coalition. All right, this is actually for themselves and not the Nigeria to be precise. But for the Nigerians, I would only speak for us. I'll speak for the Nigerians that please, you need to do what is right. Of course, if the ADCs were also in the corridors of power, I don't think they would have come out, to also give this open advice to the new INEC chair. That's it. All right, so to join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605. 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button. And together, we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll take the first conversation. Peter Obi urges INEC to verify candidates' certificates ahead of 2027 elections. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to thoroughly verify the academic and professional certificates of all political candidates ahead of the 2027 general elections. Peter Obi emphasized that the credibility of Nigerian democracy hinges on truth, transparency, and integrity in the leadership selection. Obi proposed that INEC should mandate all candidates to submit their academic certificates immediately after parties' primary, at least 6 months before the elections, and make them public for verification within 90 days. He stressed that certificate forgery is a serious criminal offense and that Nigerians should follow the example of countries like Indonesia, where such offenses attract immediate disqualification and prosecution. Obi cited the resignation of Minister Uche Naji over academic record discrepancy and former Minister Kemi Adeosun's resignation over NYC certificate issue as example of the need for accountability. Obi urges INEC to investigate past complaints of forgery and false claims and to uphold integrity in the 2027 general elections. Why is everyone, okay, just talking about the 2027 elections? We have different elections as regards to this. Anambra would be, Anambra is November, yes, 8th of November. Anambra will be having their gubernatorial election. We have election then. I think in 2026 we have Osun election as well. So why are we just waiting? Why are we talking about just 2027? Let's start from now. Let the INEC do their due diligence, okay, to go through all of these particular fake or forged certificates that is flying here and there, okay, in the political space. All right. We're now being joined by a public affairs analyst and a political analyst, Barrister Laya Demokoya. Hello, Barrister. Good afternoon to you today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Savior. How are you today?
I'm doing very well. How is Abuja?
Abuja is fine. We are doing great.
Okay, you're welcome on board. Barrister, you heard the conversation. Your man in Abuja, of course, because the ministry is in Abuja. Your man just retired, and here Mr. Peter Obi is calling on INEC to do their due diligence to ensure that we don't get to see more of such modus operandi as regards to the political system or the appointees as regards to different offices. Okay, so what do you have to say about this particular situation?
Thank you, Mr. Savior. The issue for discussion for today is a very sensitive and necessary issue at this particular point in time, given considerations to events that has transpired in a couple of weeks ago. You recall that this issue of certificate forgery has been a worrisome issue since our democracy in 1999. If you remember this popular Toronto man that time, Salisu Buhari, he had the certificate controversy. And eventually, because of that certificate controversy, he resigned. If you recall, Madeleke, current Osun State Governor, still had certificate controversy. The then Bayelsa State Governor to the Deputy Governor had the certificate controversy. Kemi Adeosun, like you rightly said, the former Minister of Finance, also had certificate controversy, and because of that, she had to resign because they also alleged that he forged National Youth Service Corps certificate. And also, now Unanji, who also had to resign because there were allegations that he also forged certificate. All of this put together, as a matter of fact, is embarrassing to the nation. And it talks about our process and also talks about corruption and accountability. Because, let's be very frank, I'm a lawyer, I went through school. And I believe that it's not a difficult process to verify whether somebody goes through school. As a matter of fact, if you graduate from any school all over the world, once you write to the school, give information of that student to that school, they will give you data of that person. So when you now start hearing things like somebody has been serving in a government as a minister for 2 years, and they don't know that the certificate was forged, it's a bit worrisome, and it's not convincing, because before you can even contest for any position for any political office in Nigeria, you will be checked. Even DSS is part of the process. They will check your qualifications and all of that. So you now begin to wonder that what is now the check they are doing? Do you understand? What is the check? If people now get into government and at the end of the day their certificates are forged, it talks a lot about our process. That our process is not in order. And it's really unfortunate, and we really need to look into it and try to ensure that we do things properly.
Okay, so Barrister. Hello, Barrister, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm with you. Okay,
so Barrister, I would like to ask you this. Should certificate verification be limited to academic certificates or extended to other aspects of candidates' background? Because aside from certificates, you would agree with me that some are even giving, or some of them, their backgrounds are not what they even told us. Do you understand? And
yes.
It looks like we don't even know these people that are representing us, both in the legislative arm of government, the executive, even to the appointees, be it the ministers or commissioners. How do we go about this situation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Savior. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is very clear. The Constitution provides that all you need to vie for a political office, up to the level of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is a school cert. That's Secondary School Leaving Certificate, SSCE. It's a school cert you need. So I don't think that is too high for anybody who wants to enter into a political office to have, because at least you require some level of intelligence and education to run a country as well. Unfortunately, the issue is not even only about certificates. It just talks about corruption in our system, where people live on lies. Is our political class, unfortunately, the president of the country, to add certificate controversy, people were saying that he graduated from a school in the US. Some people were saying he didn't graduate. All of these things are not supposed to be an issue for debate in a nation where proper checks are done. So, talking about the issue of background, people also lie about their background. And somebody that is supposed to lead people, as a leader, you are supposed to lead people, and you're already lying about your background, lying about information concerning you. You know, what kind of leadership are you now supposed to put to the people? What kind of leadership should the people now be expecting from somebody that everything is saying is built on lies? For me, the provision of the Constitution is okay. School cert is okay. It is not saying you need to have a university degree. So for somebody that wants to vie for a political position, you should at least have a school cert. But you will even see people that they will not even, it's not even the school cert that is the issue. Everything concerning them, right from primary school up to secondary school, everything is built on lies. Some people never even pass through the four walls of school, and they'll come, they will be forging, and even the one that's even more worrisome. They are the ones that is worrisome are the ones that even pass through school, but because of the corruption in our educational system, some people, their certificates, they are not the one that even sat for it. It's people that sat for it for them. And by the time you start hearing their disposition, you hear people that they say they have masters. You hear, see this medicational scandal that also happened a couple of months ago, that they discovered that a particular school in Benin Republic, it only takes 4 weeks for you to get degree. I don't know whether you heard of that scandal.
Of course, yes.
So now you look at a nation like this, where you see people that some people claim they have certificate that they don't have. Some people that now even claim they have the certificate. Unfortunately, they got the certificate through illicit means. So all of these are worrisome for a nation. And these things eventually translate into leadership, because if you claim you have the knowledge that you don't have, you won't be able to run the economy. You won't be able to run the country. You won't be able to run a nation. It will reflect in your policies. It's just like somebody saying he's a doctor, and you're not a doctor. By the time you get to the hospital, you will kill people. So that is part of what is affecting our nation.
Maybe, Barrister, just on a lighter note, for whoever that said that they are doctors, you didn't ask them, well, some might actually be a conductor, while some might be native doctors, so we never can say. But let me take you to this particular point now. How can Nigeria's electoral system be reformed to prioritize integrity and transparency?
Mr. Savior, the truth of the matter is, all the things that need to be done has been put in place. But it's unfortunate that human beings are the one that is manipulating laid down rules. There are already reforms that, let's assume that they are enforcing those reforms. Our electoral system will be working. Now, talking about this same issue of certificate, before you can even say you want to vie for any position, whether an elective office or whether an office that you need to be appointed, maybe as a minister, as a commissioner, or what have you, they will do certain checks. If you are going to INEC and you say you want to contest as a member of the House of Representatives, you will present your qualification, because there is a requirement of the law that you are expected to meet. The law is already there. You need to have at least a school cert. So now it's the responsibility of INEC to ensure that all the necessary things are done by ensuring that they do due diligence on these candidates. But unfortunately, maybe because of corruption, sometimes when people are when a particular party are already pushing their person, what will you get? You will get an INEC that will not do proper due diligence. You will get an organization of government that will not do proper due diligence. And at the end of the day, what will now happen is an embarrassment to the nation. All of the laid down rules are already there. But unfortunately, the problem we have is the rules. It's not as if the rules are not there. It's not as if the laws are not there. But enforcement is our problem. Because of corruption, because of patronage, political patronage, not because of merit, people will bend the rules and decide to do it the way they want to do it. So what we really need is sensitization of our people to be doing the right thing. Let's assume this Unanji issue that happened, it shouldn't have happened in the first place, because if due diligence was done, you won't even be appointed as a minister. Before you can be appointed as a minister, the DSS will even run a check on you. This is somebody that also went to the National Assembly,
And barrister, he went to the National Assembly, and next thing you will hear is take a bow and go.
Because he's a member of APC. So they won't even bother to check properly. This same person contested as a governor in Enugu State. So imagine the due diligence ought to have been done, proper due diligence. But it's just obvious that a lot of people in the system neglect their duties because of certain things that we don't know, unfortunately. So that is what, it's not as if we don't have the reforms. We have appropriate reforms, but it's just issue of enforcement that is the problem.
Okay, so quickly, for us to actually draw the curtain close as regards to this particular conversation, before we move to our next conversation, Barrister, what would your advice be to the new INEC chairman, Amukwito? What would you rather want him to do in this first few months of his resumption? And what would you advise him as regards to either reform, or what are the things that you would feel he should come and put in place for people to trust in INEC, put their trust again in INEC, and believe that, of course, INEC can actually conduct a credible election again in Nigeria?
The new INEC chairman, Amukwito Essien, is my colleague, my senior colleague. He needs to ensure technology is working properly. As a matter of fact, the issue that we had during Mahmoud, that they will say BIVAS is not working, they will say IRF, they are not, all those manipulation, they need to ensure that it stops. There needs to be proper integration of their technological system. The BIVAS needs to be integrating properly with the IRF. And as a matter of fact, what he needs to do now that he has been appointed, he needs to test run all the processes, and he needs to put it in the public space. Let everybody see what he intends to do. This is how we are going to conduct 2027 election. This is what and what you are going to do. This is the technology we are going to use. This is how it works. Because the Nigerians don't want a situation whereby somebody comes, speak one grammar, say one, talk about one technological advancement that people do not understand, that will not give room for manipulation, that will not give room for people not to be able to ask questions. They need to come to the public. They need to carry the people along on every step of what they want to do in INEC, and how they intend to achieve it, and how the process works. And also, he needs to ensure that he uphold the doctrine of integrity, and to ensure that it's also independent. Part of one of the challenges we are having in Nigeria is our electoral system. there has been a lot of issues on our electoral system that people that are eventually announced are not the people that win election. Whether it's true, whether it's not true, but there has been controversies around it. Some people have also advocated that, as a matter of fact, it should not be the president that will be appointing the INEC chairman. People have said political parties should come together, have a council, have a committee, like 5 members from different political parties should be the one to recommend somebody. After they recommend the person go through some series of due diligence.
Barrister,
yes.
I wouldn't even want political parties to come together. I would rather want them to allow Nigerians to pick. I would rather and ask them to give Nigerians the opportunity for us to actually either vote our own INEC chairman. With that, the person will not be under anybody's favors, okay? The person will not be indebted to any political party or any person to be precise. Because if political parties still come around, in one way or the other, you know Nigeria, they always have their way. The leaders, they have their way of doing things. But when it comes to Nigerians picking, they know that the person we want to pick as INEC chairman is not the person that they like. In short, it can even be the person that they have been taking in and out of courts because the person has been calling them accountable, for them to be accountable to as regards to so many situations. Do you understand? So I wouldn't even support the fact that we want to pick, maybe ask political parties to come together to now give us a few people out of their parties to decide who the next INEC chairperson would be. Let them allow Nigerians to decide who INEC chairperson would be. Let them allow Nigerians to decide who the EFC chairperson would be. If possible, the CGN, let them give us the right to do that. And let's see how the election would always turn out to be. It's just my take.
Unfortunately, no, that's a very good idea. But unfortunately, our laws, does not permit that kind of system.
Because the law was designed to help them. The law was designed for it to suit them and not about Nigerians. Otherwise, by now, we should have done so many readjustments and so many reforms should have taken place.
Okay. You know what we practice? We practice a representative democracy. Do you understand?
Definitely.
So what is expected from a representative democracy is that, let's assume from your own constituency, you have somebody representing you. The person will be speaking on your behalf. That is what you ought to be in a working system.
Okay, Barrister, I just want to be taking you as regards what you are saying. So if that's the case, so that means for 6 good months, the Senate deprived the people of Kogi because they suspended someone illegally. Until now, nothing has been done. And it is even looking like a favor to her for them to bring her back in. For she to witness, for you to participate in the plenary.
I share the opinion of the court that said the dismissal of Senator Natasha was totally illegal and unconstitutional. And you representing the democracy. You cannot, the Senate president does not have power. You cannot say you want to suspend somebody that was elected into an office. Are you the one that elected the senator? That you will now come and say you want to suspend the senator for 6 months? It's totally inappropriate. In a representative democracy, if you suspend the senator, that means you suspended the people of that entire constituency from the country. That's the implication. Because, like what I was saying earlier, in a representative democracy, everybody cannot be able to come and say this is what we want to do. If you look at the population of Nigerians, and that's why we have people that represent us. And what some people have argued is that let political parties that have people that they have their candidates already in the National Assembly come together based on the representation of their people, say this is the person we are recommending as the INEC chairman. After recommendation, then they can run it through the National Assembly before an approval is now done. Not that the president just use influence to and pick somebody that will eventually or might eventually now work in the favor of the president. So that's what some people have argued, and a lot of people had reason to share their thoughts, because our system of this appointing, sometimes it doesn't work because the person that appoints you, most of the time you will feel as if the favor you've enjoyed from the person, you should reciprocate it. So that's why you notice that there's always a saying in Nigeria that they say it's difficult to win an incumbent government.
Definitely. All right.
The only time it happened was during Buhari. Everybody was surprised. As a matter of fact, people did not expect that they would declare Buhari that time that we transited from PDP to APC, because people always have the impression that you cannot win an incumbent government. And why is it so? Because it's an incumbent government that does the appointments. It's the one that does the appointment of the CJ. They run it through the National Assembly, don't get me wrong. But we already know that most of the time the National Assembly is a rubber stamp National Assembly that they just do the wills and caprices of the executive. So those are the challenges we have. We don't have independent institutions, and that is what is reflecting in the hardship of the nation.
Okay, so thank you so much, Barrister. We don't have independent institution. That would be a takeaway as regards to that particular last submission. We'll go on a quick break now. As soon as we come back, we'll be talking about Nigeria's justice system under scrutiny as called for overhaul, grow louder. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. We'll be right back.
Of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. Nigeria's justice system is facing intense scrutiny as prominent figures, including former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun, called for a comprehensive overhaul. The demand for reform comes amid concerns over the system's inefficiency, corruption, and excessive reliance on technicalities. Osinbajo criticized the Supreme Court's inconsistent decisions, citing the need for a more flexible approach to justice. Egbetokun described the justice system as a weak and in derail need of treatment, highlighting systemic issues like bribery and infrastructural inadequacies. The panel investigating the Nigerian Correctional Service calls for a comprehensive overhaul of the non-custodian justice system, citing gaps in implementation and inadequate funding. This is quite a very funny one there, saying that the IG is also calling the justice system a bribery and what have you. You know, it is very, very funny there. I'm not saying that is wrong as regards to whatsoever. Before he would say something, of course, I know he has his facts and figures, okay, but all I'm just saying is that don't forget that the Nigerian police also needs a proper reform, and we'll still call for it, and we're still going to call for it, all right? But we'll still have Barrister Laya Demokoya with us. Hello, Barrister. Hello, Barrister, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Xavier. I'm still on the show.
Of course, here we are now. We're actually at your table. We're at your doorstep. This is your field. This is where you feed on a daily basis. This is your terrain. So how can Nigeria's justice system be made more efficient and effective?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Xavier. I would like to start by saying whatever is going on in the judiciary is a reflection of the society, because you cannot isolate the judiciary from society. Neither can you isolate any other arm of the government. It's people that make a government. Do you understand? It's not government that make people, it's people that make a government.
Yeah.
So on our judicial system, I believe the thing that needs to be done to ensure efficiency is independence of the judiciary. The judiciary needs to be independent. I must use this medium to commend, the government over the years for trying to push for judicial autonomy. You remember that the last time I was on your show, I was really talking about judicial. I was talking about full autonomy.
Full autonomy.
Because we have judicial autonomy, but unfortunately, we don't practice full autonomy. Judicial autonomy is that the judiciary can raise revenue and pay itself and do one or two things for itself, but it's not full. And that's why you have the reasons. So that's why you see people like Wiki.
Your landlord. I was about to say it. You know, your landlord in Abuja is already building. Is it in Katampe or where is he building? I heard he's building.
I think it's in Katampe.
Yeah, so he's building these lovely and wonderful houses. And he said, I quote his words, he said that it is so sad to see that Nigerian judges are still living in rented apartments. What a wonderful gift.
Mr. Savior, let me quickly correct a notion. So we don't be working on we don't be having a discussion and, disseminating wrong information.
Okay.
There are certain things that is expected of the executive to do for the judiciary all over the world. If you go to United States of America, go to United Kingdom, there are responsibilities of the executive. They are the one in charge of budget. They are the one in charge of administration of government. Ordinarily, it shouldn't even be the business of other arm of government. That is in a working system. As a matter of fact, because of what the executive is doing for the judiciary, it's not supposed to influence the judiciary in any way. But unfortunately in Nigeria, because our democracy is still growing, because our democracy is not mature, when the judiciary start getting favors or start getting a form of incentive from the executive, one way or the other, it might begin to influence.
So barrister, you would agree with me that in Nigeria, no gift come for free. Even if it looks free for now, but you understand, in the political space, it's not that free.
That's correct.
Okay, so barrister, if that's correct, then how can the issue of corruption in Nigeria's justice system be addressed?
Like I said earlier, the unfortunate thing about Nigeria is that human manipulation. We have the laws. We have laid down rules. As a matter of fact, though some of our laws are outdated, I'm not saying that we are perfect, but we have a lot of laws, that can cater for some of our challenges. But unfortunately, we don't enforce it. Unfortunately, we don't follow it. The judiciary itself has put in place an apparatus, a platform to ensure that the judiciary is not corrupt. We have the High Court, we have the Court of Appeal, we have the Supreme Court. If you go to the High Court, you have only a judge in the High Court, and if you file a case in the High Court and you are not satisfied, you have the opportunity of going to the Court of Appeal, where you will now be appearing before 3 judges. These are forms of checks to ensure that there is no corruption in the system. Let's assume that you now get to the Court of Appeal. You are now before 3 judges. There will be a dissenting judgment. A majority judgment will be the one, that will be delivered. Let's assume you are still not satisfied. You have the opportunity of going to the Supreme Court, where you will now meet a panel of 5 judges. So let's assume that you now get to the Supreme Court. 5 people now, it's expected that at least some people should do things rightly. Let's assume you are not satisfied. Unfortunately, maybe you go to God. These techniques has been put in place to ensure dispensation of justice. Unfortunately, corruption in the system is what is still drawing us back. We have the National Judicial Council that sits over. If you do your findings, you discover that a lot of judges have been suspended. Even this year, I remember that the Nigeria National Judicial Council suspended some judges for allegations of giving judgments that suggestive of the fact that maybe they might have been induced with something. Do you understand?
So how will a common man still trust the judiciary when we get to this particular point, barrister?
like I said earlier, one of the problem bedeviling the judiciary, and the reason why the common man cannot have trust in judiciary is because the judiciary is not independent. And that's why you see, there are a whole lot of things that Mr. Savior, you might not be able to say. Because
I totally understand. I totally understand.
When you start looking at a system where a court will give these judgments for a particular case, similar matter, they will give a different judgment. So you begin to wonder what is going on. In the same matter, for Mr. A, you give this judgment. In the same matter, for Mr. B, similar, the same subject matter. Different people, the same subject matter. For Mr. B, you give a different judgment. It speaks volume of what kind of trust are you building. In that kind of system, the common man cannot trust judiciary, because it's expected that people are supposed to say, oh, this is the precedent, this is what I can get, if I have this kind of matter. And let me now surprise you. The problem we are having are more political related cases. I can assure you that for regular cases, you might not really have much of this controversy and much of this. But for political related cases, you have some of these issues where they will say a loser. Imagine a court will say a loser. In an election, should be the governor.
But Barrister, I'm sorry to cut you in there. I would just need to cite an example as regards to, for some of us, we go into a courtroom just to see how things are being done, and how your people, how you guys pass your judgment and all of that. And to buttress your point as regards to the example you made, oftentimes we get to hear that a lawyer would say, a so particular case, maybe for example, the Okonkwo of 2009 against this so person in Ebonyi State. This was what happened. He would cite something in Borno State. This was what happened. Then bringing it to this particular thing. This is the same case on the table. This is what is going on. But in that situation, of course, that particular lawyer has already believed that he or she would win the case, just like you said. But unfortunately, they would actually overturn or change it and say, in as much as something like this happened, and this happened, but on this particular case, it's totally different. And be looking at it, what is the difference? There is nothing. So, Barrister, what are the implications of an inefficient justice system in Nigeria's economy and society? I'll take this simultaneously for us to round up now. And how can Nigeria's justice system be made more accessible to marginalized communities?
Okay, Mr. Savior. The thing that needs to be done to ensure judiciary efficiency is to look into the process of the appointment of judges. As a matter of fact, is one of the major, the judiciary is a very crucial part of society, because it's like the last hope of the common man. If any dispute arise from the executive, if any dispute arise from the legislative, they take it to judiciary. If any dispute arise within the society, they take it to judiciary. Whatever the judiciary says is the final say, and that is why the judiciary is very crucial. Even economic dispute that can affect the economy, they take it to the judiciary. So it's important that people that mount the judiciary should be men of integrity. So they need to look at the process. It should not be based on patronage. It should not be by my father is a chief judge, because of that I'm bringing in my daughter to also be a judge. It should not be because I am a Senate president, then my own son too must be a judge. It should be by merit and by character. The people that they bring in as judges, they really need to look at if you look at the days of Justice Kayode Esho, if you look at the days of Justice Okuta, When you hear judgment, when you hear certain judgment from these people, you will know. But unfortunately, it's not, the case that we have here. We are now in the era of, hearing conflicting judgments. You hear this one, you hear this one in another place. So they need to look at the process, as a matter of fact, the judiciary needs urgent reform. It needs to be independent. They need to look at the process of appointment of judges, and they need to ensure that there is no political interruption.
Thank you
in the process.
Thank you so much for that particular one. They need to know that there's no political interruption. Yes, thank you so much, Barrister Lai Ademokoya, for joining the program today. It was quite insightful. And I don't think anyone would have done it better than you as regards to the two topics when we talk about the INEC reforms and also the judiciary. Okay, this is how far we can actually go on the program today. Don't forget the views and opinion of expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect those of media, VOP media. And don't forget that we're all entitled to our opinions. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
World Cup. So this is the football. Everything can happen during a game because of the weather, because of the referee, because of anything, because of the injury. So we need to stay focused about what we want for this game, what we want for to have this victory, and after there will another game. So for sure, at 100%, stay focused on this game tomorrow against Lesotho, a great team with a good coach, and we need to be very focused to start well this game with a lot of intensity, a lot of aggressivity to score and to win this game.
Yeah, we're approaching this the same way we approached the game for South Africa. It's important for us to go for all 3 points. We have to show Lesotho respect. They've done well in the group. They've picked up points against us also. So yeah, it's going to be an important game for both of us. And yeah, we've just been focused on our preparation now. Like the coach said, 2 very good training sessions. Today, the 3rd one here. And yeah, we look forward to the game tomorrow.
Everybody can go to the World Cup. So this is the football. Everything can happen during a game because of the weather, because of the referee, because of anything, because of the injury. So we need to stay focused about what we want for this game, what we want for to have this victory, and after there will another game. So for sure, at 100%, stay focused on this game tomorrow against Lesotho, a great team with a good coach, and we need to be very focused to start well this game with a lot of intensity, a lot of aggressivity to score and to win this game.
Yeah, we're approaching this the same way we approached the game for South Africa. It's important for us to go for all 3 points. We have to show Lesotho respect. They've done well in the group. They've picked up points against us also. So yeah, it's going to be an important game for both of us. And yeah, we've just been focused on our preparation now. Like the coach said, 2 very good training sessions. Today, the 3rd one here. And yeah, we look forward to the game tomorrow.
Everybody can go to the World Cup. So this is the football. Everything can happen during a game because of the weather, because of the referee, because of anything, because of the injury. So we need to stay focused about what we want for this game, what we want for to have this victory, and after there will another game. So for sure, at 100%, stay focused on this game tomorrow against Lesotho, a great team with a good coach, and we need to be very focused to start well this game with a lot of intensity, a lot of aggressivity to score and to win this game.
Yeah, we're approaching this the same way we approached the game for South Africa. It's important for us to go for all 3 points. We have to show Lesotho respect. They've done well in the group. They've picked up points against us also. So yeah, it's going to be an important game for both of us. And yeah, we've just been focused on our preparation now. Like the coach said, 2 very good training sessions today.
All right, and of course, it's Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. And as we speak, the game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Lesotho is up. And of course, if my time is correct, it's already almost 5 minutes into the first 45 minutes of that game. My name is Jerry Apelo. Welcome once again to the Locker Room. Like we promised earlier, we're going to give you updates with what's happening in Polokwane, where the Super Eagles is battling for their lives, talking about qualification for the 2026 World Cup. For those who don't know, for the first time, 3 countries are going to be co-hosting the World Cup, talking about the United States of America, Canada, and Mexico. And of course, the African slot has been expanded, talking about the number of teams that will qualify from Africa has been expanded. And it's unfortunate that the Super Eagles is struggling even with the expansion. But we hope that the Super Eagles will get a result. And I will not be doing the analysis of this game live alone, as I have a feast who will be with us taking a look at this game and giving you updates with what's happening live from South Africa, Polokwane, where the Super Eagles are taking on the Lesotho national team. And of course, the lineup is already out, talking about the first 11. We have talking about Stanley Wabali in goal. And of course, we'll be giving you much of that because a lot to look forward to as far as the game is concerned. Hafiz, how excited are you? How pumped up are you? Are you, fingers crossed, are you worried about this game already before the last of the whistle and now it's started?
Well, good evening, Jerry, and good evening to the football fans out there, especially the hopeful football fans who are looking towards the Super Eagles to do something, very, very positive. And if you ask me, I would say I'm fingers crossed. I mean, because this game, just like you rightly said, it's going into minute 7. My time is correct right now into that game, and it looks like from the looks of things very, very early, it shows that the Super Eagles are going with much attacking intent. And yes, you were mentioning the squad, Stanley Wambali, the regular faces, but I think Eric Chell has approached this game with something of a serious attacking intent, because he went with the likes of with 2 strikers, talking of Toluwaro Kodari and Victor Osimhen, 2 very different type of strikers, you get what I'm saying. Then we have flanked with the likes of Moses Simon and Ademola Lookman right there. Alex Iwobi and Wilfred Ndidi are holding the fort in the midfield. I think right now it's a good approach for me, because you don't have to go defensive against the likes of Lesotho, because you know that you need those 3 points right now, even though it looks like the hopes of Nigeria, the Super Eagles of Nigeria qualifying to the World Cup, come 2026, it looks like it's really, really fading. Right now, second place is not even, is not an option. You have to top the group. And going from this game against Lesotho, this game is like a make or mar. Anything short of a win here, Jerry, right there in South Africa, in Polokwane, I think we can wave the World Cup by.
All right, definitely it's going to be a very much contested affair out there. Let's not forget the last time out we played Lesotho, it ended 1-1 on our home turf here in Uyo, which is not really a good one. And meaning that the Lesotho team, with that confidence going into this one, they would want to do their fellow South African brothers a favor by stopping the Super Eagles from going to the World Cup, because definitely it's not in the hands of the Eagles, but at least they should win this game and give Nigerians something to look forward to. I'm not part of those Nigerians, because since the Benin Republic first leg game where they lost 2-1, I knew that this team would like when Jesus said the rich man will have to go, the camel will have to go through the eye of the needle for the rich man to make heaven. Yeah. So I think the camel will have to enter the eye of the needle for the Super to make the World Cup right now, because they need a miracle, like Joseph Yobo rightly said.
You've nailed it, Jerry, because not just even the Benin Republic game, I mean, that Zimbabwe game looked like the final straw that broke the camel's back, because it looked like we were, not, I won't say coasting to victory, it was 1-0, and then the unfortunate happened where William Trist Ekong, was culpable, and it ended up 1-1. Same as the South Africa game as well. That was even more lethargic. That's why going into this game against Lesotho, I'm like, please, just show more attacking intent. And 9 minutes or so, thereabouts into the game so far, it shows that we've been keeping the ball, we've been having possession as it should be. I mean, because we need to bring back what we lacked in that 1-1 game that we played here in Uyo. So we need to really attack them, get the goal very early on, unsettle them, because trust me, in that Polokwane Stadium, we are going to have, you won't even know the one that South Africa has.
Look at the way the Eagles are even playing. They are playing as if there's nothing at stake, like everything is in their hands. And the Lesotho are taking the game to them, because if you ask me, I think I'm trying to look at the qualifiers for the World Cup.
Yeah.
Do you notice that the Super Eagles has failed to score more than 2 goals?
In a game.
Yeah, in every game they've played.
Absolutely.
They've been on 1-2-1, mostly 1-1, and just 2 in the Rwanda game.
In the Rwanda game where Osimhen got 2 goals.
And to say that we're embarrassed with the talent when it comes to attack-wise. So that means there's something the coaches are not getting right, why our attackers are not scoring goals when they come to play in the World Cup qualifiers. So what seems to be wrong? It seems like, I don't know, because the excuses for the coaches are becoming too much. Because I understand, under Eric Chell, the highest we've gone is 2 goals. I think the last time we saw more goals was in the Unity Cup. That was a friendly game.
Yeah.
Which is really a bad result. Because, fine, defense, we're not that fantastic. But we still have top defenders. Yeah. But when it comes to attack, which is our strength, we've not been able to take advantage of these qualifiers. We just saw the Ivory Coast defeating their Seychelles by 7-0. And I rightly said, the Super Eagles can play the Seychelles and they'll be on 1-0. They will end up playing a goalless draw, which is pretty sad. Pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you can see the embarrassment of riches. I mean, we have players that are negotiating themselves in top clubs, in Europe. I mean, the likes of Victor Osimhen play for Galatasaray in the Champions League, champions of Turkey. We have the likes of Tola Kodari, who's playing for Wolves. Decent enough, Alex Iwobi, Wilfred Ndidi, and the likes. Yeah, and I don't know. I think it's just about maximizing what you have, and there are some times where the coach will lay down the tactics and everything, but I will say it in the streets where sometimes where there are some games that even without the coach giving you such instructions, that's very much instruction. You can negotiate games, on your own. And I think this is what you should be doing against sides like Lesotho, like this. I mean, look at the likes of Senegal also. They won their game 5-0. Gabon, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang coming up clutch, getting 4 goals for them, to ensure that they are still on the right track to qualify outrightly in their group. They're just behind Ivory Coast. So I mean, with the likes of Victor Osimhen and Tola Kodari, we should play to their strengths. And so far, if you agree with me, in the qualifiers, I don't think we'll be playing to the strengths of our attackers. I mean, look at that game against South Africa, Jerry, right there at the Toyota Stadium in Bloemfontein, where the right side looked a bit non-existent. Ademola Lookman and Moses Simon, they were on the same wing. I mean, utilize these players. Let creativity come from everywhere on the pitch. You have that power. We are the giants of Africa, like we say, and we have these players. Let us play to the strengths of these players and let us negotiate, results. And maybe we'll see a change in today's game against Lesotho. We have been attacking so far. The goal is just yet to come. We need to score very early, and hopefully the showers will open. That was a chance right there to Tola Kodari leaping off above the defender, but he put his header wide. More attack, maybe from the Super Eagles, and we really need to get going, from the first half.
All right, and of course, if our producers could help us with the viewers so that we can take a look at the first 11 for this game. In goal already, like you can see from the background, there's Stanley Wabali in goal, and there's Calvin Bassey, Trust Ekong, Benjamin Frederick, all making it in the lineup as far as the back man is concerned. And there's Bruno Oyemachi. There's also Wilfred in midfield alongside Moses Simon, and of course Tolu Arokodare pairs up with Osimhen and Ademola Lookman there. No, Ademola Lookman, is he going to be playing the right tonight? Is he playing the right? I think we need to verify, because the last time I was confused what the plan was. Okay, that was a beautiful
effort there by Alex Iwobi. And Jerry, I also want to bring to the mind of our viewers that all the games in Group C are going on simultaneously at this point because Zimbabwe is also playing against South Africa right there at the Moses Mabhida Stadium in Durban, in South Africa. South Africa, they are hosting 2 games. Their stadiums are hosting 2 games.
It doesn't happen to any other country because it happens to a country where Mosepe is the CAF president. So definitely, I was complaining about this. You didn't see it from my own point of view.
Not that, Jerry. Not that I didn't see it from your own point of view.
But how does this happen?
But my own is this.
2
Jerry.
very crucial World Cup qualifiers are played in the same country of an interested party. Come on. And they're supposed to be away games for these 2 teams.
Yeah, but Jerry, like I said, and I'm going to put the question back to you. As you are raising this kind of conspiracy theory, I want to bring it back to you.
Is it conspiracy that is happening?
I know.
Conspiracy is something you are conspiring and saying it's not happening. There's no evidence that it's even happening.
But let me put it to you. If we had qualified 2 games before coming into this round of qualifiers, would you really be raising much dust that games that were played?
Do you know why?
I know what. No, you want to say what's wrong is wrong.
No,
right?
It's not. I'm not saying what's wrong is wrong.
Okay.
The reason why we're having this situation could also be the reason why
there's a break.
Yeah. No, because take a look at it. If all of these scenarios were not in play, South Africa normally they struggle to qualify for the World Cup. The last time they played the World Cup was when they hosted
in 2010.
In 2010, and I think that's basically it.
But they've done their work so far as well. Let's even take away the Lesotho game. Let's take away the Lesotho game.
They've done their work because now everything is working together for South Africa.
Come on. So
what happened the last World Cup qualification? Why didn't they do all their work?
Okay, now what
happened all these years?
Let me ask you. There was a Benin Republic, right, and there was also Rwanda, right, and this Benin Republic, their games, their own games.
Let's not say conspiracy theories. Should that be the standard of African football when it comes to World Cup qualifiers?
We all know that CAF can do better. The fact that I think you are raising
it's not about CAF better. Is it supposed to be?
Now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question: is CAF selecting the teams in World Cup qualifiers based on coefficients, or they are selecting based on all these neighboring countries? Did they really put coefficients, or did they put the countries they belong to, the countries they are landlocked in? Those are the questions we should be asking. How is CAF placing their teams into rounds for the World Cup qualifiers? Because I think if it's by coefficients, these are teams that really should be in the group. And let me ask you this, Jerry. When you saw
you are telling me now that based on the coefficients, South Africa should be in the same group with Zimbabwe and Lesotho, based on the fact that neighboring countries. It's just like, for instance,
is Benin Republic and Nigeria are they not neighboring countries? Benin Republic and Nigeria, are we not neighboring countries?
We're neighboring countries.
Exactly.
Yes. As we're neighboring countries, is Benin Republic playing their home games in Nigeria? Is Nigeria playing their home games in Benin?
They've started for other stadiums that are FIFA or CAF approved.
Okay.
Listen,
in the whole of Southern Africa. Jerry, let me now tell you, Benin Republic are playing their away games in their home games in Ivory Coast.
Yes.
So, are you telling me now in the whole of Southern Africa, it's only South Africa that has a FIFA-recognized pitch?
Going into this game, Zimbabwe against South Africa, right? They went to play. They wanted to play in Rwanda. They couldn't get that done. The game against Rwanda. Rwanda are playing a home game against Benin Republic, and they went to Botswana, who are also playing at home. That is why they ended up getting this fixture against South Africa at the Moses Mabhida Stadium. They did not plan to play this game in South Africa.
This is medicine after death. The question is.
The question is, if you have done your job, if the Super Eagles have done their job, are we going to be here talking about this at this point in time?
Let me say the Super Eagles did their job.
Yeah.
And all of this if you did your job and the South Africa are getting all the points based on the way the table is, the way all of the fixtures are, no matter what the Super Eagles do, even though they have all the points, and South Africa is picking all the points, do you think the South Africa should still be ahead of the Super Eagles?
Jerry, I feel that if we are tidying our own side, we won't be bothering about the.
No, if you tidy your own side,
yes,
and South Africa head to head, South Africa beats you both on their home turf and
these
win all
questions are
their
just
games.
ifs. These
No,
ifs.
it's not about ifs. No, you said if Nigeria did their job.
And
yes,
they are top of the table and
South
they qualified before now.
South Africa's situation is getting better based on the position of the table.
Are you saying that South Africa is using everything to their advantage to try and qualify for the World Cup?
Yes.
Really?
I'm not saying it. It's obvious.
But they might end up not even qualifying.
How?
What if they don't get to win their next 2 games?
Why would they not win their next 2 games?
Are you saying...
What's going to stop... Wait, with the way the situation is, South Africa has been unbeaten... South Africa has been unbeaten in their last 7 games. True of us.
Okay, they've been unbeaten in their last 7 games.
Are you saying they don't deserve those
wins?
Their next two games now, they are going to be playing it at home.
No, they are playing...
an away game at home.
They are playing an away game in South Africa.
It's an advantage.
It's an away game, but it's in South Africa, and they are playing their last game.
Is it supposed to be? Because at this crucial stage, South Africa should not be allowed to host an away game because this game is very crucial in terms of the World Cup qualifier. Because that is why you see games are played simultaneously to avoid any form of manipulation.
Okay.
So in the spirit of fairness, since South Africa is an interested party, they are not supposed to play the away game on their home turf. That's undue advantage. That's unfairness in football. Unless maybe there's nothing like logic or fairness when it comes to football. Because Zimbabwe is playing a game where the fans at the stadium are going to be majorly an away fan. Will that happen?
Well, what I'll tell you, Jerry, eventually is that it is what it is. And at the same time, looking at the way Nigeria has been playing so far, you also said it a few minutes ago that we've been playing like we are not even serious about what we want to do. We haven't scored more than 2 goals in the game. We are not even tied in our own side. And what my own just major concern is just like, look at this, the pitch right here in Polokwane. I mean, it's way better at Bloemfontein. But then, you can do anything to unsettle your opponents. I don't know how that stadium, that Toyota stadium, how it got CAF's approval. Eventually, FIFA had to, place a ban on that stadium for now. But let's get back to the game, actually, Jerry. So far, the way we've been playing, we've just been like keeping the ball, trying to attack so far. Not like Lesotho have been defending resolutely, but then it seems that at some point our attack on the Lesotho box, the Lesotho half is just fizzling out, and we really need to do better, and we need to get those goals very early. What do you think, Jerry?
Yeah, with the way the match is still goalless, and now the Super Eagles have a chance to see if they can get one back. Get one first.
Yeah.
Because it looks like the Lesotho team, they're not even afraid of the Eagles. They are taking the games to the Super Eagles.
They played 1-1 with you on your hoped off, so they shouldn't be scared of you. They feel like since we can come to Nigeria and get a draw, we should be able to do better. When we are this one that we are playing at home.
All right, that's the starting 11 for those who don't know who are starting for the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
The Stanley Wabali, Kevin Bassey, Twist Ekong again. I don't know. I'm sure. I don't know what that Ekong has on the NFF president or Eric Chow, because it seems like it's working. Whatever he has on them. And there's Benjamin Frederick, who was awesome in the game against Rwanda. Who played Rwanda in Uyo, and of course in Unity Cup games. He's just a very young lad. He plays for Brentford.
Yes, just 20 years old.
Just 20 years of age. Fantastic lad.
From
it's difficult to beat him. Yeah, when he's one-on-one with an attacker. And of course, there's Bruno Yemachi. He's been in and out of the Super Eagles. Yeah. There's Wilfred in the D, who definitely looks like this might be his last period because age is no longer on his side. But he's been a standing for the Eagles, which definitely I'm not really a big fan anymore because he's not that fast like he used to be. And
Gangly he used to be, yeah.
Yeah, and there's Iwobi, who is flattered to deceive. Though he's a good player, but a lot of Nigerians have been asking that he replicate what he does for Fulham, the Prem, with the Super Eagles. But I don't know, with the way the Super Eagles is set up, is make sure that the attacker is stiff, is lethargic. They are not really giving us anything fantastic. I think it has to do with coaching. Coaching is a major issue there.
Exactly. As I also said, this is African football. where sometimes that flary part of football doesn't really,
But how come the likes
affect
of
your
Egypt and Morocco are doing it? I don't know.
I mean,
Is it not the same African football?
But you can see most of the Egyptian players, they play in Africa. If you are playing against a side that most of your players they've played with them maybe in the CAF Champions League,
but sometimes
or the
you look at a lot of
Confederations
countries that play most of their games at home. It's poor. But for the North African teams, you see flair, you see attack, you see some beautiful football.
Is there every time you see that? Is it? I mean, there was a time that Morocco were playing that brand of football, then just went quiet for a while, and they just got back into their groove. When it's time to switch on to that brand of African football, the Northern African teams, they also find it easy to do so. I mean, our players right there, sometimes when you see the way they hold the ball,
you see what's happening there.
It just kick the ball.
There's confusion already.
Absolutely.
And I don't think Tolu Arukadare needed to do all of that. Okay, maybe he was deceived because he was ranked number 10. He believes he's a midfielder. He wanted to do the JJ Okocha because that was really a bad call. Yeah, all you needed to do, there's one thing I don't like about players. Any player that passes the ball back, I'm already not a fan. Who always passes the ball. And Jonathan Henderson used to do that when he was at Liverpool. He made me never like anything about the way he plays football. Always taking the ball back. Be adventurous. Go after the team. Be in their faces. Don't be afraid. Because how can we have the recent African Footballer of the Year on the pitch, Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman, and we are finding it difficult to hold our own against Lesotho?
To answer that question, it is not 2 out of 11 players. Football is a team of 11 players, right? It's not 2.
11 past 11, bro.
Listen, there's a difference between having players and having a team. You can agree.
You know what is happening in this match now? How many of the Lesotho players, if I mention them now, tomorrow morning you ordinarily just have them in your head?
But that is why they are a team.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Fine. Thank you.
There's a difference between having names and having a team.
It's just like PSG is playing, let me say, a team in League 2.
Come on, what's that pass from Lookman?
A team in League 2.
Yeah.
And you are giving excuses it's 11 against 11 and Mbappe is on the pitch.
Let me take you to this game so far. I think looking at the way the Super Eagles have been playing, you were talking about Tolu Arokodare. I think in his defense, I would say he was trying to shield that ball, but there was a case of that was miscommunication between him and Benjamin Fredericks. He was trying to actually pass the ball back, but Fredericks didn't catch it at the right time. But my thing is, we've been trying to throw hopeful long balls, behind the Lesotho defense, and they've been catching it. They're even setting up their offside trap properly. The goalkeeper has just been a bit comfortable catching the ball. I think we are too much in a hurry trying to get that first goal. I know I said that we should go for it, as early as possible to get the goal, but it's like we are rushing things. It's like we are not really playing with that much tactics. And creativity should come from everywhere.
South Africans are only interested. I think Polo Kwani is not.
Can you see this is an example of what I just said? Trying to throw hopeful balls to who? We need to calm down, refresh our heads. We can cut through this Lesotho side. I mean, they've not really had that meaningful attack so far in this game. It's like they are showing us much of the ball. And if we keep doing this, time is going. It's 28 minutes in.
Yeah, 26 minutes, and the Eagles have not really given us anything to really be excited about. And I understand Nigerians are looking to see something different. But you did watch the build-up play of the Eagles. There's a lot of lethargic and this nonchalant attitude on the part of the players. So most of the time, we want to see an Eagles that know. Look at these passes. I don't know. Tolu needs to forget that he's wearing the number 10 jersey. He's not JJ Okocha. Please, he should keep it simple. Go to the basics of football and give me the goals.
I think the approach from the Lesotho team so far too. I think they are just waiting for a quick counter.
And you can see that
we've had all the possession in the world. I think they're just waiting for that counter attack. And trust me, if this team, if the Super Eagles blink and the Lesotho players get that goal, I think they might just lock up shop. And you know what? You won't believe it. Should they win this game, they will be placed above Nigeria.
And this time, Wambali should stop all the showboating. This is not the time. And we don't want the situation he's going to get yellow card, he gets suspended the game against Benin Republic. He should be careful. Passing the ball to him is not really attractive right now.
Yeah, and another question I'm asking is that so far I've not really seen where Moses Simon, is operating from. Is he operating from the right? And why is Victor? I think Victor Osimhen is an epitome of passion.
Why is Victor Osimhen making throws?
Because he needs to, inject that urgency. It seems like there's no urgency so far in the team, and Victor Osimhen, you know him. You know he will never stop running. He never stop showing that passion for the ball. And by creating chances, I think Moses on that right hand side is not really working. Maybe something else can be done. I think the Lesotho players are just like, they're getting patient. They're just like, okay, and we know Super Eagles are going to have much of the ball. They are under the most pressure at this point, and I feel like they're just waiting, to catch Nigeria on the break, and that will be very, very dangerous for the Super Eagles. We are just waiting for this game to see who blinks first, but at the same time, we should put it in mind that time is going.
All right, I think I miss the days where the Super Eagles had so much authority. Take a look at the pitch. Are you seeing any Lesotho people here? These are South Africans.
These are Lesotho fans. Calm down. These are Lesotho fans.
These are
Lesotho fans. These are Lesotho fans. I mean, you could see their jersey. They are Lesotho fans.
These are South Africans. Hired South Africans doing Lesotho job.
We did not beat Lesotho in Uyo, so I don't know why you are just trying to make
that
it
was
feel
because
like
Victor Osimhen was picking games to show. Anyway, without Victor Osimhen, we should be scoring. But
I was going to reply instantly.
It has proven that no Victor Osimhen, no goals. Yeah, until maybe Tolu showed up. Once Victor Osimhen is not there, the attack is so lethargic. That's a beautiful opportunity.
Yeah.
What do they do with it? They fizzle it out. It's still goalless.
Yeah, and I also want to keep our fans up to date because I know that the calculators are out. It's still 0-0 also between Zimbabwe and South Africa right there at the Moses Mabhida Stadium, and also Rwanda 0, Benin Republic 0. So it's 0-0 throughout the groups in Group C, the games in Group C. The 3 games, like I said, are going on simultaneously, and at this point, it's 26 minutes in the Rwanda versus Benin Republic game is 0-0 right there. Zimbabwe 29 minutes in against South Africa, still 0-0, and also 31 minutes between Lesotho and Nigeria, and it's still goalless. We really need to we really need to get something going, and hope that other results go our way so far in this game.
All right, and the game where we might be seeing the first goal so far, it looks like it might be the South African game, because definitely they are at home and they are comfortable, and of course their eyes is on the game between Lesotho and Nigeria. I think they'll be more worried of the game between Benin Republic and Rwanda, which is their major headache as far as that game is concerned. And if you take a look at it, it's a very crucial situation that they have found themselves, talking about the team. And so far so good. It's still goalless, and we expect more goals to keep pouring in, to start pouring in, because none has come in yet. Okay, we hope that goals will start pouring in, and we hope that things would come for the better as far as the Super Eagles is concerned. Okay, we've heard about stories of talking about the chances of the Eagles making it through due to the Eritrean situation. Though I'm not keeping my hopes up. Because there's a new rule according to CAF. Okay, and the African Football Governing Body, CAF, has cleared the air on what will happen in the African series in the World Cup qualifiers following the withdrawal of Eritrea from the series, leaving their Group 1 team short, unlike other groups. And in a circular dated March 14, 2025, and signed by CAF's Director of Tournaments and Events, Samson Adamu, the Continental Body detailed revised procedures to ensure fairness in determining the 4 best runners-up across all groups after Eritrea's exit reduced the number of teams in one of the qualifying posts. CAF stated that in the event of any withdrawal or disqualification that leaves a group with fewer than 5 teams, results against the bottom ranked or withdrawn teams will not be considered when comparing second-place teams across all groups. So that means Gabon, for instance, all the points is it Gabon?
No.
Which group was it?
That's a group of Morocco, Niger Republic, Tanzania,
so
Zambia.
The points of Niger
Yeah.
Talking about the points given to them against Eritrea is going to be off whatever points they eventually accrue. And if you take a look at the 4 best placed team, Niger is not there.
They are not.
You're not there. So, and they're just having 11 points. I think the last time
I think they have 12. 12 points.
So, those who are looking at that story, unfortunately, that might not
There's
fly.
actually nothing to take from that.
That
because,
might not fly.
They are not even, like you said, they are not even in contention. And maybe to clear the air and let us, get our viewers, up to speed with the second place rankings. There are 9 teams, 9 possible second place teams. And at this point, we have Gabon, who are on 22 points. Madagascar, who are on 19 points after 9 games played each. Congo DR have also played 9 games, and they are also on 19 points. And Burkina Faso, they also played 9 games. They are on 18 points. Cameroon, who are 5th, they are 18 points, and they also have played 9 games. Uganda, number 6, 9 games as well, played 18 points. Namibia, they've played 9 games. They have 15 points. South Africa, yes, the second place team in Nigeria's group, talking about the group C. 8 games, make it 9 the ongoing game, and they have 14, make it 15 as it stands, because they are still playing 0-0 against Zimbabwe. So they will be having 15 points as it stands. And Niger Republic, yes, we have played 7 games, and they have 12 points. Niger Republic are actually, let me say, last on that table. And also to our viewers, out of all these 9 second place teams, only 4, will be qualifying for the next round, where they will be playing like the
playoffs.
Meaning playoffs, yes. And one that qualifies from that playoff will also get to play another set of playoffs against teams from the CONCACAF, or maybe from the Oceania and other continents, and to seal that place. That's one slot, extra slot going to the World Cup. So even if Nigeria finishes second and they get to play these playoffs, they might still not, because it's going to be like another round of qualifiers, Jerry.
Yeah.
They're going to play about 3 games, just to qualify for the World Cup. So if you can't be getting your job done in the regular, group phase and the league phase right here for the qualifiers, what shows that you can actually go on to do your job even if you qualify a second place team. So I just want to say, and for Nigerians that are still hopeful, this group should be won if there's any hope for Nigeria at all, because we're talking about Niger. They are not even a threat right now. They are 9th on the rankings list. So we should be budging about the teams that are from 1st to 6th. And with the way it is, I think the team on 6 have 18 points. And the highest that Nigeria could finish with, if they win their next 2 games, starting with this one against Lesotho, and then the one.
Why is Moses Simon playing on the right?
Yeah.
Is it that Samuel Chukwueze is not available, and Ademola Lookman is playing from the left?
But I think it's the case of him playing with 2 strikers, 2 tall strikers. That's talking about Tolu Arekoda and Victor Osimhen, and he needs to get the crosses in. You and I know that Samuel Chukwueze is not the man to be. He doesn't do the crosses on a regular. He prefers to take his man on and
playing
maybe
Moses Simon out of position is already putting him at a disadvantage. This is a player who already has talking about. He's been on good form, playing for Paris FC in the French league with 2 goals and the 4 assists. So with that kind of start, he should be played in a role where he's been on form. For Ademola Lookman, he's still trying to get his groove back on.
Yeah.
And normally, starting him even in the last game, a lot of Nigerians were asking questions based on his match fitness. And now you're taking off a player who is match fit from a good position and putting, oh man, come on. What is Tolu doing there? I think Tolu should have taken that ball back and given himself an opportunity to score instead of wanting to chest the ball to Victor Osimhen.
Well, I think he made maybe not really a bad choice, because he was just trying to put Victor Osimhen in that position.
Victor Osimhen is crowded.
I will agree.
He has a lot of people on him. He was the free man.
I will agree with you that he could have controlled that and
make an attempt
on himself. But that's why there are 2 strikers right there. Was trying to feed his strike partner. And the way it is, Benjamin Fredericks, for me, is that a fantastic game.
And there's no clear shot on target. This is 37 minutes.
Yeah,
is this how you're going to win a game? This is how you win games.
It just shows that sometimes when you don't put your hopes, on Super Eagles, you won't be really made to look bad. I mean, they are not really doing something that will make your head swell at this point in time, at the moment.
And I see Eric looking confused on the touchline. He's not looking like man who knows what he's doing, because it's not like vibes on vibes. I don't know. Because right now, I'm seeing a team that needs to win, but are not doing the things that will make them win.
This is not the first game where we'll be seeing the team that needs to win and they are not doing the team that will make them win, because we saw that in our last game against South Africa right there in Bloemfontein, where I think from the 68th minute we were playing so lethargic and it looked like South Africa actually wanted it more even though they were leading. So for me, I think he came in with his best legs. Maybe the likes of Trustekon. This is not a game. For me, in Trustekon's defense, this game is like a slower pace than the South Africans. I mean, Lesotho, their threats, are not as much as the South Africans, to be fair. So I think it's all about the attack, and we've not really been, feeding our attackers well so far. And I think with the way the game is shaping up, we really need to, get into the second half and. Maybe at halftime, the dressing room needs to be brushed up by Eric Sekuchel and let the players know what's at stake. Even it doesn't even have to be just an ordinary win by a goal, because at the end of the day, goal difference will also still matter. So this is a game where, I mean,
what did other
Nigeria
teams
should be
do differently? Because back in the day, we used to have options of wingers also adding goals to the team. But what I see now, everybody's relying. It has to be a certain person that will get the goals, which is not good for a team that wants to win games. If you're relying on a special player to be the one to hold the ball and score, that means
when that player is not on it, I mean, when
that player is not getting the feed, it now puts the team at a disadvantage, which is not good for the Super Eagles. And if you take a look at the Lesotho team, they are going after every man with the ball. They are running. But the Super Eagles, though, containing the game, soaking up the pressure, covering their weight in that one. But that is not going to be enough to win this game, because the Super Eagles really need 3 points, and they should be at least by a goal up.
Absolutely, I mean, but so far, just like you said if...
and there's a man on Victor Osimhen.
Yeah. Of course, I mean... you cannot blame the Lesotho players. I mean, they are playing like...
Trustekong again. Trustekong again. What is it about Trustekong? What is it about Trustekong? Trustekong cannot stop a one-on-one. It is no longer on his side. This man has left. He has left the shores of playing African strength football.
Are you saying he's playing with Aura now? Is he playing with Aura?
I think the Aura is not even there.
For me, I think about Trustekong, I think his experience that is just counting for him now. I mean, to be fair, he doesn't have those legs anymore. But what is it with this hopeful long ball that we've been playing so far that is not even getting to any result? They've tried this more than 7 times in this game. They should bring in a different approach.
Even when they play the ball to the 18-yard box, you can see that the Lesotho are ready. They're always ready. And
because they've been playing the same style every time. These two strikers are good with ball at their feet as well. Why not play to their feet? They are not getting the ball up top. We are just playing awful long balls. We are not even moving forward to getting the proper pass. We are just playing for wherever they are. They're just launching ball, and the goalkeeper is having a meat and drink all day. He's just catching the ball and setting the Lesotho players to go against Nigeria again. They know that the Super Eagles will have all the possession in the world. They're just looking for one chance. And you know how that can be. South Africa did it. They got 1 goal. Yes, we got the equalizer. But what happened after that? I mean, look at the way the Lesotho guys are playing. Almost a chance right there. But that ball was overhit. And if you keep doing like this, going to the second half, Jerry, they might score first. And that would really not be good news for the Super Eagles.
And of course, it's 41 minutes into the first 5 minutes of that game. It's still goalless. Nigeria 0, Lesotho 0. And of course, we'll try as much as possible to get what's happening in the other games.
Yeah.
And talking about South Africa, taking on Zimbabwe, and Rwanda also taking on Benin Republic.
Yeah, it's goalless across the group. Just like you said, Jerry, 41 minutes in.
It's the uniform.
41 minutes in, Zimbabwe new, South Africa new. South Africa, to be honest, have taken that game by, maybe not by the score from his neck, but they've been dominating from the section of that game. Possession, shots on goal, and what have you, the stats. And also Rwanda is 0-0, 39 minutes, yes, in that one against Benin Republic. And I think maybe it's the second half that will spark up this group. into life. I think Alex Iwobi, I think he's done his job very well. I think what I just said a few minutes ago, I think he's putting it into use right now. Play this ball to the feet of the strikers. It's not all about because you have two tall strikers. They also have tall defenders.
The Eagles players are extremely careful, avoiding injuries.
Because of club football?
Yeah, I can see them being too cautious. And being too cautious puts you at a situation where you are not going for the kill. You are not making, excessive tackles to win balls. I can see them putting one leg in and taking it back quickly, rotating their legs ahead of their club, returning back to their clubs, because it looks like for them there's no much at stake. This is just a game they should play and see if they can win. And it's not a do or die. I can see the friendly affair, They're
not taking the game by the scope.
I remember the days of Cameroon, Nigeria. The Eagles, the Cameroonians come with this anger.
Yes.
Like there's no joy here until after 90 minutes. Then there can be joy. You can laugh and smile.
Even 2006, you remember what the Angolans, did also to the Super Eagles. They know that Super Eagles are a force, and they can't be coming here joking. This is Nigeria against Lesotho. I will always give my respect, to Lesotho, any day. But then this is the team that Nigeria should be negotiating. And I know a lot of Nigerians have also come out with a lot of stories saying last time we played under this ref, we won. I think it was that game against Rwanda, 1-0. It was this same referee. So maybe a win will be coming out from this game. But so far, I don't think the Super Eagles have played like, they want to get something really, really serious. And I'm sure Nigerians will be hoping for a better second half. It's 45 minutes. It's 45 minutes in, and it's looking like this half. It's looking like this half is going to end in a draw.
Are you impressed so far? Because I think I'm not impressed. I'm just seeing a game that's flat. No real shots on target from the Super Eagles, and even Wabali has kicked the ball more than the ball has gone to the net of the Lesotho side.
Well, you asked me if I was impressed. I came into this game saying that anything short of a win is not acceptable, and so far the first half looks to be ending anytime soon, and it's still 0-0. So I can't be impressed just off the back of that, and I hope that maybe a better second half, even if we don't get to qualify, just give us a good game, letting us know that in the AFCON we can do something better. I mean, I'm sure the players will be playing like, okay, if we can't get the job done, we need to, play for pride at this point in time, because just like we updated our fans out there, second place is not an option. We really need to top this group. And so far, 45 minutes in, we've not played like we want to top the group. I mean, Benin Republic and South Africa, they'll be laughing right now that they'll be putting, in fact, more effort into their game, seeing the way Nigeria has been playing so far. And trust me, we only have ourselves to blame if this doesn't go the right way or the way we wanted it. Almost a chance right there to end.
That was a chance there for Tolu and Rokodare to have just put his head in the right position. And of course, we'll be talking about a goal now. But no joy yet. No joy for the Super Eagles. And no joy for South Africa. No joy for Benin Republic. There's still a goalless. And of course, if my time is correct, it's already half time.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we've not seen anything to jump. I was hoping that after 10 minutes, I would be jumping. You would have seen Jerry jumping for the first time and shouting, goal. I used to remember back in the days, the excitement of watching the Eagles game was something else. But you can see that you go on the streets of Nigeria now, Lagos, anywhere, people will even be moving and they will not know that the Super Eagles is even playing.
Absolutely.
They get to be told, like, the Super Eagles playing, oh, wow. What did they play? People are only interested in the results. They are not interested in watching the game because there's nothing really making them want to watch those games.
Yeah,
which is rather unfortunate. It's killing the football culture.
Yeah, you're right, Jerry. Even though there are still patriotic Nigerians out there, they just try, regardless of what is going on in the country, they just try, regardless of even what the Super Eagles are giving them, or even on the pitch of play, they still want to, go all out and support their team. That's the least we can do. Benjamin Fredericks, he's been fantastic.
He's been
fantastic. But Jerry, what I want to say, before we,
Look at these Lesotho guys. They are part-time footballers. They're not even full-time footballers.
But if you can't be part-time footballers, you only have yourself to blame. What I want to say is
myself to blame or them?
No, that's what I'm saying. That if you can't beat, part-time footballers, you have yourself to
blame.
blame.
Even getting a handshake. Somewhere that should be flogged.
This is not the time for you to be
getting whipped back to the dressing room.
This is not the time for you to be getting
and what should we be expecting in the second half? Substitutions? Bringing in more better players?
For me, I think we just have to go gung-ho. We have to, really show that we can attack. I think it has seen that the tactics in the first half has not really worked, so we need to go for something more, coming to the second half. Well, I just wanted to call your attention to this, what it means by doing your job. Tunisia are playing Sao Tome and Principe away from home, and they are leading 3-0 at halftime. Why can't the Super Eagles do that? I think we need to discuss this and a lot more, going into the second half.
Yeah.
I feel like a win might still be possible at the end of the day, but we've not been playing like we want to get a win.
All right, definitely no substitution. They should maintain the first 11.
Maybe the only substitution that can happen is you mentioned a certain Samuel Chukwueze that can inject more pace into the attack. Maybe one of Osimhen or Arokodare will be dropped, and maybe if Chukwueze comes in and Ademola Lookman can play in the number 10 role with Iwobi, because it doesn't look like the midfield is the problem at this point. It doesn't look troubled, because Lesotho are not really offering much.
I'll be comfortable if Moses Simon is brought back.
If he gets to play on the left and we have like a double 10, maybe put an Ademola Lookman there, then put Samuel Chukwueze on the right, put Osimhen or Tolu. I think the goal will come from somewhere.
Yeah, I saw the 4-man attack story, and the 4-man attack you're seeing, is it Moses Simon? Is it the 4-man attack? Alongside Rokodare, Victor Osimhen?
I mean, if you had seen that forward line, I mean, Arokodare and Osimhen, you should know that, okay, these are strikers that can get goals on their day, but have they really been given that service? We've just been playing long balls. I know we've been targeting their height. It has not been working, but we kept on doing the same thing. So I think going into the second half, there should be a change. Play to the strength of these players. Let them put the ball to feet. And just like you said also, Jerry, let us show that other goals can come from, anywhere and everywhere in this team, not just those two.
All right, all the best to the Super Eagles in the next 45 minutes of that game, but we'll have to leave it here. And of course, when we return, that will be on Locker Room on Monday. We'll be able to give you updates with what's happening as far as that game. And of course, the next game against Benin Republic is concerned. It's still goalless after first 45 minutes. In all the three games, talking about Nigeria versus Lesotho, Rwanda up against Benin Republic, and Zimbabwe taking on South Africa. Big thanks of fees for being awesome on the Locker Room. Big thanks to all those who are making their comments and watching. And of course, for me, Jerry Apelahai, saying big thanks to the guys behind the scene who has been making it awesome. Talking about like Manfred, Paul, Adura, and of course, Ike Chukwu. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwu Makoro. Stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Sànù wa láti àná báyìí gáàsì fìlì o atúndélé epo ní láti àárọ̀ àná tó fi di ṣàìsàn kò lè kó láti àárọ̀ àná tán sànù wa tán bá lọ lẹ́ẹ̀lọ́lẹ̀ tí Nàìjíríà sànù wa tán sànù lórí gáàsì o afẹ́tajà àròjẹ́ àtàlàtà àná tí Nàìjíríà sànù wa ni o.
I got it 1,200. I've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning. So the thing is that problem is too much. That problem is too much. Governments will help us for this thing. This kind of condition is too bad. It's too bad for us in this country. It's not good at all. They should help us for it.
Money that we used to buy like 5 kg, we use it and buy only 1 or 2 now. So I want the government to look about this matter because it's not fair. When you think about how you pay your children's school fees, how you buy food, how you pay transport to work, you still talk about gas. So how did they want Nigerian citizens to how did they want them to cooperate with all these things? So they should look for a way to solve all this issue of gas.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists?
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. This is Voice of the People Television, by the way. On the show today, Tinubu pardons Macaulay, Vatsa, Ogoni 9, Farouk Lawan, clears 959 for national honors. Well, we've been joined virtually by Dr. Waziri Babatunde Adisa. Dr. Adisa is a sociologist, criminologist, security expert, associate professor at the Department of Sociology, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Lagos, Akoka, here in Nigeria. Good evening, Dr. Adisa, and thanks for coming to Political Lens. Hello, Dr. Adisa, I'll need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed. Hello, Dr. Adisa, can you hear me? Okay, we have a tech connection there. We'll go for a short break and fix it. We'll be right back in a moment. Please.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice.
All right, then, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. And we've been joined by Dr. Adisa, Associate Professor at the Department of Sociology, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Lagos. Good evening to you, Dr. Adisa, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Waziri Adisa. I'm actually Professor Waziri Adisa.
Yes, I think I was right in the introduction. Dr. Waziri Babatunde Adisa, Associate Professor at the Department of Sociology, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Lagos. I think I'm right on that.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. My pleasure to have you on my show. Now, let's get into it right away. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has granted a posthumous pardon to several historic and contemporary figures, including Nigerian nationalists, foremost, by the way, Herbert Macaulay, Major General Maman Batsa, and the Ogoni Nine, led by Ken Sarawa, who were executed in 1995 under the military regime of late General Sani Abacha. The president also extended clemency to 82 inmates across the country and approved national honors for 959 Nigerians and foreigners in recognition of their contributions to national development. Herbert Macaulay, co-founder of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroon's NCNC, alongside Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, was unjustly convicted by British colonial authorities in 1913 and banned from public service. Although he died in 1946, his conviction remained on record until now. Similarly, Major General Vatsa, a poet and military officer executed in 1986 over an alleged coup plot, was among 17 individuals granted presidential pardons following the endorsement of the National Council of State, which met in Abuja on Thursday. Others pardoned include Farouk Lawan, a former member of the House of Representatives, Mrs. Anastasia Daniel Mwabia, Hussaini Umar, and Ayela Sadu Alarmu. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga, in a statement issued yesterday, that's late Thursday yesterday, said the gesture was based on recommendations from the Presidential Advisory Committee on the Prerogative of Mercy, PAC-PM, chaired by Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. The statement explained that the clemency was granted to enable the beneficiaries reintegrate into society, having demonstrated sufficient remorse. Among those pardoned were Nweke Francis Chibueze, serving a life sentence for drug trafficking, and Dr. Mogu Peters, who has served 12 of a 17-year term for fraud. The Ogoni 9, including Ken Saro, received posthumous national honors. Well, according to the statement, in exercising his constitutional power of mercy, President Tinubu granted clemency to 82 inmates and reduced the prison terms of 65 others. He commuted the death sentences of 7 inmates to life imprisonment. The PACPM, inaugurated on January 15, 2025, by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, reviewed 294 applications and interviewed 175 inmates across correctional centers. Its recommendations were based on factors such as old age, terminal illness, good conduct, and rehabilitation efforts. The Council's report concluded that 82 inmates were recommended for clemency, 2 for pardon, 65 for reduction of prison terms, 7 on death row for commutation to life imprisonment, and 15 ex-convicts, including the Ogoni 9 for presidential pardon. President Tinubu's gesture, coming amid national reforms in justice sector, was described as a significant step towards promoting reconciliation, rehabilitation, and restorative justice in Nigeria. Dr. Adisa, you heard it all in the intro. Now, before we get into the main topic of conversation, I would like to have your take on the appointment of a new INEC chairman following the exit of Mahmoud Yakubu. What are your expectations from the new chairman? Assuming he passes the ratification, the screening, the confirmation in the National Assembly, said it to be very specific. What are your expectations? What do you expect from a new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission?
Okay, thank you, sir. Elections are very crucial and central to democracy and democratic governance. Elections help to build confidence in the government, and then elections help to legitimize the states and then state institutions. So my recommendation is straightforward. Nigerians will be expecting the new chairman to be accountable, transparent, and then bring into the mainstream technology-driven electoral process with or without hitches. So they will expect him to organize elections that Nigerians can have confidence in. And so such elections will help to reduce tension and then will help to build confidence in the government, as citizens will believe in the institutions that are running the states.
All right. Dr. Adisa, from what you have said now, I would like to ask you now, we have had manage democracy, but I believe that we don't have credit the election umpire, the election agency like INEC, or is the problem system-based? What is it for you? Is it the problem of leadership, or is it the problem of the system itself?
As a transition society, you expect our elections to be characterized with institutional, social, economic, political challenges.
Okay.
For instance, technology. We've not been used to technology-driven elections, and so it's one of the challenges. There's what we call technology acceptance theory. The way people accept technology into their society. So we are just introducing some of these technologies into our electoral process, and so you should expect challenges. Okay. So my appeal to the new chairman is that what we experienced in the last elections should not repeat itself, so that Nigerians can begin to see a transition from the past to a new system.
Now, I hear you talk about technology. Now, I want us to distinguish between a problem that is based on technology and a problem that is based on the credibility of the election umpire. How do we marry all of that? Because how do we interface? I want us to understand what the actual problem is. Where should we be looking at? like the problem of technology. We are technology based now. I think we are talking about beavers, we are talking about IREV, we are talking about electronic transmission of elections. If we have a man who wants to do all of that in all honesty, in all sincerity, in all intentionality, but the system, the technology hampers him. Why? Because you don't even have internet connections in some parts of the country. You don't have steady power supply in some parts of the country. Who should we hold responsible? Is it the man who wants to do a good job, or is it the system that doesn't enable him to do a good job? I want us to locate where our problem is actually coming from.
Let's look at it this way.
Okay.
INEC is to organize, elections. Several personnel will work with INEC.
Okay.
INEC will require some infrastructure in order to function properly, effectively. One of them is availability of internet service.
Okay.
And then honesty of those working with INEC. You have permanent staff, you have ad hoc staff. So several individuals are involved. It's not only the INEC chairman, but when something goes wrong, the person that you are going to hold responsible is the chairman, because the chairman is the one leading. So my advice is that leadership is about strategic management.
Okay.
So those who are going to participate in the new elections must be properly screened before they are recruited into the process. So if there are issues of credibility, they should be removed or not involved at all. So we should look at the process of recruitment, involvement, participation, such that we can screen from the beginning to the end. It's about Hastings theory. It's whatever you impute, then that you get. So if you have bad personnel, don't expect that you are going to have credible elections. No. Okay. So you must begin the reform from the recruitment process. Those who are involved in the conduct of the elections.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Adisa. But before we move on to the major topic of discussion, there is news out there that Professor Joash Ojo Amupiton, who has been nominated as the new INEC chairman, was, as a matter of fact, a member of the legal team of the president, of the current president, when he had a case at the Supreme Court from the election tribunal up onto the Supreme Court. Nigerians now understand that he was a member of the president's legal team. Now, does that detract from how impartial or how credible will he be in that position if he at one point had represented the president, who is most likely to be a party in the next election? How does that interface with his credibility, the level of credibility, the level of trust Nigerians will repose in his impartiality in the next election?
Okay, that is the information. I'm getting this information for the first time.
Yes, confirmed.
But
confirmed.
Confirmed.
Yes.
My advice, when the appointment of the chairman of INEC, or even nomination, the president must involve the Council of States. So if objection is not raised at the level of Senate, and then such a person is approved. So you can participate actually, but you have to ensure that you maintain your credibility, impartiality, because you are now representing Nigerians.
Okay.
So we can't say that because somebody had represented someone in the past, you may never be able to predict what will happen to you in the future. So if he wants to render service to the nation, to Nigerians now, so he has to ensure that he belongs to the nation and not a particular segment of the society. That's my advice.
All right. Now, very well. Then now let's get into the major topic of discussion. Now, the president has granted pardon to some Nigerians, including one of our founding fathers. In fact, the father of nationalism in Nigeria, as we were taught way back, in high school, talking about Pa Herbert Macaulay, based on a crime committed way back in 1913, when Nigeria wasn't an independent country. Now, as a criminologist, is it legally right? And what would be the value of that pardon? I'm talking about a crime that was supposedly committed in 1913, like 9 years or 11 years before the amalgamation of the colony of Lagos, the Southern and Northern Protectorate, into Nigeria. And up until 1960, we didn't have independence and became a sovereign nation. And we are going back in time to pardon a crime that was committed in 1913. Legally speaking, as a criminologist, does the president have the legal right to get involved in something that happened during the colonial era? And what would be the value of that pardon, by the way?
This is a consumer issue.
Okay.
That may need to be tested in courts. Now, before colonialism actually started, from August of 1861.
Okay.
Following the taking of Lagos, and then ended we got our independence in 1960.
Yes.
It ended 1959, but up to 1963, we were still under, colonial, one form of colonial a dictatorship, until 1963 that we finally separated them. So that may go, for constitutional a test by the court. But my argument is the Constitution now gives the president, prerogative of mercy, the right to pardon some Nigerians who have been convicted for one crime or the other. That constitutional provision is there. But whether the sitting president of Nigeria now can, unwritten, what the colonial masters had done before Nigeria came in is another thing entirely. Now, let's focus on those who, were convicted under the current, system.
Okay.
When Nigeria has become Nigeria.
Okay. We'll get into all of that. There's a reason why I asked this question. Now, does it look like, we've been rubbing shame on our faces, faces of Nigerians? I mean, many Nigerians never knew that Pa Herbert Macaulay was an ex-convict, so to say, and all the while we've been, using a paper currency with his picture embossed on it. Nigerians are asking, why the pardon? Why rub it on our faces? Is it appropriate to remind us that, the man whose picture is on one of our paper currencies is this kind of, what's your take on that? Was it all necessary? Nigerians are asking, was it all necessary?
Yes, if you look at colonialism, the colonial masters, imperialists, didn't come to Nigeria to develop, the country. And so people who stood up to them, were seen as their enemies. So if they were convicted, to me, I won't even look at the conviction. I'll look at the struggle, their commitment to the development of Nigeria. People like Herbert Macaulay, Azikwe, even Awolowo. Some of these people, stood for the nation. And so that is what we should be our, focus. So it's not as if the president is reminding us, but it's a way of saying, look, we need to bring this spirit of nationalism. We need to come together, look at ourselves, and then we forge ahead. So I am not looking at it that way. We should focus more on the contributions of these leaders, because they started from Lagos youth movement, to Nigerian youth movement, to NCNC, and then Action Group and other political parties sprang up. And it was part of their struggles that led to the establishment of Yaba College of Technology, and they also fought for the indigenization of the public service under colonial rule. So we should focus more on what these, prominent individuals, prominent Nigerians contributed to our independence from the British.
Yes, I think we are already focusing on what is happening to us presently. It was the president and his team that took us back to 1913 and look, this is what happened over official rate.
Pardon to somebody convicted of corruption. I will not support it. I will not support it. In fact, we have some countries that the penalty for corruption is death sentence. And if you look at the damage that corruption is doing to our nation, collapse, deficiency in the supply of electricity, deficiency in the supply of food, young people unable to, get employment, deficiency in road construction. So corruption has a relationship with all of these challenges that our nation is facing. And it could start from, bribing a law officer not to pass a bill, or bribing a law officer to influence the budget, in favor of some groups. So I will never support a situation whereby somebody convicted of corruption is pardoned. I will never support it, because that will, may encourage others to go into corrupt practices. So it's not a good development at all.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Adisa. Now, Omole Showore put up a tweet on his X handle. I want to read the tweet and get you to react to it. The Omole Showore says, I want the tweet to be put up so that you can also see it while I am reading it. And, the tweet says, just a minute, please.
Okay.
Now the tweet says, today President Bola Tinubu extended pardons to a long list of convicted individuals, including a cocaine trafficker serving a life sentence, an alleged coup plotter, Maman Batsa, and late Habat Macaulay, late Nnamdi Azikiwe and Habat Macaulay. I think he missed it out there because Nnamdi Azikiwe was not granted any pardon. The report says that Habat Macaulay and Nnamdi Azikiwe collaborated in forming the NCNC. I think that was a mistake there. And even Farouk Lawan, the former lawmaker convicted for taking bribes on tape, he also pardoned other known fraudsters and corrupt politicians. Yet, in all of this, Tinubu refuses to even consider the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has been unjustly detained for years despite multiple court orders mandating his freedom. It is a glaring hypocrisy. Criminals and political thieves are forgiven, celebrated and rehabilitated, while a man demanding self-determination and justice remains behind bars and tossed around in courts with the pretense that somehow it is about law. Hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu. Now, this is not, it is a tweet made by Omoyele Showore and not the opinion of this TV station. Dr. Adisa, I would like for you to react to Omoyele's tweet. Broadly, react to it broadly, especially with the fact that, we have criminals, according to Showore, who are pardoned, and we have a man who is fighting for self-determination, languishing in jail, being incarcerated, renditioned, from abroad by the government, and yet we are granting pardon to known criminals and fraudsters, according to Showore. I need your broad reaction in all of this. And the intentionality of this government in trying to fight corruption, the mantra with which they rose to power in 2015.
The way to start is to ask if this case is still in court. Nnamdi Kanu's case is still in court. So if his case is still in court, it will amount to contempt of court. The president should have give him a pardon or not. So, but we can't also predict what is in the offer for, or what the government intends to do with some of these individuals that are fighting for self-determination. Self-determination is expected in a multicultural society. So as event unfolds, we'll begin to see situations where government look at strength, nationality, and then this is the decision that have been granted pardon, individual that the courts already convened. And so constitution grants the right to pardon after informing Council of States, and then that process that follows. So we can really predict what the president would do with the Kanu. Also, our government that any anything that will strengthen, national unity, bring cohesion, people together, and allow our nation to forge ahead, government should.
All right, Dr. Adisa, talking about, the case being in court, that, and I as protest, and some minors were and prosecuted. Call it. I hope I'm correct that, and it will just run. So, I'm sure we're asking, is it difficult to do that in the case of Nnamdi Kanu?
Okay, so I will only appeal to, because
hello, Dr. Adisa. Okay, we seem to be
is yet to
beautiful.
As an academic, as a Nigerian, that anything that will bring us together, that will strengthen our national unity, the Nigerian government, whether at federal level or state level, we should do it in order to strengthen national unity and then reduce, tension. Okay. That's my appeal to the government.
Okay, you appeal to the federal government. Now, the president, apart from the pardon, the president also cleared 959 Nigerians for different categories of national honors. Talk about CFR, GCFR, GCON, MON, CON, and all of that. National honors. Now, what's the value of such honors in a country like Nigeria that is in search of credible leadership? Do we have all of these people, 959 of them, and we are wallowing, in search of credible leadership? What is the value of national honors as far as we are concerned?
In Yoruba society, there's what we call omoluabi.
Okay.
Is a concept that is used to describe individuals of honor, individuals that stand for integrity, that stand for honesty, that stand for accountability. Before you are called an omoluabi in Yoruba society, in a Yoruba setting, you must have been trusted over time. You must have been tested over time. Then they must be able to repose confidence in you. So, and it's not an award that carries publicity, is a word of mouth that is recognized by society. I think at that point we need to look at our process of honoring individuals and then the honors that they are given or that they are awarded. Very, very important. There should be a relationship between leadership, institutional leadership, and moral leadership. If you are deficiency in moral leadership, then you should not be granted or be given the award. So emphasis should not be on what you have done to the country in terms of infrastructure, development, and others. We should look at the moral basis of awarding you that honor, because it's a national honor. It's a national honor.
Okay, now, Dr. Adisa, based on the premise that you have put up now, do you think that these 955 Nigerians are deserving of any honor? Because we live in a society where there is moral decadence, where there is moral decay. We not even have role models again. Yesterday, we lost one of our best, talking about Christopher Kolade, and Nigeria is mourning him. On the morning show today, we were like, can we ever find someone like that in this dispensation? And we searched and searched and searched, and we couldn't find. And just as he is passing, the government is honoring 959 Nigerians. On what basis? Now, the question Nigerians are asking, if we have close to 1,000 Nigerians being honored with national awards, how come we are still dipping in terms of moral values. We don't have it. Nigerians are embarrassed in all parts of the world. And if you look at these 959 Nigerians, most of them, majority of them, will be from the political class and from the business class. And in all of this, so what is the value of this national honor? Should we continue? We also have the Nigerian National Merit Award. Nigerians don't have a problem with that, because I think the issue is, the point is that it is awarded to Nigerians who have excelled in one academic area or the other. So this national honors, GCON, CFR, MON, CON, of what value? Should we continue to give these honors? Meanwhile, Nigeria is lacking. We are looking for, in search of credible leadership.
We have to be very, very careful. We have to look at the future, the generation of Nigerians that we are producing, and then we are likely to produce. If somebody today is honored and there is no basis for such an award, it's going to affect the generation of Nigerians that will come. So I will appeal to the government to also consider the moral basis of honoring distinguished individuals in society. Before we can say that they are distinguished, they must be distinguished in character, in integrity, they must be distinguished in leadership, and then we must see evidence that these individuals are accepted by their society, and then they can stand the test of time.
All right, then, thank you very much, Dr. Addison. Now, let's move on to another issue that is trending within the polity. World Bank report, 109 million Nigerians by President government working, reforms that are working. If we have, we moved from 133 million Nigerians to face acute hunger. Prediction in January that by June, 2025, that will have 133 million Nigerians to face abject poverty. Down the line in October, World Bank report is telling us that we have 139 million Nigerians living below poverty line. And if you remove that from our population, how many of us are left? I don't even know where to put myself.
Let's look at what a reform is.
Okay.
A reform is a strategy of government to reduce poverty, to reduce suffering, to reduce deprivation, to bring happiness to the citizenry, to ensure that there is inclusivity, there is inclusiveness, to ensure that there is bottom-up governance system, to ensure that there is participatory system, to ensure that the citizens can have confidence in the law, the legal process, and then to ensure that the resources of the society are utilized to improve the standard of living of the citizenry. That's the essence of reform. It could be economic, it could be political, it could be institutional, it could be legal, it could be procedural, it could be regional, international reform. So any reform must ultimately bring happiness to the citizenry, utilitarian philosophy of Jeremy Bentham. Now, let's ask ourselves, when people are poor, will they be happy? When Nigerians or some young people in the country are unable to get employment, gainful employment, will they be happy? Of course, no. So, and that is to tell us that our reforms must be people-driven, must be community-centered, must be participatory. It must not stop at the level of infrastructure. It must be bottom-up approach. And so there must not be a disconnect between the reforms in place and then the livelihoods of the citizenry.
Okay, all right, Doctor. So in all of this, now, do you think that the reforms are working, specifically?
I would say that, based on statistics,
okay,
these are statistics coming from, an international body, respected international body.
Okay.
But let's look at what evidence do we have. How many Nigerians are able to eat 3 times daily? And then when they eat, they are able to eat, nutritious meal. So what lifestyle? If you attend parties, Saturdays, Sundays, we will see how some Nigerians struggle to collect wastes, food that people had already eaten. So we need to work hard on improving the standard of living of those at the grassroots, rural communities. We need to reach out to people. We need to also ensure that the middle class is not crippled. The middle class is supposed to help bring the lower class, and the upper class together. What we have now is, an attempt to cripple the middle class. The middle class, of course, is earning salary, not big, but taxes almost eating the entire salary. So we must ensure that Nigerians are happy, Nigerians are glad, wages are improved, and then we cut down taxes that are having great impact on the salaries that Nigerians are earning. And then we must support the people at the grassroots. Young people, if we go around, let us carry out our own Nigerian-based studies to assess poverty. How many people are poor? What are Nigerian, indicators of poverty? Not statistics from the outside world. We may complement the two, but really there is poverty in the country.
Okay, yes, really there is poverty in the country, and we also understand that the National Bureau of Statistics also has its own figures, which doesn't really, detract from what the World Bank had said. Now, Dr. Adisa, permit me to put you on the spot. I wanted to talk a bit about academics. Now, I don't know how active you are in ASU, We hear that you people are saying no going back on the strike. What's the position, what's the situation in the ASU chapter of the University of Lagos?
I can't speak for the University of Lagos chapter because I'm not the chairperson.
Okay.
But I would say that the news that we had that 2 weeks strike will start by the end of Sunday if there is no significant response to the demands of the union.
Okay.
And one of the critical demands of the union is what I told you earlier: good salaries for professors. Current statistics show that Nigerian professors earn the lowest salaries in the whole of Africa. The lowest salaries in the whole of Africa. That is not too good. Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Nigeria is the giant of Africa. So we are supposed to lead while others will follow. But others are leading, we are not even following. So something drastic must be done. Something drastic must be done. So if government wants the strike to end, or to ASU not to proceed on a nationwide strike beyond the 2 weeks, government must do something critical, something urgent to the improvement of salaries of university lecturers, from assistant lecturer to a professor.
Okay, Dr. Adisa, you have spotlighted salaries. I spoke to the national president of ASU the other day, Professor Pinua, and he said that, look, what ASU is asking for, salary is not even top priority. We are looking for, infrastructure to rebuild the universities in terms of classrooms, in terms of accommodation for students, and all of that. Now, the question will be, the monies that the vice chancellors receive, what do they do with those monies?
I would say that salary is critical now. If you carry out your research or you talk to a few lecturers, they will tell you that salary very, very critical. Over the years, ASU's approach is to fight for revitalization of infrastructure in Nigerian universities. But while we were fighting for this, successive governments were still establishing new universities. Is that someone who cannot feed a wife, and then but community members are advising him, take care of your wife. Instead of taking care of that one wife, he decided to marry 6 more wives. That's the scenario. So we don't need more universities. What we need is improvement of the facilities and infrastructure for learning. We need a university system that is driven by technology, and this is not possible without adequate funding. We also need to realize that Nigerian lecturers are now agitating for better pay, unlike before. As we are looking at more funding for the universities, we are also agitating for more, sufficient, adequate salaries beyond what is currently being paid.
Okay, part of the news that broke out yesterday, or is it even today, that look, if a lecturer collects a TED fund loan or grant or whatever, that at the end of his studies or at the end of the study, at the terminal end of that loan, that the person should come, if there's anything left, the person should come and refund that money. How is that going to help research in Nigeria, especially in a country where we are, very low in terms of research and development and all of that? Do you think is a right move? Is it going to ensure that there is proper utilization of monies received from TED Fund, or what? What do you think?
Of course, I would say that is a two-way thing. One, if you budgeted for a research and then you have excess, as part of the integrity system that we discussed earlier, it is right for you to refund that money.
Okay.
But the question is, how much is being given to lecturers to conduct studies? Cost of transportation has gone up. Personnel, what we used to pay them, those that will collect data for you, you can no longer use. You can use graduates, but graduates must be adequately paid. So government must factor all of this into the funding of research in the country. And research varies. You have studies that will cover the whole country. Imagine you covering Abuja, how much transportation, how much you are going to pay in order to go to Abuja, or even flight. So there's inadequate funding for research, especially research that touch a national development. So, and lecturers are trying. As I'm talking to you, I've been part of a World Bank grants. I've been part of Codestra grants. I've been part of several other grants. We got one, and then at the end of the research, the money was not adequate. I had to contribute in order to ensure that the research was completed, because we needed to give the final report. So we contributed. So lecturers are struggling. Lecturers are trying to ensure that this country moves forward, and then we progress.
All right, Dr. Adisa, thank you very much. As we close to him, I'd like to get your concluding thoughts on the issues that we talked about today. First, your expectations of the new INEC chairman. Secondly, how should we give national honors, to worthy Nigerians, and the fact that, look, education needs an uplift in this country. Quickly as you can, in 2 minutes, if you can, sir.
Okay, sir. One, the new INEC chairman should see the responsibility. His responsibility has a role to play in turning around the electoral system in the country. And then we should also look at moral leadership. What's the moral basis for awarding, giving awards to Nigerians? So we should look at moral leadership. So when we are considering this, and then the last one is, let us improve the wages and salaries of lecturers as well as other Nigerians. Nigerian public servants, civil servants are committed, and so we need more commitment from them. Nigeria is a country that can excel, and I'm sure that if we do what we are supposed to do, we'll excel.
All right, now, thank you very much, Dr. Adisa. This will be a good place to anchor this conversation. We've been speaking to Dr. Waziri Babatunde Adisa, sociologist, criminologist, security expert, associate professor at the Department of Sociology, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Lagos. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Adisa, for coming to Political Lens. And I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for anchoring the program. I like the way the program was anchored. Thank you. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presence. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Updates is issues with Nena Ndomdioto. Stay with us and don't go away, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye for now. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on VOP This Morning.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shapes meets every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951, and Dr. Crefeld. Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car has been grounded for a while now due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudu Cattle Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
wọ́n ṣàánú wa láti àná báyìí gáàsì fìlì o atúndélé epo ní ìsìn láti àárọ̀ àná tó fi dì sa ẹsẹ̀ kó ń lè epo láti àárọ̀ àná tó ṣàánú wa tó bá lọ lẹ́ẹ̀lọ́lẹ̀ tí nàìjíríà ṣàánú wa tó ṣàánú lórí gáàsì o afẹ́ tajà àárọ̀ jẹ́ àtàlàtà àná tí nàìjíríà ṣàánú wa ni o.
I got it 1,200. I've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning. So the thing is that problem is too much. That problem is too much. Governments will help us for this thing. This kind of condition is too bad. It's too bad for us in this country. It's not good at all. They should help us for it.
Money that we used to buy like 5 kg, we use it and buy only 1 or 2 now. So I want the government to look about this matter because it's not fair. When you think about how you pay your children's school fees, how you buy food, how you pay transport to work, you still talk about gas. So how did they want Nigerian citizens to how did they want them to cooperate with all these things? So they should look for a way to solve all this issue of gas.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Omoyele Showore's allegations that some South-East politicians are secretly working against Nnamdi Kanu's release, to Governor Simi Fubare's praise for President Bola Tinubu's posthumous pardons for the Ogoni Nine, and the upcoming role of Professor Joash Amopito as INEC chairman. We'll delve into the implications of these stories on Nigeria's political landscape. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. After this short break, we'll dig deeper into these topics. So stay with us. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The first story on our table today: human rights activist Omoyele Showore claims that some Southeast politicians are secretly working against the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Showore alleges that these politicians fear Kanu's freedom could jeopardize their political careers and futures. Despite publicly calling for Kanu's release, they take a different stance when meeting with those in power. Showore reached out to prominent Southeast leaders, including Peter Obi, Charles Soludo, and Alex Oti, to mobilize support for a planned protest demanding Kanu's freedom. However, most of them did not respond or refused to get involved. Showore commended Senator Naya Baribe, one of Kanu's sureties, for agreeing to join the protest. Showore also met with former President Goodluck Jonathan, who acknowledged the need to resolve Kanu's detention in a way that promotes national healing and reconciliation. Jonathan promised to meet with President Bola Tinubu to discuss potential solutions. The meeting comes amid growing calls for Kanu's unconditional release from civil society, political figures, and human rights organizations. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Joining us virtually is Dr. Eric Obi Thomas. He's a public affairs analyst and a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Thank you very much, Dr. Eric, for joining us tonight.
You are welcome.
Yes, sir. Okay, we'll start first with you, Dr. Peter Anosike. Omoyele Sowore claims that some Southeast politicians are secretly working against Nnamdi Kanu's release. What's your take on this allegation?
It is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Most of them that comes out in the open and say, release Nnamdi Kanu, behind closed doors, they will say, don't release him. Because they know that the Igbos are not with them. They know that Nnamdi Kanu is far more popular than them in the Southeast. So where Nnamdi Kanu tell the youth to go to, that's where they will go to. So they know that if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, they will not win any election. So that is why they don't want him to be set free. And some people are saying that Nnamdi Kanu, I know that Sowore want to take advantage of that to score political points. For me, it does not make any meaning. Or the man that led the Cuban revolution, Che Guevara, is from Argentina. He's not from Cuba. So since Nnamdi Kanu since Sowore had decided to do this, every right-thinking Igbo man in particular and Nigerian in general should support him, because Nnamdi Kanu is a prisoner of conscience. Nnamdi Kanu is a victim of Nigerian state. Assuming I'll be in Abuja on that 20th, I will join in the protest.
Okay, let's come to you, Dr. Eric. So you had this allegation by Sowore. What do you think? Do you think it reflects a broader issue within Nigeria's political landscape?
Yes, Sowore is right. I agree with him that that is what is playing out. But whether those who are opposed to Nnamdi Kanu's release are sabotaging is where I don't agree. I don't want to believe that they are sabotaging, but I agree that they actually don't they are not acting in favor. Why? There are reasons. You see, there was a time I switched off on talking about Nnamdi Kanu's issue, but for some reasons I said, okay, let me say something. You know?
Yeah, we can still hear you. We can still hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. For some reason I said, let me just say something. You see, Nnamdi Kanu, I am not really very I'm not supportive of the court not doing their job. No. If you accuse somebody, prosecute the person. If he's guilty, take the due course. But they are not doing it. That's the area I am not really very happy with the Nigerian state or the judiciary. But it shouldn't be something that somebody should protest and let them go. They should go and beg the president. No. They accuse somebody. If he's guilty, prosecute him and do the necessary thing. But having said that, where we are now, I really don't support the attitude, the approach Nnamdi Kanu is adopting
in the cause of wanting a state of freedom. Today, as we speak, every Monday in the southeast is wasted. The other time I was reading, they say about 1,000 and something persons, Easterners, have lost their life from the activities of this IPOP, even though they are denying it. But it's a record. Why will it be so? You want to get people you want to save, you want to emancipate people. You are killing them under these guys. Look at what happens. On Monday, nobody moves. It's affecting the economy, it's affecting the people. All those sort of things are the areas I'm very reluctant to talk about them. But if it is true that he is guilty, prosecute him. Again, the reason why the prominent position, prominent people don't want to talk about Nnamdi Kanu. I may just be speculating, but sometimes too, it might be true, is that his approach is wrong. When he was there, he was abusing everybody, he was attacking everybody, he feels that he's the only person. So you don't go to beg for that kind of person if it comes to begging.
All right.
But I don't even want it to be begging. So that is what coming back to your question, yes, there are people who don't want him to even come out, probably on personal grounds, that not because he will come out and overshadow them, because I don't agree with that, but because he has committed so much insulting, offense to people that it has poisoned their mind. They say, let him deserve what he has. So that is how it is.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's come back to you, Dr. Peter Nosike. One of the things Dr. Eric said was the way Nnamdi Kanu, the way his cause, or the way he has been fighting for what he wants, it's wrong. So what do you think about this? Because judging from what Dr. Eric has mentioned.
I want to react to some of the things that he said. One, he said that he doesn't believe that he know that some people don't want him to come out, but that he don't believe that some people are sabotaging his release. The truth is that if you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. Whoever is not part of the solution is part of the problem. If you are not adding, you are subtracting. Whoever is not adding is subtracting. The person that is neutral is among those subtracting. Understand? So, most of the politicians in the Southeast are not comfortable with Orji Kanu being released because Orji Kanu has already overshadowed them. Nnamdi Kanu has already overshadowed them. There's no politician in the Southeast apart from P2B that Nnamdi Kanu is not far more popular than. There's no single politician in the Southeast that, apart from P2B, that Nnamdi Kanu is not far more popular than. For 7 years, I was the publicity secretary for Ohanaeze Ndigbo, Lagos State and Southwest as a whole. So nobody can educate me on the Southeast. So they know that if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, it will be like a shark being thrown into a pond. And the fishes there will not be comfortable. Exactly what this guy, what's his name, Domebi Kachuku, that's the former presidential candidate of ADC, the way he is feeling now, that Atiku and David Mark has joined ADC, because he had become inconsequential. That is the way most of the politicians in the Southeast, most of the governors in the Southeast will feel if Nnamdi Kanu comes out. There's no two ways about it. There's no two ways about it. So for his approach, go and read the history. The Mahatma Gandhi, is known for his non-violent that approach that to protest. But go and read his history in South Africa. Go and read who he was in South Africa. So for me, his approach may not be the best. But Bible says the kingdom of God suffereth violence, and only violent people will take it by force.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Okay, Dr. Eric, let's come back to you. So, what do you think? There's a school of thought that feels that Showore's he's been a part of this, or he's calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, that there are ulterior motives for it. What do you think about that?
In this country, when I have people make such insinuation, I felt very disappointed. Is he fighting the right cause? Yes. Whether he has any ulterior motive or it, but what he's doing is the right thing. Since government cannot play their role, judiciary cannot play their role, and we know him as an activist. And now he's demonstrating his flair. Why would you blame him? That is, why would they target him or to political, whatever it is? Even if it is for him to win election. In war, everything is right. That's one. Two, I just feel that Showore is a man who Nigerians have not understood. Sometimes I don't really believe in violence in most things. Zeke and his colleagues got independence for us without violence. So I think that there will be other ways. But for sure, that statement they're making is wrong. Listen, those who are making those statements are still the enemies of progress. Some are even saying, no, that I was reading one person that was saying that whenever they want to deal with the Igbos, they will go and pretend they are mentioning FFK, that FFK deceived them. They mentioned that Reno deceived the Igbos. They're telling Showore is deceiving on the same Nnamdi Kanu. What is the deceit there? Somebody, if Showore is a Nigerian, and then Nnamdi Kanu is a Nigerian, the issue of whether it's north, south, west, or something is rubbish. So Nigerians should learn how to support the right thing. Showore, in this case, he is supporting. If he's not violent in his protest is allowed. But it's when it turns violent that I will not support. Showore is doing the right thing, and anybody who accuses him is the person who is even wrong. That's what I'll say.
Okay, it's still on you, or still on. Okay, so one of the things Showore said is that some of the Igbo political leaders are not responding to his call for a protest. So what do you think about all of this? Do you think he has the right to actually call political leaders to come and protest with him? Or should they just do their own thing like they've always done?
In fact, he has the right to call the entire Nigerians, the whole Nigerian citizen, even the diaspora, to come and help. Because he's fighting for his brother. Nnamdi Kanu is his brother, he's a Nigerian. So a good leader, a good activist will not segregate. He will not divide. He goes out to where he thinks there's injustice or things are wrong. So it's right. Those who don't support, they will have their reasons. Like I told you, their reasons may be diverse, but I cannot speak for them. But I know that it's true that some of them don't want to come in. Even when the former president he visited Jonathan, His Excellency Jonathan did not make a public statement, which we know that he said he would just reach the president and then have negotiation, but he didn't make a statement. But he was even generous enough to even have snapped a picture with him and publicly signify that actually he had discussion and they admitted him. But all others that didn't talk, they have their reasons. Some of them selfish, some of them out of fear, some of them like that.
Okay, let's come back to you, Dr. Peter Nosike. Like Dr. Eric mentioned, Showore said that Showore had visited former President Goodluck Jonathan and he had promised to engage President Tinubu on Nnamdi Kanu's case. What potential strategies or approaches do you think former President Jonathan can use to influence President Tinubu in this particular matter?
Well, I don't know whether he will do it or not, because you can just say anything to the press and go. So the issue, like I said before, the man that led the Cuban Revolution, Che Guevara, is from Argentina, not from Cuba. And he succeeded. And Cuban people did not say that Che Guevara is not from their country, therefore they will not follow him. So as I said, assuming I will be in Abuja on the 20th, I will join in that protest. Then those that are refusing that to join are Igbo enemies. Those that are refusing to join are the agents of Fulanis in the southeast, and we know them. We know them. So Atiku had indicated his interest. Atiku is from Adamawa, northeast. But governors from the southeast, none of them is saying anything. So for you to know that these so-called governors are not really representing their people. They are puppets of the north and the southwest, and that's why they will not join. But as I said before, as I said in 2022, 2023, that Nnamdi Kanu will outlive those persecuting him. And it has already started. One has gone, others will join. Nnamdi Kanu will outlive those, both publicly and in private. He will outlive those persecuting him.
Okay, so I don't know. Do you really think that we have enough political will from our regional leaders to push for Kanu's release? Or do you think that we should have more international pressure coming for Kanu to be released?
The issue is this. There should be different approaches. So what Shishowore is doing is part of it. Those who say that, or they will go and talk to the president privately, is also part of it. The issue in the court is also part of it. Most important thing is for Nnamdi Kanu to be released unconditionally. And therefore me, I want the court to discharge and acquit Nnamdi Kanu.
When you mean unconditionally, please, what do you mean for him to be released unconditionally?
One, that this guy has committed no crime, he should go. Understand me? That this guy has committed no crime, therefore he should go. I don't want to say that amnesty. When you are released based on amnesty or on pardon, it means out of pity. And somebody can come and tomorrow, I release your son, therefore pay me back with your votes.
Okay.
Understand? And when you are released by the president, there are agreements you must enter into. There are agreements you must enter into. So I don't want anybody using Nnamdi Kanu as a political bargain or as a political tool, because he will be restricted. That's why I say let the court give their judgment.
Okay. I'm actually going to ask that we had, of course, we knew that yesterday President Tinubu gave pardon to some certain set of people. And it's funny that this pardon was granted even in the heat of the release for Nnamdi Kanu. But now you're saying you don't even want... I was going to ask you if that is not ironical that President Tinubu did not consider Nnamdi Kanu as part of those people who will be recipients of his pardon. But now you're saying you don't even want pardon.
No. You cannot pardon somebody who is innocent. Nnamdi Kanu has not been found guilty of any offense. Understand? It's just like somebody who did not do anything, you say, I forgive you. For what? So Nnamdi Kanu shouldn't be in the list at all. Nnamdi Kanu is innocent until proven guilty. So anybody that is pardoned is because he committed an offense. Understand? So therefore, I pardon you, I forgive you. But Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any offense. So we should. It will even be madness. Tinubu saying that I pardon Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay.
For what?
Let's come to you, Dr. Eric. Okay, what do you think what are your thoughts on the potential outcomes if Kanu is released or if he remains in detention, particularly in terms of national unity and peace in the Southeast region?
Like you rightly said, once anybody is released, those people who support the person will be happy that it happened. Probably those who don't support will not be, but their unhappiness will not amount to anything. When Dasuki was in prison too, detained like this, Dasuki for almost 3 years under Buhari. The day he was released, everybody, his supporters were happy. And that doused some tension there. And then this other Shaki of the man, the Islamic leader, for which people were making trouble all about, that one is still standing somewhere, but at least it is calm. Once Nnamdi is reduced, his supporters, his enthusiasts will be happy. And I think the East, it will call for some national healing, because the issue of Nnamdi Kanu has to do with the Biafran war. And so long as it continues to be there, some people will be seeing it as a persecution or as continuation of the Biafran hatred from Nigerians, just like you see in political situations. Oh, somebody was saying that it's only 2 ministers they gave to us. Now that one of them has even left. 2 ministers in the Southeast. There were 3 before the lady left, and then this other Naji has left. So as a matter of fact, just 1 minister. They are not even counting Bianco Juku as a minister. They say it's a minister of state. Fine. So all those things generate some bitterness and nostalgia, negative nostalgia. But I think that when people are not in prison, the supporters will be happy. Once Nnamdi comes out, it will augur well. It is smoothen out. There will be national healing, just like what happened to the Ogoni 9, Ogoni 13. The Ogoni people are happy. Nobody's going to complain. Okay. Yes, it's going to give us positive results.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Peter Anosike, do you want to add any thoughts to this before I move to the next issue that we have on ground?
I don't know about national healing, but I know that if Nnamdi Kanu is... if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, insecurity in the Southeast will come down with above 50%. Insecurity in the Southeast will reduce. And again, this for those who are saying, what do they call it, that they are sit at home. If Nnamdi Kanu comes out and somebody say sit at home, we will now know why he is doing it. Because assuming he is doing it for Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu is out. Understand? So then, because I know that some criminals hide under the umbrella of IPOB to commit a lot of atrocities. Understand? So when they are arrested, they will use the IPOB as a defense. I'm a member of IPOB. So if Nnamdi Kanu is released today, everybody will now be charged based on the offense that they committed. No more IPOB.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Rivers State Governor Simi Fubara has thanked President Bola Tinubu for granting posthumous pardons to the Ogoni 9 and national honors to the Ogoni 4. The Ogoni 9 were pardoned for the exemplary service to Nigeria and promoting reconciliation within the Ogoni community. The awards aim to promote peace, unity, and development in the state. The governor expressed optimism that this move will bring renewed hope and restore confidence in the Ogoni communities. He appealed to the people to see the federal government decision as a step towards addressing their long-standing demands. Let's come to you first, Dr. Eric. What significance does the posthumous pardon and national honors for the Ogoni 13 hold for the people of Rivers State and Nigeria as a whole?
Like I said earlier, any part of Nigeria that is not happy is a national issue. It will affect everybody directly or indirectly. Like the IPOB things happening in the East now, it's affecting everybody. People don't fly to the East. Those who are there, it affects programs. So once there is peace in one aspect, one place, there is peace in the nation. The same thing as I'm saying of IPOB and Southeast Namdi release is what I'm saying about the posthumous pardon of the Ogoni 13. Is it part? Okay, 9. Ogoni 9, then at least award to Ogoni 4. They gave them award. Those ones they are not found guilty by government then. So, but the thing is, it will bring peace, national peace. You will remember now that oil exploration was halted in the Ogoni region, not necessarily because of the Ogoni 9 issue. It has happened before the Ogoni 9 issue. But now, if they are going to start negotiating with this pardon, we think that the people will begin to think twice that the federal government had recognized the situation and then they want to make amends for whatever. A pardon is a very serious thing. Whatever it is a pardon. Whether offense is committed or not committed, a pardon is a good thing. It takes the same status, presidential pardon. So I think that it's going to be good for the Rivers people generally and then for Nigeria as a whole.
Okay, Dr. Peter Nosike, do you really think that this gesture will genuinely promote reconciliation in the Niger Delta?
They are interested in their oil. So it's an economic pardon. Before Nigeria, we are producing 2.5 million crude per day. But right now, we are not even producing up to 2 million. So they need the Ogoni oil. So to do that, they have to find a way of reducing the hostility in the area, which I feel that they feel that this could be part of it.
Okay. So you feel like it's just an economy, just because Nigeria needs what they have. That is why this pardon is coming into play. For me, yes. But some of the pardons did not make sense. What did Herbert Macondi do? What did Herbert Macondi do? Herbert Macondi died in the 40s, when we have not even gotten an independence. Understand? So what did he do? Why are you pardon? So for me, this is a busybody thing that the president. In fact, I'm not even. Okay, but still on the Ogoni 13, do you think that this pardon for the Ogoni 13, do you think this gesture, how do you think it's going to affect the broader Niger Delta region? Do you think it will bring peace? Do you think it will bring economic relief to them? I say it will reduce or the tension there, right? So with the pardon now, because it will only be those who are enlightened in the area that will understand what this thing means. Because pardon did not reduce the price of rice in the market. Understand? It did not reduce the price of transportation from one part that's of Delta to the rivers to the other. So, but the elders there can now say, give peace a chance. Let them come and begin to dig their
crude oil.
Okay. Dr. Eric, let's come to you. Governor Fubara mentioned that this decision will promote genuine reconciliation and accelerate sustainable development in the state. How realistic do you think this expectation is, in your own opinion?
I just don't have an opinion. I'm an insider. This is my state, and I live amongst them. I know that the Ogoni people have been very, those who are affected and bitter for some time. And I also knew that the state have been trying to do something to douse that tension. There was a street, a road, major road, Stadium Road, that the former governor of Rivers State named after Saruwa. Yeah. They call it Stadium Road. Now it is Saruwa Road. Something. So you can see that the state has been making some efforts, state governments have been making some efforts to make peace and see. Even this thing has happened so that even among the Ogoni people, the Ogoni 9 and the Ogoni 4, they are not really in good chance. But with this pardon now that has happened, everybody is happy, or at least the pardon does not bring back life, but it tends to remove a stigma and then encourage diplomatic connections and all that. So that is part of the peace. And the state, like the governor has said, is even better now and easier for him to go ahead and do what he will do since the presidential pardon has come for them. So he's not doing something from probably fear or backdoor or something. Even though the former governor was bold enough to do something. I know that most governors will have, those who came before the last governor, will have done something about it, but they were careful about how the federal government will see it. But today, the door is thrown open. Many more good things will not happen. And again, I want to add this. In those streets in Abuja, if any president, and I want to even urge the president now, the president is there to name some of those streets in Abuja after these people. That will cement the goodwill completely nationally.
Okay. Okay, so you had answered part of my next question, but in a recent interview, or one of the times, one of the widows of one of the Ogoni 9 had an interview. She said, and I quote, that the scar has refused to heal. So do you think that this pardon is sufficient, or should there be further action taken to address the historical injustices that have been faced by the Ogoni people, and of course those who are victims or who are survivors of these people?
Yeah, yes. You see, there is no end to compensation. There is no end to it. These people were all young people. Okay, they have families even to today. If they want to do more things, this guy, what the lady probably meant was the stigma, that coil around them, that they were criminals, they were executed as criminals, murderers. But that is off now, like any other case in the world. So I think the federal government should go further to compensate them, look at their needs and help the family. Yes, it's a long time. I think this happened around 1995 or something. 95, I guess. Yes, 95. I was. I think my memory should be taking me right.
1995. Yes, you're correct, sir. Yes, 1995.
95, right? 95, yeah. Yes, 95. All of us were sad over that time. It was a gloomy period for us in Rivers State. But today, we are rejoicing that at least that loop has been removed from his neck, even though it's no more, or from their neck, even though they are no more. So it will help. Federal government should go further to recognize them both with monuments and even in other, if possible, give them appointment to the family members to really remove all the dirt that has been on them. Yes.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Peter Nosike, in your own opinion, how do you think this development will affect the ongoing efforts towards peace building and development in Niger Delta region?
Well, anywhere there's no peace, there will be no development. Anywhere there's no peace, there will be no development. And mentioning on air that somebody has been granted pardon in Nigeria, for me, does not really solve any problem. Zebodiah said that federal government gave him MON without EY. I hope you understand what that means. That they gave him MON without EY, no money attachment.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, so these families need rehabilitation. Understand? These families need rehabilitation because their children must have grown up fatherless. And so they will not have received, even they may not have gotten the right education that they were if or their fathers were around. So they need serious rehabilitation. Understand? And as Dr. Eric said, appointments. This is what will heal the wounds. Understand? My father was executed for fighting that's for the people of Ogoni. And today I have been compensated with this. This will even it will ginger other people to also come out when there is need, because other people who were victims have been compensated and rewarded. So announcing on air that you have pardoned somebody and they will not know where their next meal will come does not make that, to me, it's a mockery.
Okay, let's move away from that issue and move to the African Democratic Congress, which has reacted to President Bola Tinubu's nomination of Professor Joash Amopito as the new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The party is cautiously optimistic, giving Amopito the benefit of the doubt, while urging him to restore public confidence in Nigeria's electoral system. The ADC expects Amopito to demonstrate integrity and personal ambition in his new role, prioritizing the Nigerian people's interest over those of the government. The party notes that Amopito's tenure will likely span beyond one electoral cycle, and he should therefore act independently. Amopito's nomination was unanimously approved by the National Council of State, with Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo describing him as a man of integrity. His name will now be forwarded to the Senate for confirmation. Amopito is a professor of law at the University of Jos, specializing in company law, law of evidence, and corporate governance. Let's move to you first, Dr. Eric. The ADC is giving Professor Amopito the benefit of the doubt. What are your expectations from him in his new role as INEC chairman, and how do you think he can restore public confidence in the electoral system?
Well, thank you. ADC acted very maturely. They didn't want to carry the sin of his predecessor to the new person because he has not been tested. So they have just made a mature statement that, look, we are looking up, let us see how you go about it. They have not given him a clean slate yet. All they said, we are watching you. And I think that's the best approach. One should not be too excited. Like I always say, this issue, sometimes I keep asking, why must he be a professor that will be an INEC chairman? Apart from one, somebody in the university, I think, if I can still get it right, Daragogo wasn't a professor. But why is it professors? We don't want those things. They don't matter. What we want is integrity. When somebody has integrity, forget about the book he read. So, in that case, all of them are praising him that is this, is that. We don't know until he conducts the election. In fact, the litmus test is the election that is coming out in November in Anambra State. That will be his first litmus test. I'm sure after that one, ADC and other position will be able to come out clear to say something more definitive. Now it's just yes, we are giving benefit of that. And let me say it and say it here. This INEC chairman that has come, if he's listening to me, he should be himself. Because already I'm faulting the pattern that electoral chairman, all those chairmen are thrown up. It shouldn't be for the president. You cannot be the judge and then the what's it called of your own case. Somebody's difference should be there. They should bring it up just like another body. But let us, that's why they are saying we'll give you a benefit of that, of the doubt. And well, I too will say the same thing. But let me tell you, if you want me to say, I'm very skeptical. Because they say he who pays the piper dictates what the tone. And this man is going to be razzled now. I can tell you that he may not be sleeping. Politicians in this climb, they go above all borders. They don't have integrity. Sorry, let me not use that word now before they come after me. But I'm not worried if anybody comes after me. Some of them don't seem to want to follow the rules. Everybody's just going, they just want the power. If we follow the rule, the job will be easier for the chairman of INEC. But when they don't follow the rules, it is hectic. So let us all put hands together. And I'm telling Nigerians, it does not matter where you come from. Let us set an eye on this INEC chairman, because there is tendency of using the normal thing they use. When they push 10 billion in your front, I begin to tell you how you have suffered from childhood and everything. It's only few persons that can survive that. Okay. And you know we have politics of money. Okay. Few persons, they should, and then the journalists, please remind the man coming. I'll soon get used to his name. Amopiton or something. Amopiton. Remind him that we don't want to hear glitches. We have professor of glitches already gone. We don't want to hear another one. Okay. Already you know that people are setting eye on him because he's from the same tribal origin with the president. He should work differently with integrity. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Peter, the ADC has urged Professor Mopiton to prioritize the interests of the Nigerian people over those of the government. How do you think Professor Mopiton can maintain his independence and impartiality in this new role?
Well, to start with, he is a Nigerian. He's a Nigerian. And what determines how most Nigerians work in their different offices is two things. One, how did I get here? Understand? Then, who can bring the highest money? These are the two questions that Nigerians always ask themselves. So, the highest bidder and the person who influenced the appointment. So for me, I have read praises from a civil society group and so on and so forth that he has this, he acquired that. I'm not impressed, understand? For me, he is a suspect until he proves otherwise.
Okay.
He is a suspect. He is an election rigger until he proves that he is not.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Eric, before we go, please, your final thoughts on these issues that we have discussed today.
Yeah, the three is that Nnamdi Kanu, they should release him if the federal government thinks that it is by release. Since they cannot continue with the court, and then even when the court has not found him guilty, but if the president wants to bring his power to bear, fine, that is taken. As for this Ogoni 13, it's a good development, and for the INEC chairman, he is on the radar watch, and then he should know that he is from somewhere close to the president's tribe, and then he should work to save his name and save this country.
Thank you very much. Dr. Peter Nosike, please, your final thoughts on these issues.
Omoyende Sowore is fighting a genuine cause, which I feel that right-thinking Nigerians should support, because Nnamdi Kanu is a prisoner of conscience. He is being persecuted and not prosecuted, because there's nowhere in the world that a case takes more than 3 years. So he's been persecuted, not prosecuted. Then on the Ogoni, government should try and rehabilitate their families. Granting pardon is not enough. Government should try and rehabilitate their families. That is the easiest way they can forget what happened. Then on the new INEC chairman, for me, he's a suspect. He is a suspect until he proves otherwise. And the only way he can prove otherwise is by conducting free, fair, credible election. And it is very, very easy. All the promises that his predecessor made to Nigerians, which he couldn't fulfill, let him go back and look at those promises and try and fulfill it. Period.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Nosike, for joining us. And thank you very much, Dr. Eric Obi Thomas, for joining us virtually. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics, reconciliation efforts, and electoral governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, I am Nnenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Awori people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a